and then we can get both of you in here. Invite
Okay.
your friend, and then we can get both of you in here, and then we'll just.
We can't just gang up on him though, if you feel, because like, I mean, everyone has their
No,
perspective.
But he's got
Wait, hello?
hey, he's got guts, and guts is enough. But
Yeah.
it's all good.
I haven't seen any demonstration that he has guts yet. I've just basically hear him ask the same question 3 times despite his answer.
No, sure, because you weren't
Gonna
asking
put him on
him
the
the
spot,
right
though. You feel?
questions.
I never asked him a question. I just
Yeah.
asked him.
That's why I jumped in. But is he still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, flawless man. Cool. So are you going to invite your friend in here? So
Oh, he is.
all right, cool.
Hey, guys.
Who is he?
What?
Goose.
Who is?
What?
Who is
Hello?
that?
It's Goose.
Goose.
Hi.
Look, I haven't seen you around.
Yeah, I just I joined just a while ago.
well, Goose.
Well, you invited your friend, right? Flawless.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's cool. Yeah, that's
On
cool.
the
Hey,
Discord list.
Oh,
check
okay.
this out. Hey, oftentimes, like, if you guys don't mind, you guys take the piss out of us all the time, and you know, I don't say you guys because I don't know who you are, but but people take the shit out of piss and the shit out of the flat earthers all the time. But you guys really want to have a conversation about flat Earth, like
I'm
an
here to learn.
open, honest dialogue? You're ready to do it?
I'm honestly like curious about it's because I've seen a whole bunch of YouTube videos, about the arguments between flat earthers and how Earth is a globe.
All right, Goose. What do you know about the world being round and the world about being flat? Like, differentiate the two.
Well, from what I've seen is that
From what the mainstream has taught you.
I've seen a lot of videos. Okay, maybe I've seen like a BuzzFeed video, about it. But what I've got out of it is that I remember they did a test where this guy was on a boat. I'm pretty sure you guys heard of this. And then how he goes out to sea and his friend is on land with like a telescope or something, and he made his friend drive off, right? Wait, have you ever heard of this?
I heard that video was fake.
Well,
But the man looking through the sky.
Hold on, Goose.
Yeah.
Which video are you talking about?
No, this is like
unless
something
you
that
share the video, we're not going to be able to know what you're talking about.
I've seen this like a week ago.
Could you find it?
Hey, can you send it to someone and then we can like post it in the chat so everyone knows what you're talking about?
Yeah, you could go on your history or something else if it was in
Yeah, it should be easy to find just a week ago.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something. In this conversation, I know a lot of flat earthers are very impatient. I know that for a fact because, but you have to be patient with these guys, especially people that are, where we are right now. I mean, we don't. No, if you guys think I'm wrong.
Yeah. The video is called Flat Earthers vs. Scientists by Jubilee. Have you seen that video?
Which one, sir?
Which one did you share? Which one?
Could you send it in one of the generals or something? Or the text channels?
Yeah. Which text channels?
Do lobby.
Yeah, just go to the lobby. Just post in the lobby.
Yeah, I watched this videos about it and.
Okay, post in the lobby and then I'll copy and paste it here.
Yeah, there you go. Post in the lobbies, yeah.
You think you could summarize it? It's pretty long.
There's a lot in the video. Yeah. Wait, have you guys seen this video?
I am not.
Me neither.
Nope. Can you summarize it for us?
It's like 35 minutes.
Yeah. Can you give us like key times, timestamp, or summarize it? Like, what's the conclusion?
Well, there was no conclusion. I'll be honest. They're just talking about their facts and how.
Goose, you could lay out the facts of the other side, and you could lay the facts of the flat earthers. What's your perspective on that?
This is I can't prove none of them wrong, honestly.
You just gotta list it, like
Ding, 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 ding.
Because I remember the
Okay,
first
well-
point he was talking about, or this fat blue guy, right? The fat guy that was wearing a blue shirt. He's talking about how he went to Salt Lake City and he did experiments, but
That's a woman, dude.
No.
Well,
There
it's-
was
Just
no.
and I
Wait,
know
which
he's
is-
skinny fat, but we don't discriminate in this Discord.
I know who he's talking about. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah.
Fat,
And then
fat,
he just
fat
he
guy
doesn't
with the
even
blue
tell
shirt.
me his facts. He just said that he went to a Salt Lake City, and at the end of his talk, he just said, "I can prove that there's no curvature."
There's no
And
curvature.
That's literally what he just said, and that just got me confused. I was like, okay,
Yeah, dude. You know how a sphere works, right?
yeah.
You know what a sphere is? So there's constant curvature everywhere. So they say, okay, maybe it's not perfect sphere, but more or less there should be constant curvature everywhere, right?
Yeah, that's how a sphere works.
Yeah.
How it works.
Yeah.
All right. So then they went to this salt flats in Utah, and they found zero curvature over a very long distance. I forgot the exact distance. I think it's like 20. Someone can remind me here. So what
It's
does that say?
26 miles. So.
How
26.2, I think.
do you know
Here's
like
what I
how
was
long
thinking.
the Earth is like fully around though? Do you know?
It's not
'Cause, like,
around. That's the thing.
No.
Well, I don't know. Like,
He's saying, like, how
no matter,
long is it
just
then?
how long is it? Like, all the way around it, no matter the shape of it. You know?
What are you asking?
Don't ask
Like,
me.
how big is the Earth? Like, how big is this little sample out of this huge Earth?
Well, we know
'Cause-
what the globe claims. So the circumference is what 24,901 miles is the claim.
Circumference.
'Cause imagine this. Imagine you're like a bacteria. You're that small on like a baseball. You're gonna
it's
see
not
no
that small.
curvature.
Yeah, but that's not what we are, dude. Like,
Yeah,
so
but
there-
like in perspective,
The
it
Earth.
could
kind
be.
of. Yeah.
It could be, but that's not what they're claiming. They're claiming
The globe
it's
that
like,
they claim is small enough that you'd be able to measure curvature, no problem. 8 inches per
Right.
mile squared is a pretty big drop, so that's like 66 feet over 10 miles. We can measure that, no problem if that exists.
Okay.
We have some pretty high powered telescope, zoom lenses, lasers. We measured it. It's
like
flat.
the ones in the Earth, like the space that see that the Earth is like a sphere. The one that
No.
goes around it. The
No, no,
I
circular.
mean, hypothetically, you
Those
should be able
Can,
to.
wait. Can you explain the gravitational like field around Earth?
no,
Because
you got,
that wouldn't be a thing if it's not a sphere.
Yeah,
That
it's a
wouldn't-
reification of your sphere story, and you're right, it's not a thing actually, because if it were, it's supposed to have made the Earth into a sphere, but measurements show that it didn't, so I guess it's not
So-
there.
But
It doesn't do
explain
anything.
all these satellites like going around because these are real. We see proof.
what
of these.
satellites?
Yeah, they're
all
just
of them.
cartoons, or they send
Well,
things
all
up
of
on
them.
balloons, or they use planes, etc. But they don't have
What-
anything.
what about,
involved
like,
except
Sputnik?
Wait,
measure.
flawless.
the
What do you
first
think
one.
about the moon landing?
Oh, like the toy they
Yeah,
showed
I had
the
a question
picture
about
from
the
Earth.
moon
Oh,
landing.
let's talk.
That's fake, right?
No, I'm asking you. What's your opinion about the moon landing?
Me or him?
Yeah. Both.
I-
It doesn't-
I think it's real. Obviously.
Well,
Yeah.
the
Your
Earth would
profile
have to be a
picture.
globe for that story to be
But-
true.
Because of your profile picture, I guess that's what you would say.
You know that to have
Don't
the
worry
orbital
about it.
mechanics,
Don't worry about my profile.
Eva, in order to have the orbital mechanics,
Eva.
to have satellites or any of that stuff, you know that they have to measure the Earth first, right, and get the radius of it, so they can
Yeah,
get the
and they
distance
did
to.
that.
blow it. Well,
No, they
they
didn't.
actually didn't. They couldn't have.
No,
because
they
if it is,
measure the like the
Who?
I don't
Where?
know what
When?
it's called.
no, they can't have
NASA,
done that. Here's the
NASA
thing:
never did
they
that.
can't have done that because if they did, and it measured to be the 39-59 mile radius ball that they say that it is, that 66 feet of curvature drop at 10 miles that I was talking about would be there, and that would be easy for anybody to measure if they wanted to, but it's not. And the horizon would be where it would have to be based on the geometric constraints of the globe, but it's also not. It's consistently seen way further than that. So they didn't measure that. They didn't measure the Earth to be a ball because it's not measuring that way. So all the orbital mechanics of the satellites and the rest of that junk is impossible.
Wait, why would they need to measure the entire Earth just to send one rocket?
No, they
in a
don't.
specific
They
part?
don't.
Oh,
Like you can just do it the way that we're talking about here. You measure a stretch of it, right? And you can extrapolate from that what the overall size is. But it definitely ain't a 39-59 mile radius ball.
okay.
I'm sorry. I thought I was muted.
What happened?
Well, he's given up for now.
Did he bounce?
I don't know what to really say though. I mean,
I thought I was muted.
No.
Central.
Yeah, we know this.
Dude, CB, you made such a good point. That's why I laughed. And
I'm gonna be honest.
that was fucking
I
dumb.
didn't hear a lot of it. I was kind of watching something.
Oh,
that
yeah,
means
that's-
you were.
I mean, no. If you go through it again, I will actually. I'm not even kidding.
All right,
Go
dude,
through
turn
it
off
again.
your hentai or whatever.
Yes, yes, I will.
Well,
Yes, go again.
Well, Sleepy or somebody else, do you guys want to just go ahead? Because I mean, I already gave it one shot, and this guy just didn't even
Dude,
listen.
I
Sorry,
I
someone was messaging me.
I loved your presentation, CB. And
Thanks, man.
this motherfucker didn't hear a goddamn word you said. That pisses me off. That's why you heard me laugh. I didn't realize I was unmuted. And damn it, Ava, man. Are you curious about why people think the Earth is flat? I mean, is that why you came to this server?
Yeah, it's interesting to me.
All right, cool. So is this the first time you've ever talked to anyone about flat Earth?
Pretty much.
All right, cool. So pretty much meaning yes.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, so are you a young man?
Yeah.
Have you ever
Meaning-
spoken to a drunk flat earther?
God damn it, Jemsy. Hey, how about you talk to Jemsy instead of me?
No.
He's-
I think
he's
no.
got
I'm
this.
okay. No. I think
No, talk to Jemsy. He's got this. Go ahead, Jemsy. Talk to him.
Hey, I gotta yield my time to Helioskeptic, okay?
No, fuck you. You have to talk to him now since you interrupted me. Go ahead.
No. It's okay. No, he didn't mean to. That's fine.
No, he did mean to.
Actually,
That's why he did
actually,
it. Go ahead, Jemsy.
It's
Jemsy,
okay. It's okay.
you talk to this guy. Jemsy, talk to him.
Okay. I'll talk to him. Hey, welcome to the Flat Earth Discord. What brings you to the Flat Earth Discord?
I was interested in the mechanics, I guess.
Alright, I'm gonna yield my time to, where is he? Central Banker? Where is he?
What?
You don't
Central
feel like
Okay.
talking?
I'm
You don't
right
feel
here.
like talking?
Get up, Helio.
Fuck you, bitch.
I could give him one more chance, sure.
What the fuck is going on?
Well, Eva, what it comes down to is Earth ain't curving, so therefore it can't be a ball. It's that simple.
Why? Wait. Why isn't it curving though? What's?
Well, I don't know why. That's kind of a metaphysical question. Whoever or whatever made it might be able to answer it, but I don't know.
Well, I
They
know,
seem
but
to be
like,
checked out for the
what
moment.
shows that it's not curving? That's
Oh,
what I mean.
measurements.
How do you know
Yeah,
it's
measuring the
curving?
surface. No drop over distance, right? Easy enough thing to check for. And the globe made a pretty specific claim about how much drop over distance there should be. And it's enough that you'd easily be able to measure it. Don't you agree that you'd be able to find 66 feet of drop at 10 miles?
Pretty sure they did.
Yeah, pretty sure they didn't. And that's the whole point of this server. We can show you the measurements and the observations if you want.
Go ahead.
All right.
All right.
I'm kind of on the smartphone. Someone else want to post it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna yield my time to Sleepy Joe. Go
Jemsy, I
ahead.
cannot hear
Okay,
anything
yeah,
you
Sleepy.
were saying. Why is your mic like that?
Mine?
Who-
Oh,
my-
Jemsy.
No, Jemsy's. I cannot hear what he's saying.
He's
I'm gonna find the FE core.
He's probably driving.
I'm gonna yield the rest of my time to Sleepy Joe. Go ahead, Sleepy Joe.
All right, dude. So I'm gonna. I mean, are you familiar with any of the FE core experiments?
Could I also say something? Are these are done by trusted scientists with degrees?
Yeah. This is a grant-funded experiment with
Mhm.
scientists, engineers. Hold on, I gotta plug in my phone.
And these guys, they went to school.
When you say
Yeah,
trusted,
top
you
good
mean like
schools.
a globe believer, somebody who thinks the same things
No,
that you
just
do?
someone
What you mean
who
by trusted?
maybe went to school for
Yeah,
science
dude,
and
they're real
Science.
mathematicians and stuff like that.
I
Yeah,
mean, you
dude,
could
they
go
this is
to
know.
the
geometry,
beach.
though.
Yeah, dude, they know more than you. Okay, they know more than whatever the hell you earned in like high school or whatever. So let me post. So are you familiar with FE Core? You've heard of them?
No,
So let
he's
me
not.
post the video
He's not.
first. I think. Sorry.
No.
Okay, let me post the video. I think I have a feeling you'll like the. So I'll post the long one, but there's actually a short version. So I was talking to your friend. So you're aware of how a sphere works, right?
Yeah, it's a 3D circle.
So you understand the sphere is constant curvature everywhere, right?
Yeah, to an extent that you can see it.
No. If it's a sphere, then there's a fixed radius, and then that radius determines how curved the sphere is, and it's the same curvature everywhere. Like it's symmetric, right?
Yeah, but if you're really small compared, like,
Yeah. But we know.
this is where it kind of gets me, because you're saying we would be able to see it.
Yeah. So I understand if the Earth was so huge or whatever, then maybe like you could say, oh, like it would be really hard to tell if it was flat or curved now. But actually, we have like a mathematical model provided by the globers, who give us a precise distance for the radius.
What's the radius?
Do you know what the distance of the radius is?
No.
I'm asking you.
So, okay, so we encounter this trend where globers don't actually understand their own model, but it's supposed to be 3959 miles. So, if with a sphere of 3959 miles, you can calculate how much curvature you should see over a certain distance. So there's using the equation of a sphere, you can calculate this curvature, and up to first order approximation using a Taylor series for the first 100 miles, it comes out to about 8 inches per mile squared. Are you following me? So, okay, so it's a sphere. So over 26 miles, we have a hard number for how much curvature we should see. And I haven't done the calculation. I could do it right now, but I recall it's somewhere around like 280 feet. So we should see over a 26-mile long stretch of water, we should see 280 feet of curvature, meaning anything of height below 280 feet should be totally obscured by the bulge of water, right? 26 miles away. So this FE core experiment, they use a laser from a fixed height above the ground on the land, and they go across the water, and they measure that they can measure the laser across this 26-mile stretch of water. And from the same elevation, maybe like with a slight differential, but nowhere near 280 feet on the other side. So that says that there is around, taking into account refraction and so forth, there is around 260 feet or so missing curvature. So that's one measurement in this FE core experiment. So, I mean, you can take a look at the video. They also they wrote up their results in an article. They have a presentation, and this is just one of the many measurements. So they did let's see, I think they did 3 total laser experiments, and then it sounded like you guys were familiar with all of the Salt Lake, the Salt Flats laser experiment. But basically, the trend is whenever we have sort of an independent, unbiased laser experiment, that we never find any curvature. And other institutions that are supposed to be official or authorities on this, they really they claim they're not interested in verifying the Earth's curvature because they're just, they have better things to do. They would rather look 666 whatever million light years away into God knows where, to the pillars of creation, and taking photos of that instead of just verifying this basic so-called fact that the Earth is a globe. All right, maybe that was a lot to. Sorry, what did you say?
Okay, I was just agreeing. Yeah,
might have been a little much there and all that. Yeah, but
yeah, I tend to ramble on.
So these guys took these really kick-ass lasers. There's like 3 different points at the same elevation. They hit all 3 of them. And it should have been at least 280. I think it's like 300 and something feet of. Well, actually, I forget. Their observer height was like 5 feet. So anyway, cool experiment, man. You can check that out. Learn your globe, man. You got to learn your globe. You want to hang out with flat earthers. You got to do something.
That's the thing. We learned it. That's why we don't buy into it, man.
We actually
I have another thing that I'm a little confused about. How would the horizon work? Because you wouldn't be able to see it. I could step out and go on like a pretty high mountain or something. I would be able to see the horizon. But if the Earth is perfectly flat and it's 3,900 miles long?
I know where
this figure
you're
pertains to the sphere, though. It's
that's the radius.
Here.
Yeah, but still, you wouldn't be able to see it because eventually you just wouldn't be able to see it. It would. You can't see that
forever. You can't see
exactly.
Forever. On a rainy day, you can't see fucking 2 miles. Yeah,
but
foggy day. If you're out in fog.
But why can I see it normally right now? Like
wait. Isn't the reason you can't see forever is because you can't see forever?
Yeah, but I'm saying right now I could see the radius, and I could see the horizon right now. Because it eventually will curve on. Wait.
Hold on.
Wait.
No, there is no hold. Wait. With this, you think the horizon is the curvature of the Earth?
That's
you brought up something good here. You brought up something good with this, the horizon point, because that's just it. The horizon is not where it would be, where it would have to be if it were caused by Earth curvature.
I know he's getting mad because I overspoke him and he tried to overspeak me, but that's not going to happen.
Everybody's mad because you overspoke everybody.
Yeah, dude. I don't think he's getting mad.
Because I already knew what he was going to say. He thinks that he can see forever if the Earth.
What?
Yeah, he thinks he can see the other side of the world.
No,
he didn't say it, but
no, that's not what I mean.
All right, so if
you see, this would be a lot easier if you just stopped talking, wouldn't it?
Just let him clarify.
Yeah, Helio, come on, let's let him talk.
So
let's see what he's going to say.
The horizon you see, right? That's the eventual curve that you can't see anymore because it curves.
No,
it's flat.
That's the point.
Listen. Oh my God.
Central Banking is going to reply to his horizon question.
Right, that's exactly the point. The horizon's way too far for it to be Earth curvature, right? So there's certain limitations to the horizon based on the size of the globe that it's supposed to be, right? I just posted something in the voice text right now where if it is a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, the horizon has to be at 1.2 miles, but it's seen somewhere around 10 times that distance, which is geometrically way off. It's magnitudes of order of error for the radius. Yeah, I don't want to bog you down with too many more numbers right now, but yeah, it's not where it would be if it was a globe.
What?
How would you confirm that if that were true?
Okay, this is just my point. You can see the horizon. That and the horizon is.
Can you just go back to what I just said though? Because we know exactly where the horizon is supposed to be on the globe, right? So check the thing that I just posted.
Depending on where you're standing. And I can see the horizon, but if it was completely flat, I wouldn't be able to see the horizon.
Ava.
Because exactly like you said, you can't see forever.
Ava,
there's a geometric limitation to the distance to the horizon based on the curvature rate of the globe, right? So we can easily do the math. They've given us the proportions. We know exactly how far it would be. I just posted something in the voice text. Take a look at that. You seeing that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that horizon would have to be at 1.2 miles if it's Earth curve like you're talking about. Because those are the dimensions that they claimed of the globe.
But and the guy that did that, he's not some guy on Reddit. He's a scientist.
Well, it really doesn't matter who did it. It was Quantum Eraser, who's on this channel, who put the argument together. But I mean, that's what it is. It's a 10-mile horizon when it's supposed to be at 1.2 miles based on the globe math. That is a huge error. And you're probably not going to understand just how much of an error that was the first time hearing this, but it is. Look into it.
Well, I think he wouldn't understand it because he thinks that if the Earth was flat, you can see forever. I think he just said that.
Yeah. Well, let me put it to you this way then, buddy. If that horizon was Earth curvature, then the globe would have to be 6 times the size that they said Jupiter is. Do you think that's what's going on?
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Well, that's where the geometric horizon would fall at the 1-foot observer height, is somewhere around 10 miles on a planet 6 times the size that they say Jupiter is. So that's how big of an error this is for the globe.
Mind-boggling.
I'm not saying that that's what it is. I'm not saying it's a way bigger ball. I'm just saying that that horizon is way too goddamn far for the globe.
To match the math, it will need to be around that size if it was.
Yeah. Exactly.
And that's not our math. That's their math.
Who's there?
The
Ogres.
Like just some random guy or?
No,
that's the globe.
The globe, dude.
Listen,
NASA,
listen one second, guys.
No, but who?
So you know that globe that you see on TV and that planet that you call planet Earth, that ball that you think you live on.
Yep. Of course.
So that thing has a certain geometry, certain numbers of a diameter, circumference, right? It has a radius, right? Those are very specific numbers. So when you put those numbers and you test that, and you go out there in reality and you measure the Earth, the numbers claimed for the globe don't add up to the measurements done in reality.
Exactamente.
So who's doing the test?
Yeah, dude,
like,
it doesn't matter.
That's kind of what I'm.
Doing it, right?
Yeah,
no, because it kind of does. Because this doesn't make sense.
Well,
Exactly.
It does make sense. It's
You know
just
what?
not a globe. That's all.
It's not
The
a globe
is wrong.
because your
Just because
senses
you don't-
point out to you that you live on a flat, level, motionless, contained environment. All of your senses, everything you accomplish, everything you do is dependent on a flat, motionless, level Earth, right? Contained environment. And it just makes sense that it's not a globe. But if anybody claiming that you live on a curving, spinning, rotating, uncontained environment, that will be a nonsensical claim. So exactly, it makes sense that it's not a globe. You're correct.
Yeah.
I'm kind of interested. So how do what's all like? How do I explain it? Do you think the Earth or the moon landing is faked? Is that
Well, the
just
whole
a-
story
hey,
is based off of
That's
the
not what we're
globe.
talking about.
Yeah, I know. I'm just bringing up a different topic. I'm just wondering about this now.
Yeah, it's obviously fabricated because the whole thing is based off of the globe.
Yeah, but they've seen it. They see it
Why don't you
curve.
do it?
No, look,
They
what we
see it
just showed you is that there isn't a curve. That's what you're seeing right there in that picture I posted. There is no curve. It's not
Okay,
possible that somebody could have measured the.
No,
Yeah.
but these
Listen,
people.
because you're going. Listen, remember, you're going to the moon, right? So you're going right now in your mind. You're going into a place that someone told you they've been to, but you cannot verify because you will never go to the moon, can you? Right? You can't go.
Yeah,
you cannot
but-
verify the claim yourself. But the measurements of the Earth, the thing you're standing on, and the waters, the bodies of water that you can go to and test, that you can test yourself, that many people has tested, we have come to the conclusion and verify many times that there is no curvature anywhere on Earth. It's the opposite. It's always flat, level, It's a motionless plane.
So you're just saying all these things, all the space knowledge we have was made by some guy with a crazy imagination.
When you say space knowledge, what do you actually mean? When you say
footage on Mars, the footage on the moon, the samples brought back from both
Let me ask you this.
places.
This footage that you get from these places, can you accomplish this by recording land areas on Earth and maybe using some photographic imagery in the computer and changing? And can you accomplish this with a CGI computer and make a video and then put it online? Can you accomplish this doing that?
Yeah, but that's
Yes
that's
or
kind
no?
of a stretch. Yeah, you could say that about anything though, which is why that's kind of a bad
You cannot say that about going. You cannot say that about going and measuring the waters and measuring the Earth and measuring not a globe.
So those videos they show you, you just have to take them on faith that they're what they said that they were.
But
you can't verify it for yourself.
But you also think that like NASA and all of those space programs and whatever have not done their own calculations and they have done these.
Because what they claiming, remember the technology that we use.
What's the difference between? What's the difference between NASA claiming something and these random scientists you guys are talking about?
That's what we're gonna ask you.
We're not talking about scientists.
No, we're not talking
Who are you
about
talking
science. Science is the scientific method is to establish cause and effect relationships. What we're talking right now, it's geometry. When I measure a table, or when I measure my shoe to have the right size,
you know the amount of math that goes into a rocket, right? You know about the math that goes into calculating a rocket.
The rockets that you see, the rockets that you can see going up or whatever, I've seen them myself. And you can launch a rocket, and then it will eventually will come down. But the thing is, remember, the places that you think this rocket is going to, that place, they have to show it to you on the screen, right? They have to show you cartoons, CGI generation, so you can imagine that these rockets are going to places that you can never verify. And on top of that, the thing is that just the fact that you breathe in fresh air and the necessary antecedent for a gas pressure is a container. When have they ever shown you a container when they leave in this rocket? So there's no way they can leave the container and do the things they claim they're doing, because we live in a contained environment.
Wait, so your thing is about air pressure and how that's all done? Do you know how they get air on rockets and stuff like that?
No, you know how there is a 14 psi.
Yeah, but do you know how they put like a whole bunch of air? And that's not really how it works.
Yes, you can make chambers and put air in. Yes, that works.
No, that's not what they do.
Okay, why is your story about how NASA whatever puts air into rockets? Why is that relevant?
Well, what he's saying is that I don't know what he's saying, that there's no air pressure.
He's saying that there's no adjacent vacuum of outer space because that would violate thermodynamics and be impossible.
What I'm trying to say is that the place that you think the rockets are going, it's an imaginary place that nobody can go to. Because the laws of nature dictate that to have gas pressure, for you to expand your lungs and air to rush into your lungs and for you to breathe fresh air, you need gas pressure for that. And the necessary antecedent, the thing that is required to have gas pressure in the first place, is a container. There's no gas pressure, there's no breathing fresh air like you're doing right now at this moment if there wasn't a container.
Yeah, if there was an adjacent vacuum, outer space vacuum, then all this air you're breathing would be long gone in that vacuum.
Yeah, but that's what the atmosphere is for, the one made up of a bunch of
that requires a sphere, and we just took care of that, didn't we? There is no sphere. The Earth is measuring.
So you're saying if the Earth is flat, we would all be dead. That's what you just told me. You just told me. That is what you just told me straight.
No, buddy. Here, I'll put it to you really simply. Here's what we said. We said that the sky is not outer space. Yeah, there's a sky. It's just not what you think it is.
I know that. Everyone knows that. Maybe a 5-year-old doesn't know that.
No,
No,
I
what?
said the sky is not outer space.
Yes,
Your
yes,
story,
no.
the story that you have in your head
You
about
guys
what the
are talking
sky
to a
is
little
all
kid.
wrong.
What?
Yeah, we're talking to a soy boy or some whatever.
Yeah, well, I'm just
That's
trying to help him
really-
understand because usually people think that the two
You
things are
get it.
synonymous.
Yeah,
The
true,
stars
true,
are
true.
Thing
My
is
sky.
that,
bad, my bad.
listen,
We need
he's
to
trying
go
to
step by
hold.
step.
Listen, he's trying to hold to the space
So-
idea. The thing is that you have to logically come to a conclusion that is verifiable. And the thing is, the outer space idea that you have in your mind that is being given to you by movies, cartoons,
So what
and
is the sun?
Hollywood, Disney, this idea is only in your mind.
What is
because
the
there's
sun?
actually
What are
what?
the stars?
He's
What are the
freaking
sun?
out.
What are the
Dude,
stars?
we don't want to jump
no.
subjects if you don't even understand.
No,
what we're
no,
talking
this is
about
part
now.
of the subject.
So
So
No,
like
like,
the
no.
ground.
We're
what,
talking
so
about
when
we're
wait,
talking
just
about how
listen
space
for a
can't
second.
exist because of the second law of thermodynamics, and I don't think you
So
understand the argument.
the ancient like sundials that they used to make, right? If space is all just fake, which is what someone
No, the
just
space
said.
between you and I is real, and that's a good thing.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
there's space between you
obviously,
and
yeah.
I, okay? And the
Mhm.
space that you occupied, right? That's
Yeah.
one thing. But then this outer space place that you think you can go to because someone show it to you on a screen and
Mhm.
they draw a nice CGI decorated movie,
Yeah.
and you think and you dream about going to these places,
Yeah.
that goes against the laws of nature.
Okay, but what about like a sundial, and then you see the sun visibly move?
Yeah,
you
that's just
see.
the sun moving. You just said it yourself. You
You
see
just
the
said it
sun
yourself.
move.
No,
The
with
sun is moving, yeah.
gravitational force or like the gravitational
There's no
field.
gravity. It would
gravity
have made the
work
Earth
on
a
a
ball if there
sundial?
were. You got to start over, man.
What?
You said the Earth
Yeah.
would have fall?
What I just said.
Yeah, the Earth doesn't move and the sun does. You just said it yourself.
No, but that's been proven to not be true by people in the 1800s.
Yeah, that
and then
story
backed up
requires a
to this
ball,
time.
and we just proved to you that there isn't one. So back to the drawing board, buddy.
That's a story from liars.
I guess I could just say everything you just said is false because the Earth is a sphere. That's pretty much what you're telling me right now.
No,
But that's
actually,
the thing,
measurements
this is
back
not,
up what I
listen,
said
this
to
is
you.
not, these facts are not an agree or disagree genera. These are established things that we live, our opinion about the earth or whatever I want to imagine in my mind has no effect on this place, okay? Whatever you want to imagine that you think you live in, you can do that, but you cannot change reality just by imagining things. Just like you imagine that you're gonna go to Mars or the moon one day. Keep dreaming.
Yeah, it's fantasy. Might as well dream about
Wait.
going to Neverland.
Didn't you just say that space isn't real, but then told me that there's a sun? So how would that work? Like,
Dude,
what?
the sun is not in an outer space vacuum. The outer space vacuum is part of the globe story. We just falsified the globe, so you have to start over on the story.
Yeah, you think the sun is 93 million miles away and it is this huge ball of fire.
So
or
what are
whatever,
you
right? But this
saying?
is a story.
You don't-
Listen,
Yeah.
the sun, the distances. You don't know this, right? We don't know the distance to the sun. Have you been to the sun? No, I
I'm
haven't been to
not
the
going
sun, right?
off of the distance. I'm going off of the measurements they have on how the
They're not
light
measurements.
The,
Okay,
no, listen,
calculations.
define measurement.
Who's
Define
they?
measurement.
the
Define
scientists,
measurement.
like all these different space
Eva,
places.
Who's
Eva,
the
they're not
The
measurements, they're
measurement of the
calculations.
8 minutes
and
that it takes from the sun to light, that's just fake. That's just made up.
No, it's not. Look, the distance to the sun is
Exactly.
a calculation, and it's based on what? Do you know what it's based on?
What?
It's ultimately based on that radius claim. So if that's falsified, then all of those other figures that they're giving you, like the distance to the sun and the other planetary bodies and
Yeah,
that kind of
remember
stuff,
that
that's all
curvature?
falsified too.
Remember that curvature that you've seen in the cartoons and you see on the movies and you so cool cartoons, right? And you see the curvature globe Earth, but when you go out there and you look for it, you never find that curvature in reality. Remember that curvature? They depend on that curvature to make the claims that you're making right now, like the distance to the sun, the distance to the moon, and all that. So when you falsify the claim of curvature and the radius of 30,959 miles, right? That radius, when you falsify that, then the other claims can go with it because there's no foundation to the claims.
You have to start all over again.
That's right. Got to start right over from the beginning where they started.
The edge. What do you think
Your
is
model?
on the edge?
Sorry, the model that your model started with the globe claim, right? All that stuff you're talking about all starts with the idea of the Earth as a globe. Get rid of that, and that whole thing falls apart. It's that simple.
Actually, the Earth, but yeah, I just thought about that. Like, there's got to be an edge, right? Because when it's a sphere, there's no edge because the atmosphere is
actually, that's
surrounding
wrong.
it.
There was supposed to be an edge. It was supposed to be in
So
that
where is
picture
it?
that I showed you.
Where is
1.2 miles, the geometric horizon edge. But yeah, exactly. Where is it? So therefore,
No,
not
I'm
a
talking
ball.
about like if the Earth is flat, it's not a circle, right? It's not a sphere. So it doesn't. You don't just like if I were to walk around the Earth. If I were to walk around the Earth, I'm gonna eventually land in the same spot.
No,
but if it's flat,
if you head
and
south.
I walk across
If you
the
walk
Earth,
around the Earth, you won't. If you walked south, yes, you would hit the disc. I think that's what you're trying to say. You just lack the basic vocabulary to say it. What is
Listen,
your
it's
question?
very simple. Don't overcomplicate it. When you talk about the edge of the earth, you reach a seashore and you reach water, right? And then you get on a boat and then you navigate on the boat and reach another seashore and you get on the ground again. And that's how it is everywhere. That's the only
that would
experience
require
that
a
you ever.
curve.
The
That
only
would require a
experience that
curve.
everybody had.
That would require a curve, which you say there is none of. You realize that, right? That would
You
no,
navigate. You go into a seashore. You go into a seashore and getting and navigating on top of the waters doesn't require any curve.
It's not an infinite plane. It's not an infinite plane. It eventually.
Nobody's claiming that. No one is claiming that.
we
Nobody
didn't
said
claim that.
We do know that.
We don't know what's
That's
at the
common
outer
knowledge.
limits of this place, man. Maybe ask the Navy if you're interested. They probably checked it out, but we don't know. And they're telling us that it's a ball, so they're probably not going to tell us.
Even though the Navy uses flat Earth. And so
why this is the thing. Any flat earther to claim? Why has there been anyone to say that they're going to go watch the edge?
Yeah.
Okay, here's how ridiculous your question is. Look. Why hasn't there been anyone who's found an edge or reported an edge? Blah blah blah. If somebody has found such a thing, it would probably be somebody in a position of authority. It would be like maybe the Navy or something like that. And those people are telling you that you're on the ball. So what makes you think that they're going to show you the outer limits of the flat Earth?
So these ancient astronomers, or I don't know if that's the word. The people that I don't know the word. I'm not gonna lie. These people that traveled the entire sea, they didn't find the edge.
How about you said I'm not gonna lie? Don't lie. You know what? People that are in the Navy or
I'm not talking about
Air
that.
Force, or, well,
I'm talking about
no. You said it. You said, "Well, I'm not going to speak for the Navy, but this is the way I think is that." This could possibly be true if this or that. What happens with people in the Navy and in the Air Force? They just travel from one port to another port. They go from port to port, across Earth.
Yeah, but
they don't pretend like they're just traveling across Earth and just willy-nilly figure this shit out. It's always been that way. When they built these ships, they travel from one port to another. They built these ports on the shores of different countries, so they travel from one port to another port. You think they just willy-nilly just, let's see if we can fucking just go over here and see if we...
Yeah, I'm
no, I just said that because they've explored Antarctica. We can't, so I'm just saying.
Who's they? Who's they?
Well, the Navy claims they have done so. So if you want to know something about that, go and ask them.
Hey, you sound very excited.
I'm just saying.
You said they.
Are you guys arguing? You both believe in the same thing. You know that, right? You guys are arguing right now.
Yeah, we know, dude.
I'm just saying, if you want to know what's at the outer limits of this place, ask somebody who has the ability to go there. It's not us. That's all.
And many people have.
Really?
Who's many people?
Like a ton of. I don't know them by name, obviously.
Okay,
but that's documented that people go around the Earth. That's a thing. Like shipments every day, cargo shipments every day.
You know what shipmen do? Just shipmen travel.
Just one
with
wiggle
the
around.
ship
if it was
one
flat,
port to another port.
Speaking. Hello. So you have this misconception that saying going around is going somehow in traveling on a ball, but you can have a round table that is flat, right? And you can go around your neighborhood, right? You can go around your house. There's no requirement for any of this curvature that you imagining when you say people go around the earth. You can go around town, around the city.
I think you're just looking at it a little bit too legitly. I'm not saying around as the Earth is round. I guess
that's the way you have to look at it instead of imagining things. Because when
Check
people
this out.
travel, to these places, they never take into account any of that imaginary.
When you
curvature.
travel
I'm
from
just
one
confused
port
because
to
if
another
it's
port, when you go on a flight or a ship, you travel from one port to another.
what?
My question is, why hasn't anyone ever done it though?
Why is this? Why did you
Wait,
say
wait,
what? Like I'm wrong about this.
completely answer me this, okay?
Look. My point only was that if the government or
wait.
something like that has explored those regions, they're telling you that Earth's a ball, so they're probably not going to report back any kind of an edge or something
Let's say
like that.
just okay.
Nobody does
That's all I
that.
was trying to
Someone just went straight continuously. What would happen? Would they reach an edge or would they fall off? What would happen?
You will reach if you go straight from the place you're standing on the.
If you just keep going straight.
You go straight.
Has anyone ever done that?
Straight. If you go, listen,
Yes.
you go straight from the place that you're standing right now, like your house or whatever town.
And you just keep
You're
walking.
gonna reach a seashore. You're gonna reach water, and then you're gonna need to swim or get a boat, and then you keep going straight, and then you're gonna reach another seashore, and you're gonna get on the ground, and you keep doing the same thing.
I'm going to make a major claim right here, right now. You cannot travel Dead Reckoning on Earth. You can't do it.
Yeah, you'll die. You'll die eventually.
What's
let me.
That's the other problem. If somebody's been to the extremities, they're probably dead now. So that's the other problem with hearing back from them.
Yeah, and that was my point. I mean, you guys were giving me shit, like fucking 2 minutes ago. That's not the way people travel across Earth. And that's what I was saying about the ships and airplanes. They travel from port to port. Nobody's going to go to straight line across Earth. There's no port there. They're not going that way.
How do you think
they
made
of course, I was kind of hinting at the bird missions and stuff like that, but I'm just saying.
Sure, that's part of it. That's part of it. But that's a military supported mission. And and he came back and reported on the Longines Chronicles thing, but nobody's done it. What, fucking 60, 70 years ago? Shit, man. I mean, who's done it since then? And
I
just
want to say what I'm confused about here, because if it's flat, like it's flat, right? That's your whole thing, right? The Earth is flat.
That's the Earth thing, buddy. It measures that way.
Yeah. Okay. So if someone just and I'm like 99% sure this has definitely happened, and it happens probably every day. Someone just goes straight. They're not gonna fall off. You know why? Because there's a curve.
They can't.
You're just saying they're gonna teleport to the other side? Like they're just gonna hit a point and then be at the other side of the Earth.
You made a claim.
Ship and go straight. Dead Reckoning. You know what?
Yeah, but that definitely has happened.
Happens every day. Okay, show us anybody who's done it, who's gone straight as far as they can until they came full circle.
Every day, cargo ships every day.
Dude, listen. Okay, so circumnavigation is possible.
I just explained this.
Circumnavigation is possible east to west, but not north to south.
Why not?
Because east to west are circles around the center point.
You go in a circle. You go in a circle east to west. If you took a dinner plate, put a north pole in the middle, you can still travel east to west. It takes you.
And why can't you travel north to south?
But if you go south, you end up in Antarctica, which encompasses the whole world.
Airplanes and ships only travel from one port to another. They don't independently travel. They travel when they're through shipping lanes.
Yes, but people in the world have circumnavigated the world.
What do you mean by hold on, everybody? Hold on.
Yeah.
What do you mean by circumnavigate?
People have went east to west around the world in a circle and ended up in the same spot.
No, they
but
haven't.
They have never done it
no.
north to south.
Actually, you're wrong. Never happened.
Arguing.
Never happened.
Oh my God.
Never happened.
Yeah, there's no reason to. Like you said, they go port to port. They don't just circumnavigate the Earth for the hell of it every day. Like,
yeah,
well,
but
no, they don't.
They
but
do
it's
because
possible.
Yeah, exactly. It's possible.
No,
because
it's not.
Curvature.
No.
Oh my God.
No, it's not. All right, tell me
this
how
guy's
it's
a lot of
possible.
misconceptions.
Hold on, tell me how it's possible that they can.
Because it's been done.
Where?
Okay, well,
Where?
cite it.
Show me.
Wait, 1 second. I gotta find it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry I'm yelling, but I mean,
cargo ships have no.
Why would
I
it
know
not be
for a
possible?
fact it's impossible, but I want you to show me.
What this guy just said is really weird. Basically, he's just saying that cargo ships circumnavigate the entire Earth every single day. Why would they do that? Why would they go all the way in a circle, full circle, right back to where they started? There's no purpose in that journey.
It was called the Transglobe Expedition. Search that
That's
up.
a really great story. It requires curvature, though, sadly.
What's your point,
Exactly.
This
There's
can happen on the
curvature.
flight, dude. No, dude.
Are you guys
we measured
serious?
it.
Hey,
There is
it
no
doesn't matter what it is.
This is like me debunking everything you just said by saying, yeah, there's curvature.
Yeah,
It
you
really
can,
isn't.
Yes, there's curvature.
You can just call the expedition.
yeah, you can say that. It's a great story, but there isn't. The Earth tells a different
Yeah, I mean, it's just like all you have to do is show us the link, show us the evidence, and then we'll shut up about it.
It doesn't matter if there's curvature. They went to the exact known other, like they followed that radius that you guys were talking about, and they went there.
No, they didn't. Nobody does
When?
that. Navigation doesn't use that.
No, because they did.
When
So
did it happen?
just
Show us.
teleport to the other side.
Hey,
So
I'm gonna have to moderate. This is a shit show at the moment. This is a shit show right now. So we're gonna have one person saying something, and whenever you're done, one person is gonna reply, and that's it.
I would like to just clear east and west up for this guy because I think that's a huge problem for him right now.
Yeah, I don't get where north and south went.
Yeah, so you can circumnavigate the plane east to west, no problem. Yep. You can go full circle and end up exactly where you began because on the plane, east and west are just circles around the center point, which is the North Pole. So no problem.
Using a vehicle, it'd be very difficult to actually do that.
Right, I'm just, hypothetically, that's what it is. East to west, they're just circles.
But
so
it
if you're
is
talking about somebody navigating that way, yeah, that's how you would do it. You would just follow east to west the whole time.
But you're going to be
that's all I was saying. It is
but
possible
nobody's ever
to
done it. Nobody's ever
So like, why is it only east and west or east and west? Like it's been shown.
Okay, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why right now. Because north is the center, right? South is any direction away from the center. Yeah, but it is because it's a plane, and that's the only way the cardinal directions can work on that. So that's how it is. East and west are circles around the center. North is the center. Any direction towards the center is north. Any direction away from it is south. That's how it goes.
North is the center?
It's very simple. It's not that complicated.
See, it's just like when you think it's complicated, then that's where you get all discombobulated and just start arguing with us about this. Freaking crazy, bro.
That's coming from the guy that has interrupted me 20 times.
Yeah, because you're saying some stuff that you're completely ignorant about.
It's okay. Just take it
I'm making a point.
Yeah, it's okay. You can bring your points, but the thing is also just like you're doing, listen to the replies and what people here are telling you.
Yeah, that's what the other guy's not doing.
Yeah, that's fine. Just ignore him.
Don't ignore me. But I mean, if you really have a good point,
which I did,
bring it. All right, which is you're going to share
through it.
You're going to share a link where someone
I already went through it.
Circumnavigated Earth east to west in a circle. Do you have any evidence for that? Because that's what I thought I heard you say.
I guess the whole thing is just you don't have evidence it didn't happen. I don't have evidence it did. You can just say that, and then it's so.
Isn't that a fallacy? What fallacy is that?
Well, I guess that's just I could say something, you could just say, nope, that's debunked because it's not a circle, which has happened 20 times.
Let me ask you this. Do you believe someone has done that?
Yeah, I really do, yes. And I think it happens every day.
Let's point out the fallacy. Who knows which fallacy is that? Where's Larry?
What Larry?
Hey, so since you don't know and I don't know, nobody knows.
Exactly. So you keep arguing the same thing and just debunking my points instantly, but the moment I do it back, it's just no, because you're right.
You actually missing the point because
your ideas.
The thing is that you're missing the point because nobody has measured the curvature that you're claiming.
I thought that's your whole point, that they measured the curvature to find it's flat. That was the whole thing, was it not?
No. People have gone out there to question, to test the claim of the curvature, and when they put that claim to test, it fails the test. Get it?
Traveling in a circle at the same latitude wouldn't prove anything about flatter globe anyway. So it's just a mute point, to be honest.
Kind of whole thing.
Mute. I said mute.
Well, he's trying to
moot point. It really doesn't prove anything about shape of Earth.
Let Goose talk.
Well, it was.
Eva, do you know what a triangle is?
No, I have no idea.
Triangle.
All right, Helio, explain him because he doesn't know what a triangle is.
Yeah, we really don't.
A triangle.
No.
I mean, a triangle. I learned this. I think in 5th grade. I think it's basic math. It was a triangle adds up to 180 degrees.
Did you learn a triangle in 5th grade?
Yeah, it's like I think I learned it. Well, it became a popular thing, as far as 5th grade. I think it's like a triangle has 3 angles and they add up to 180
No way.
degrees. Yeah, 180 degrees. Now, a right triangle has one 90-degree angle, and the other 2 angles, depending on what you're looking at and what you can see or how you're measuring. But inside the.
I know what a triangle is. It was a joke.
Okay. I don't have to explain it to you then, since you know what a triangle is.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty clear it was a joke.
So you
We don't joke here. We don't do that here.
No, we're serious people.
Okay.
Let's get on to what Jemsy has to say.
I think Eva's trying to just understand and ask some questions, and everybody's just confusing it. But it's like, I know a dude that drives ships, and he goes port to port. It's obviously not a one gas tank, but he travels around the world east to west. But you can't do it north to south.
Yeah, this one guy, the one guy that the greatest source out there. Not the other thousands of truckers, other thousands of drivers.
This is a wrong statement, though.
Yeah, so is his.
Why?
He said port to port, and then he said north to south. No,
I said you can't go north to south. Helio, are you wasted right now?
That's not the way that ships travel.
It loses me that I say a point, and then you disagree with it, and then someone else says a point, and then you agree with my point, arguing with the other person.
Well,
you see how you're doing that?
Listen.
What's a triangle?
All right,
he's just fighting everybody. That's all.
Here's my point. You said port to port, north to south. My port. I'm leaving from one port, traveling toward another port. Instead of actually traveling to the other port, I'm gonna travel to the south port. But it's not the port that I had the scheduled designation. Would you ever get on an airplane when you didn't know where it was going to land?
Yes.
Really? Where the fuck would you get on? Why the fuck would you ever get on an airplane when you didn't know where it was going to land?
Eva, you can't be sarcastic or make jokes here. Remember, these people believe the Earth is flat.
This isn't a joke. I mean, this isn't a joke. You're in danger if you didn't know where the fucking airplane was going to land.
Can you tell me what the circle is?
Matthew, you make plenty of jokes yourself.
Oh, that's true, but I know which kind to make.
Yeah, but this one is not a joke.
Globe model.
This is dangerous. If you think you're going to get an airplane, it's like, hey, I trust you, Captain. I don't know where we're going to land. Let's see what happens.
I think you're a little bit blackout drunk, and you are kind of confusing yourself.
You think, wait, this argument. All right, since I am inebriated, do you think my argument is stupid?
Yes.
Because, all right,
yes.
So
coming from a flat earther, yeah.
So you would actually get on an airplane and say, "Hey, I trust the pilot.
Oh my god,
he knows where we're going, even though my destination is south, but not to another port."
Sure.
Okay, well.
Anyway, no one can measure any curve anywhere. So, guys, Globers, just let it go.
That's it.
That's it. That's the end of it. I mean, you know how a ball works, right? I don't have to explain a ball to you.
I already debunked this.
Can you tell me how a compass would work?
Well, you didn't. Yeah, the compass points north. That's all.
Because of the electromagnetic field surrounding a circular Earth.
Because of that.
Yeah, surrounding the circular Earth. And that same field helps it rotate.
You said circular. Okay, welcome to Flat Earth.
Dude, you're confusing
you know what I mean.
sphere. Do you know the difference, right?
Yeah, I'm not. If you couldn't tell,
let this
I'm
sink
not
in.
the oldest.
No curvature. You tried this earlier. You tried to bring in the horizon, saying that the horizon is limited by Earth curve, right? We showed you that absolutely is not the case, that those limitations are not observed or measured anywhere, that we see way further than those limits would allow. So it's over. There's no curve. At this point, you guys are just coping and doubling down. But
I've also, you're saying like this measurement stuff. I've also heard like 5 different people. I'll say something about measurements, and then you'll say these same measurements are fake. I've heard that like 6 times.
They're not fake. They do different things. They don't directly measure drop over distance.
When I have a good point, they are fake.
No, listen.
No, that's how that works.
They don't directly measure drop over distance of the surface of the Earth. They do extraneous things like they'll measure shadow angles and stuff like that, and then they'll try to extrapolate a radius of the presupposed ball that they say that they're working with from that, right? Nobody has ever measured direct drop over distance. They always do some sort of a side thing and then try to reify the globe with that.
Which isn't that the same thing you're doing with the measurement? I saw the picture.
No, we're directly measuring the surface to see if it actually curves away. So
you're going ruler measuring the surface.
Yeah, exactly.
We live on Earth. We can measure it. Isn't that something?
Yeah, but wouldn't we just use those same measurements and then prove it wrong? Or is it like I don't really understand?
Prove what wrong?
I don't know. I'm kind of confused. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, this is strange. It's like,
yeah, this is pretty simple.
Yeah, you're in a
pretty dang simple
airplane or a boat.
I think it might be a language barrier. Is it?
I'll help you.
It probably is.
Jump on an airplane and just like, hey, I can't figure out what port I'm going to land at.
I'm 14. You guys are in your late 20s doing this.
Eva, take a basketball. Take a basketball, stick a ruler on top of it, and then measure the drop between the ruler and the basketball. Actually, you don't even have to measure it. Just observe that it's there, right? We can do the same thing with the Earth if it's supposed to be curving away the same way that basketball is. We can use lasers and stuff like that. There should be enough divergence at a few miles that it would be very obvious based on the globe claim. There isn't. That's it.
Hey, CB, I think what their problem is they just don't like to consider the idea of flat Earth.
No, I just don't understand it.
No,
dude, what I just said.
That's cool. I completely understand that you don't understand it because I didn't understand it, from the beginning either. No,
so let's give him some clean answers.
Yeah.
Well,
I think that
if you want some clean answers, you're going to have to ask some real questions so that we can give you some genuine answers. How about you take us seriously so that you can actually have some real questions so that we can take you seriously?
It's hard to take you seriously. I won't
All
lie.
right, cool. All right. So why wouldn't you?
I
You
wouldn't.
think
I
that?
wouldn't take it seriously.
Hold on, everybody. So,
God
so
damn it,
you
Helio.
think? I know. Fuck me. God
Whoa.
damn it, Helio. So the reason you think flat Earth is completely ridiculous is because everybody knows that the globe is real. Anyway, but as far as the travel industry, when you're using boats and planes, when you're traveling across Earth, this is something we should consider. Now, if the Earth were a globe, I mean, and all of the masters of the universe, which is only Earth, the only universe is Earth. That means one place, or one spoken word, or which is the place of Earth.
That's good enough, Helio. I'm gonna apologize for senior citizen and
All right, so
have any questions?
On to the 3 points with this guy. I think you could really use it for his sake and our sake. So Eva, Eva or whatever. Do you know of any time in the past?
Drunk, Helio.
Yeah. So Eva or or whatever. Do you know of any time in the past of when anyone's ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth that you speak of, and the method of how they did that to find the radius value?
One more time.
Do you know of any time anyone's ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth, like an arc segment of the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, didn't you just tell me they did that? And then...
Well, no, we were telling you that we falsified it, which would make my question kind of redundant, but just to help us understand each other, I'm asking you anyway.
I'm just wondering, they measured the entire Earth, not just this small segment, right?
No. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. When I say arc segment, do you know what I mean by arc segment?
Yeah,
so,
but
I mean a small section of a circle or a sphere.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm not saying like measuring from the center, the globe Earth, to the surface, 3,959 miles. I'm not talking about, bring a measuring tape around the whole circumference. I'm talking about just an arc segment of the curvature of the Earth that you believe in.
Yeah, but why not do the full Earth just to truly prove yourself? I don't get that.
Because you wouldn't need to. That would be redundant.
No,
you would
because
only need an arc segment to prove that it's curving at all.
No. What makes a segment an arc segment?
So you know what a circle is, right?
No.
Yes.
All right. So if I were to cut, a section of a circle out, like 1/10 of a circle, that would be an arc segment of a circle.
Now,
much like how you can have an arc now much like how you can have an arc segment of a circle, you can have an arc segment measurement of a spherical object.
Now imagine that's an a billionth of that circle. That is gonna be flat.
No, you're gonna have to.
I'm not talking about a billionth, though. I didn't say that.
But that's how Earth is. That's how that works.
You are being
a circle is not accurate to Earth. That's not how that works because it's
okay.
way
Let's just
different
bring
in
it back
proportion.
Hold on. Let's try to not get too confused here. Do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth that you believe in?
Yeah, you just told me that they measured an arc or whatever, right?
No, I didn't tell you that. I'm asking you if anyone's ever done this.
I don't.
Okay. So, all right, but you believe that the Earth is a ball, right? You believe the Earth is a planet, right?
Yes. Like
okay.
Normal.
But you don't know. You just believe someone else did it, but you don't know how. But all right. So, do you know of any time in the past that anyone has ever directly measured axial rotation of the Earth? We observe the sun moving across the sky as the day goes by. We feel the Earth as being stationary, but we were told in school that the Earth is spinning on an axis, and that's why we have day and night.
Yeah, the
sun is relatively stationary. So, do you know of any time that anyone's ever measured axial rotation of the Earth?
Yes, all the time. They measure specific points in the universe. What do you think, like, constellations are? They measure those. Even the people way back, way back, they did this. They would measure those, and then they would see where the Earth moved in relativity to those. You notice.
So you're pointing at the stars.
Right?
You're talking about the stars, right? So the thing is,
moves.
let's go back to my question, Eva. Listen carefully to my question. I'm asking you, do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured axial rotation of the Earth? I'm not talking about the stars or the sun or the moon.
Yeah, I just explained it to you.
Rotation of the Earth.
Yeah,
I know, but
you
wouldn't be taking a direct measurement of this by pointing at something else and looking at something else.
You're using math and not being stupid, like you said.
I didn't say anything about math.
Yes, your friend there did a whole bunch. Central did. He said all these claims are backed up by math. I just gave you a claim that's backed up by math, and you said it's wrong.
So math doesn't always reflect reality. Do you understand that?
Okay.
So I might be able to.
You're right.
It does. So is negative? Can I have -5 apples in reality?
What?
So I can write -5. Eva, so I can write -5 on a piece of paper, right? And it's a real number, right? -5, right? All right. But I can write 5 apples on a piece of paper, and I can write -5 apples on a piece of paper. And I can have in reality 5 apples in my hands, but I can't have -5 apples in my hands, can I?
What? What are you saying?
So what I'm trying to illustrate to you, Eva, is math doesn't always reflect reality. Math can reflect reality, and math can also not reflect reality.
Central just told me your whole thing is about math. So if it doesn't reflect reality, I'm only wrong because you don't like what I'm saying.
You were just clearly not listening to me. Whatever.
Dude, can you just answer the questions that are asked you? Your response had nothing to do with the question that you were asked.
Yeah. So maybe I should ask it just one more time just to see if you can get it. So do you know of any time anyone's ever proven that the Earth is spinning on an axis?
Yeah, I said this. I literally said this.
Okay, great. Elaborate.
I did.
So continue on it then.
They find constellations, and they measure these relative to the Earth and where they stand.
Okay, so the sky is spinning, and you assumed it was actually the Earth. Start over.
Moron! That has nothing to do with the question.
Oh my god, you sound so cute.
Yeah, okay, but with
because it's spinning on an axis.
Guys, maybe I can help with this, guys. I think there's a way to help him with this. So, Eva, if I have a living room, all right, and I have lights on the ceiling, if the lights on the ceiling are moving, does that mean that my living room floor is moving if the lights on the ceiling are moving?
You realize the Earth isn't spinning that fast, right? It's not noticeable.
No, you realize it's supposed to be spinning.
What I'm saying, I'm asking you, Eva, does if the lights on my ceiling are moving, does that mean that the floor is moving because the lights are moving?
What?
If I have lights above my living room,
it's depending on the situation. But if the light moving or is the floor moving? How am I supposed to know? How am I supposed to know?
Right. So what you've done
come on. This is an honesty test, Eva. This is an honesty test. We want to see if you can have an honest conversation. If I have just a living room floor, all right, and there's lights on my ceiling, and if the lights have the ability to move back and forth on the ceiling, does that mean that the floor is moving?
I have no way of knowing. This is kind of stupid because...
Can't you just say no? It doesn't mean, if correlation is not causation.
Yeah,
Can you understand that?
I don't know what your point is here. The floor could be moving.
My point is, correlation is not causation. Do you know what that means? Correlation is not causation. Do you know what that means?
No.
Oh, so he just admitted it.
I'll give you another example of this. So the sun rises in the morning and the rooster crows. All right.
Yeah.
You're familiar with this?
Yeah.
And so does that mean that the sun rises the next morning because the rooster crowed? Or did those two things just happen independent of each other?
I don't know. It's not that the rooster crowed, it's that the Earth spun around on an axis.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is, so you would agree with me that the sun didn't rise because the rooster crowed, right? Even though they both happened at the same time?
Because the Earth is on an axis.
Orion,
well, yeah, but you're just reaffirming the consequence. You just keep stating what you're trying to prove. We're asking you for evidence to prove this, and you just keep stating it as fact, but not presenting any evidence. Do you understand that?
I'm not saying any. I'm just proving what you say wrong.
Well, you're not doing that actually, because everything that you say relies on the assumption of a ball. But
who's
remember how
yelling? Who's yelling at me right now? You seem a little bit upset.
Yeah, I'm just saying that you're not actually managing to prove anything wrong, because everything that you argue rests on the assumption of the ball, but we already showed you that there's no curve.
Everything you say rests on the assumption that the Earth is flat.
No, it's not an assumption.
You take a tiny yeah, this tiny little arc, this like a billionth of the Earth.
It measures
Hey,
flat.
those
are your claims. Those are your claims.
Yeah, so I hope that this next part of this conversation isn't me
Would you
explaining
want to
what
know that the Earth is flat? If the Earth was flat, would you want to know, Eva?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Well, now you know. We showed you the measurements. Well, you can take some time to take those in to understand
say
them.
that math is not always correct, or like
Didn't someone just say that? Wasn't that the whole argument? What, 5 minutes ago? And I brought exactly what you set up.
Math is always not.
It doesn't
not
always
right.
represent reality.
Exactly. So what would it represent?
Everyone here is talking about math.
Yeah.
The math proved that the Earth is
We
not
can
curved.
test the claims, the positive globe claims, using geometry, math, right?
So I said something, and I gave reasoning with math and stuff. You said I was wrong. Why
It is wrong.
But why is
because there
yours
is the
wrong?
math.
Your math is just smarter?
No.
Your math is just smarter?
There isn't a match between the globe math and reality. That's the problem. They've given us the math. We've compared it to reality and found no match. So
yeah, it has to match reality. So that's number
Eva,
one.
you just said yourself that reasoning and math. You see, the reason why it doesn't work is because it is reasoning and math. Because I could use reasoning and math to try and prove that Superman flies, but reasoning and math doesn't mean that Superman actually exists. We need measurements.
Are you saying Superman?
You might have reasoning, but it could be fallacious reasoning and math that doesn't reflect reality. So you can have reasoning and math, but it's fallacious reasoning, and math that doesn't reflect reality. But having those two things together doesn't prove the Earth to be a ball.
What I get is that you're saying the reasoning in my math is worse because
there isn't
what I'm saying is wrong.
It and reality. That's what.
Because I said there was.
No, let's break it down, Eva. No, let's
said,
break it down.
I said,
Orion, were you doing the 3 points? Were you?
Yeah, it kind of was. So
okay, so why don't we get back to that? And Eva destroyed his own argument when he said it could be me moving or it could be the lights on the ceiling moving. He destroyed his own argument.
Yes. No, I didn't say it was me moving. I said it's the lights or the floor.
Right.
Same thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Same thing. Apply it to Earth. So you need to prove that Earth is actually moving.
Yeah, but then that just debunks both of our stuff, does it not?
Eva, wait for him to finish speaking, Eva.
So you can't just point at lights in the sky and assert that it is because Earth is moving and that's not the lights in the sky moving.
Why not?
You need to positive.
It's antithetical to what you observe. It's antithetical to what you observe. If you see a car driving past you, do you go, "Man, I'm going fast"?
What?
The default is that the car is the thing that's driving past you. The car is the thing that's observed moving.
You.
No, I'm saying that the car is the thing that's observed moving the same way that the sky or the sun is the thing that's observed moving. You're the one who wants to take it a step further and make a claim that's antithetical to that, so the burden is on you to demonstrate that that is the case.
Ron, God, I'm losing brain cells, whatever you're saying.
Yeah, well, you never had many to begin with because you weren't following too good.
You sound a little upset. Are you good? It's okay.
No, it's fine, man. There's just no curve of the Earth. And I'm cool with it.
I want you to know you're getting mad at a 14-year-old. Come on,
Ava, I'm just curious. Do you have a father figure in your life? Like,
yeah, I do.
We're talking about daddy now.
You can't tongue police in here, and even in lieu of having no evidence at all. That's not an excuse.
No, because your evidence is that my evidence is worse because I'm wrong.
Math here. No, because it's
but
not
you haven't proven anything.
What we're asking for.
Yeah, but neither have you, because your evidence, like I just said, is that space. Okay. Someone said that we don't.
You're getting spastic, buddy. You need to just slow down and take a look at the things that we've given you, because I think it's an overload for today.
Yeah, so
I just want to point out. That
yes, server muted.
I just want to point out that your evidence is we know the Earth's a ball because people on ships are circumnavigating investigating it. You just say that there's a story that people are going around on the ball, and then your evidence for Earth is spinning is people look at stars and that's how they calculate. You're not actually presenting anything. You're just saying things that don't really make sense. You're not explaining anything. You're just saying these stories that people tell
Was
you.
that statement to Eva?
Yeah, it's Eva.
Right. So all he was asked was, does he know of anybody in history or any time and the method by which axial rotation of the Earth was measured or detected? And he tried to go to the stars. Yeah, the stars are moving, so therefore Earth's moving, right? He's affirming the consequent and begging the question. So,
Yeah,
and we
just
have
pure assumptions.
astrophysicists. Right, we have astrophysicists, theoretical physicists, Einstein.
You know what's really
there's a bunch of
fascinating about that is all of us see the same shit happening. It doesn't matter if you believe the Earth is a globe or it's flat. We all see the same thing.
Yep, I can't deny it.
Well, it's evident in the way that they talk about it, because they say you see the sun move, you see the stars move, and then they take the next step and say, well, it's actually us.
What?
No, I'm just saying that you say the same thing that we all say. We all say the same thing.
Let's start with the standard, right? All of us, it's like, hey, like if you're standing right in front of someone, I'm a flat earther, you're a globe earther, right? All right, well, let's watch the sun move across the sky. The reason I see the sun move across the sky is because the Earth is a globe, and I'm the guy that's a flat earther, right? But we're standing right next to each other. He thinks that the Earth is going across the globe.
Isn't the only reason you see the stars move is because of the rotation of the Earth?
That's going to require curvature. So right back to the beginning again, I guess.
All right, so I'll shut up. You guys see where I'm coming from.
But
go ahead.
That's my point, though, is that's going to require curvature, which is you instantly debunking it for no reason. You don't even hear him out.
No. The reason is that there's no curvature, so it's not a spinning ball.
But exactly. You're just immediately getting rid of his claim because you think you're right. Do you see my point?
No. I don't just think I'm right. No, this is measured to not be curving, therefore it can't be a ball. So I hope that the next part of this conversation isn't me having to explain to you.
You're getting really excited. You're getting really excited. That's not the reason. That's not the reason.
Helio, stop. Eva does not understand that he has a burden of proof, and the reason why is because it's antithetical to your own senses and everybody else's as well. So therefore, you have the burden of proof, Eva, not us.
Exactly.
Yeah, but sure. I mean,
yeah, but it's hard to present.
We all used to think that it was a globe too.
Fucked up. Stop, Helio. Stop skipping by a very important fucking part. This is the fundamental thing.
You see, it's hard to explain things when I say something about space, giving you a good reason, and you instantly
don't have a good
measurement. No, you got to be stopped, because unless you provided the measurement of curvature to use for that statement.
See, and that's why you guys can't be debunked, because instantly when someone tries, you say they're wrong.
You said it yourself. We can't be debunked because you don't have a curvature measurement.
No, because your brain doesn't comprehend other ideas.
No. It does. Listen, buddy. All of our brains comprehend the globe our entire lives. Every single one of us here in this room is an ex-glober. The person who couldn't make,
and then you hit a little bit, hit your head a little bit hard, and now you're here.
The person who couldn't make the adjustment to reality is you, okay? The rest of us did it. We looked at the measurements of the surface of Earth, saw it wasn't curving, and we went, okay, you are the one with the comprehension issues because we took that step, you can't. So you got it all backwards.
Yeah, and we're not teaching our method or anything in the schools all over Earth, okay? You got that part? So you have the burden of proof, period.
Listen, you're making claims without giving any evidence to back your claims.
No, I did, and then you said it was wrong because the Earth is spherical.
Your claims.
No, I did.
Your evidence,
no, I did.
has nothing to do with your claim.
Actually,
lights in the sky. Listen. Please stop interrupting. Lights in the sky moving has absolutely nothing to do with proving that the Earth is spinning. Okay?
No, because it does.
No, it doesn't.
Using Using math,
just
they
look
calculate
at
the
this.
location of the Earth in
It
relativity
doesn't
to those
mean you are
constellations.
correct.
Yeah,
Oh my
guess what
God.
Doesn't
that
mean you
needs?
are
The
correct.
radius.
We're going
I
in a
told you
circle
this
here.
already.
What? Does,
Yeah, it needs the radius. I told you this already. The radius doesn't work without the curve. Remember?
Radius doesn't work without the curve.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
so he just
wait,
he
wait.
said that because
I got
he,
another
he
point
just
here.
said, hey, you said that because the luminaries, the lights in the sky are
Illuminati?
moving. That means that the ground you're standing on is spinning, right?
Yeah, it does.
No,
Is that
it's spinning around the sun and it's spinning itself.
That's a like.
because
That's
you
a
see
right
the lights in the because you see the lights in the sky moving. That
No,
means
they
that
did
the
the
ground
math.
you're standing on.
They did all the calculations, but once again,
When you
those
say
are
they,
reality.
when you say they, what's the name? Who's they?
Famous astrologers. Here, I'll try and find one.
Who?
Astronomers.
I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to say it. I
Yeah,
won't
you
lie.
know
I
what the
won't
fuck
lie.
you're talking about. That's been a theme here the whole time. Why don't you listen? Because that's obviously what you need to do.
You see, when you use big words, you don't get your point through more. You just make me not get the point.
I dumbed it.
Speaking of points, can we just go back to the 3 points? So we were on the second one. Eva, so do you know of any time in the past that anyone's ever directly measured the axial rotation of the Earth? Not movement of the stars, not movement of the sun, not movement of the moon, but movement of the Earth. Has anyone ever measured that?
That's how they do it with the stars in relativity.
Who did it?
I don't know.
So
I learned
wait,
this in
let's go back to the chicken.
yesterday.
Let's go back to the chicken and the sun. So
Hold on, it
Eva,
doesn't matter
when
who
the
did
sun
it.
rises on the farm and the chicken crows, does the sun rise because the chicken crowed?
Just confusing him. He doesn't know.
No,
because this
right?
is
The
a
sun didn't rise-
hypothetical question.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, just because the chicken crowed and the sun rose doesn't mean the sun rose because the chicken crowed. Just
And
because
why
the
does that
sun is
mean the
moving
Earth is
doesn't mean
flat?
the Earth is moving. No. What I'm saying is, just because the sun is moving doesn't mean the Earth is moving. Do you understand that?
Understand that. He's too
Do you understand that?
No.
So let me ask you this. Let me just ask you a simple question. Why would you think that the lights in the sky have anything to do with the ground?
Because we're surrounded by space. You know that, right?
Yeah, you know that's not what that is because we already talked about how that's a violation of
because the Earth isn't spherical and we're surrounded by nothing. Is that the thing?
No, nobody's making that positive claim.
It's
That's
just
more or less
that's what
your
you
positive
said.
claim, but it requires
Maybe you should ask it again. Let's give him a second to think about this. Eva, why would you think that the lights in the sky have anything to do with the ground?
What? Because
Well,
okay,
you
were
just asked
telling
you
me
for
to
axial
measure
rotation, and you said, "All right."
You were telling me to measure like the actual this how it spins, right? They did that by seeing where one thing stays in relativity
that's
to
begging
where
the
they are.
question that the Earth is the thing rotating.
What?
Yeah, you're just starting
it
with the
is.
assumption that you're the thing rotating and then using the sky as a reference. You can't do that.
Because it is. No, because it is.
Okay, because it is. So your argument essentially is it's spinning because it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you admit it at least. Great.
Well, I mean, if you couldn't tell, I don't work in NASA or whatever. I'm not
I know. So why are you
smart.
here defending their crap? You don't work for them. They're not paying you. You're not on their payroll. So why are you here doing
craziest
this?
thing is, neither do you.
And so he kind of went off on a tangent here. Let's go back to the question. I asked you for axial rotation of the Earth, and you said something about the stars and something. So my question is, why would you think that the things moving in the sky, the luminaries moving in the sky, have anything to do with the ground? Why would you say that proves the ground is moving?
Oh, Ryan, he just said it. He said it's because he assumes that the Earth is the thing that's spinning when he looks at the sky.
Yeah, because I'm listening to the people that are smart. You know, not the
Right.
people you find on Reddit
But
subreddits.
it's
You know what
just
I
an
mean?
assumption, right? Like it's a baseless assumption. There's nothing you're basing it on that's solid. Just
Other than the Nobel
No.
what is it, Peace
No,
Prize
can
or
I get a
something?
moment?
I can't remember.
Can I get a moment on that specific matter? Give us a
which
moment
one
on
with
that
the Nobel?
specific matter.
Wait, Eva,
Give
which
us
one
one
with the Nobel?
second. We
Which
have
one with the Nobel?
subject matter experts which declare you wrong, stating that there is no way to prove whether it is the Earth moving or things in the sky moving, and they can make models based on mathematics, which you cannot disprove based on observations. It can only be disproven on philosophical grounds,
Including
from your own subject matter field experts.
That's right, including guess who, Eva? Einstein, one of your priests there, said that himself. So you're so keen on appeals
didn't
to
really
authority.
talk about
That's
Einstein. I didn't bring up Einstein, did I?
Eva is
No.
claiming to be more intelligent than Einstein right now. This very
I
minute.
said I didn't bring him up. What are we going on about here? Didn't 5 minutes ago I called myself kind of dumb because I'm 14 years old.
You're claiming to be
say
smarter
that?
than Einstein right now.
I just said
what did
what?
Einstein say?
I'm going
Yeah,
off
can we
of
go on to
other people's
third
claims,
point a
not
little bit?
his.
Yeah.
I'm going off of other famous people's
Einstein
claims,
said
not
it
his.
could not be told, like if it is moving or not. Einstein said that. You're
Yeah,
claiming
but
to be
then
smarter now than Einstein.
200 other people said it can.
Oh my God! Show us the
No,
measurement.
So Eva, do you believe in this thing called the vacuum of space, right? The vacuum of space. You believe it exists, right?
Listen,
yeah.
Right. All right. So in a movie, when someone goes to the vacuum of space and they open up the airlock door without evacuating the air first, so there's still a bunch of air in there. What happens to all the air inside the spaceship when they open up the door?
It just mixes with the empty space.
Yeah. It's equilibrium, right? It finds its equilibrium with the vacuum outside.
So,
right?
but the atmosphere holds our air pressure, and is that what you're getting to, or no?
Well, that's not what the claim is, but what I'm saying is that's what would happen with the Earth, to the best of my knowledge, if the vacuum of space was a real thing. So my question is, why do you think that isn't happening with the air down here on Earth?
Because a lot of smart people said it, not you.
So
oh boy! So basically, this is just going to come down to you using other people's brains.
Didn't you just bring up Einstein? What, a second ago?
Yeah, I did that because you are the guy who likes appealing to authority.
Did you do the calculations? No, you didn't. You're just going off of what other people said.
No,
right?
I did do them, and I showed them to you. That's
you manually did them all.
No, we did the Pythagorean theorem about the horizon distance, and we checked out the Earth to see if it
But
matched.
your whole thing was a second ago was that they manually did it. So now it's math.
No measurement of curvature.
I'm a little bit confused.
You have no measurement of curvature. Your side has brought nothing to the table as far as to prove that it's a ball in the first place that is rotating, or that gas pressure can exist under any circumstances in reality without a container. So you have the burden of proof. All three are your claims, not ours. We just had to tell you what your own claims are because you run away from your own claims. It's the most amazing religion I've ever seen in my entire life.
If you went up to someone that landed on the moon, what do you think they're going to say? They're going to say the Earth is flat.
Show us gas pressure without a container.
What?
You're just obsessed with stories, buddy.
Yeah, because they're true, and I'm not stupid.
Okay, yeah, because why? You said so?
No,
and I said that your brain is pine cone, so therefore it must be true, right? Because I said it.
I mean, no, no, because they have evidence, right?
No, they don't. Because if
but
they did,
do.
there would be Earth curvature that any one of us could measure, but there isn't. So no, they don't have any evidence for any of those.
And back to my point, how we're only a billionth of the Earth, we wouldn't be able to measure it; it would be flat.
My God, you're just so.
We're not, dummy. You don't know your own claim. So much of what Glovers come in here and do is just misunderstand their own claim. It is not too big to be able to measure it, because if it were, they would never claim to have been able to measure it in the first place. There would be a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot observer height. That's easy enough to find. It's way further than that. We've been through all this. Like, what don't you get?
Do you have a job?
Oh my God.
It's non sequitur, red herring, irrelevant.
Hey, do you know what the radius is of this globe Earth we were taught in school is?
It's like 3,900. You were talking about it earlier, something like that.
Yeah. So, do you think that's too big to measure or something?
No, but you saying a couple people measuring that, yes. Unless you
8 inches
measure
per mile squared. 8 inches per mile squared. That's a big drop over just 10 miles, 66 feet. You don't think that can be measured?
Oh, Texas won.
Don't.
Well, you're crazy.
But that's not true. Because that's not true.
True. What part isn't
Well,
true?
It just isn't. The fact that it only takes one. No, it doesn't.
Your little mind games. Your little mind games don't match reality.
Is that all your claim is?
That's the
No.
whole thing. It's very simple. To break it down, your little fairy tales about calculations and these smart people has not proven your fairy tale globe in any way, means, or shape. Not at all.
Okay.
Not in any case. You have nothing. What can you show for this globe Earth? Where's the curvature measurement? You said a Nobel Prize. It should be a Nobel Prize for an actual measurement of this drop over distance or an obstruction at a certain distance at a certain height, just like we show you in the Black Swan. But this is done over and over again, up to 255 miles and more in infrared. These are long distance photographers doing this because they wanted to get the longest distance photograph, and they did that, and it debunks the globe by there should be more than a mile of water hump in between the viewer and that other mountain.
Why?
You're done.
Because of your globe. Do you not understand what you're here defending, buddy? Is that why you're
No.
defending it? Because you don't get it?
I'm just trying to learn why you think it's flat, but then
Because it is not curving.
Flat. Measures.
Okay, wait. Back to this. If it's completely flat, then if you completely go straight,
over
what
water,
happens?
We're going in a circle here. We're going right back to this.
So when I look in the sky, what am I seeing?
For a second.
We're not looking at the sky. We're talking about
Can
the
you
Earth's
let somebody
surface
else
over
talk?
water.
Listen, every claim that you make, you have zero evidence to back it up. All you have is
Take it back a little bit, okay?
Well, everybody's talking over me, and you're constantly doing. But anyways, all you have is assumptions, and you're pleading to authority. That's all you have. You have brought nothing to the table to support your argument. Do you understand that?
Yeah, and
Zero.
you're getting mad instead of just nicely
Because
explaining
this is
why
a
it's
total
flat.
waste of time.
Dude, we already
because
did
you
that
don't
for you.
explain
We did that
it
in
in dumb terms. I'm dumb. Imagine that. I'm
Listen,
really
Eva,
dumb.
Here's how I want to explain it to you that no one else has brought us anything else. Some people have been looking here 8-9 years, and no one been asking these same questions we're asking you, and no one on the globe side has ever brought anything to the table as far as a real, actual documented. This is the actual.
Can I say why?
That we can repeat and show that's
Can you give an excuse?
Can I say why? Because you guys studied this fake stuff.
Stop interrupting. Fuck.
You guys studied this fake stuff. We don't study what's real. Why would?
Okay, how do you know it's fake? Let's test you right now on what you've learned so far about what we've said so we can determine whether or not you could know whether it's fake. What is the maximum geometric distance to the horizon on the globe at 1 foot observer height?
Say that one more time, but imagine
What is the
I'm
maximum
14.
geometric distance to the horizon at a 1 foot observer height if you're on the globe that you believe in?
I'm
I've said it
14.
about
Just
a
keep that
dozen
in
times.
mind. Keep it
Okay,
in mind. man.
look, you're being an asshole right now because you just said that everything we showed you was fake, but you don't even know what we showed you as I just exposed. So why don't you take the time to take it in and then go from there instead of just knee-jerk deciding that everything that we're giving you is just
You see,
BS.
I want a nice, calm.
He's
I want a
appealing
calm.
to ignorance.
I want a calm, simple.
Where's the next pretender clown? This one's worn out.
Yeah, this guy's broken.
Yeah, he was about to say, I want a calm, open discussion, even though he just was like trolling us the whole fucking time. Anyway,
he doesn't know what we said, but he knows.
Thanks for muting me, in the process. I love you guys. I don't actually mind you doing it, but that's fine.
I don't
know. You need it sometimes.
How dare that?
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, hey,
you're welcome, Haley. You're welcome.
Okay.
Yeah, well, fuck you too. Love you. I fucking love you guys. But yeah, I mean, look, these dipshits coming in and say, well, here's what I said, and you didn't, and well, you didn't say that. It's like, well, here's what I said, and I didn't say that, and then it's like, oh, and they just act like they're.
He's still here, man. He's still here.
Yeah.
Fuck, he's
trying to
still gonna do the same.
Man. Thank you for sticking around, man. Thanks for sticking around.
I've been listening.
Kind of fun earlier.
Let's do the same.
So Eva,
yeah.
So Eva, when you go to this vacuum of space, you believe in it. Most of us here, we don't really believe in it. Matthew might though. But when you go to this vacuum of space in a spaceship and you open the door, what happens to all the air outside? It just rushes out, right?
I think I don't really know, but yeah, I guess.
14. Yeah, you're 14. You don't know anything, right? That's looks.
Yeah.
I assume.
Yeah, so why should we be here listening to you?
The air just rushes out, right, and find its equilibrium. The gas pressure inside finds its equilibrium with the low pressure outside, right?
You know what equilibrium? You know what equilibrium means?
Yes.
Yeah, and do you know what equilibrium means?
Yes.
All right. So my question is, what is to stop all the air from rushing off of the surface of the Earth and just finding its equilibrium up there in the vacuum of space? Trillions of miles across.
Thousands of tight gases compressed in our creating an atmosphere.
Oh, is that what you think happened?
I like that. Tight gases. I don't think I've heard that one before. Tight gases.
Is that what happens in the available volume of an infinite vacuum?
Tight gases, man. That's hot right there. There's some tight gases up there.
Man, I'm glad
very
I wasn't doing something right at that very moment. I'm so happy I wasn't.
How about making it really simple? Just ask them, do you know of any example of having gas pressure without a container? Do you know of any?
Due to gravity.
Wait, what?
No.
Say that again.
Do you know of any example of having gas pressure without a container?
Yes.
Where?
He's going to beg the question. Yeah.
You have to be able to show it. Show it.
Show
it when, where, and how it can be done.
That's what you were trying to prove. So do you see how you're trying to use what you're trying to prove what you're trying to prove? Do you see the problem with that, Eva?
In Missouri.
It's like 2 a.m. for you guys. Oh my.
Them tight gas.
So Eva, you're trying to use what you're trying to prove what you're trying to prove when you say Earth as an answer to that question, right? So you see the problem with that?
That's called begging the question.
I don't know what you just said.
So he just asked you if has anyone ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container, and you just said the Earth. And don't you see that we're trying to prove that that's even possible to begin with? So you can't use that to prove it because that's what we're trying to prove to be possible to begin with. So you have to come up with another example, any other example other than the Earth. Do you understand that?
Then tight gas.
Well, we don't have another example because we haven't explored that far. And if we were to say the moon, you're just gonna say no. You see, I could give you an example. The moon.
I'm trying to help you out, bro. You don't know anything. You don't even know anything about gas pressure or how it even exists. So stop talking like you know something, unless you're going to bring something otherwise. Like you can show gas pressure without a container anywhere in reality. We'll be We'll be really happy to look at that. So please, if you're going to start opening your mouth, before you open that pie hole, think about what you're saying because words are important. Choose your words carefully and provide actual proof of these 3 claims of yours, not our claims. They're yours. Curvatures first, rotation, gas pressure without a container. Any one of those 3, take your pick, go to town. Don't come back acting like you're your loyalty. Why are you loyal to this globe thing? Like you're at the altar.
Because I don't have a brain deficiency.
And that's why.
No, you're just a troll. You're nothing but a troll. You're not here to learn anything. You're just a troll.
I was, but then you started yelling so much, and I can't hear anything.
Nobody's yelling. See, we're asking you for proof of your globe, and you haven't provided.
And every single time I ask you for proof of yours, everyone just starts yelling when I prove it wrong.
I'm to you, but you don't stop talking to an elder.
Okay. Wait. Calmingly, and calmingly, and in layman's terms, tell me. Why the Earth is flat?
I did that about 50 times. No curve. No curve.
You're too smart.
Oh well. Okay. Well, one of the dumb ones will help you. Sorry.
One of the dumb ones. You want to step up? Scrat.
I'll be dumb. I can be dumb. I thought I dumbed it down, but whatever.
No, not
Yeah,
at all.
well, I'm here. I gotta go in like 5-10 minutes, man. Tops.
You understand that you're the one
They
who's
asked for
making
one of the dumb
without
ones. I'm here. I can handle this from here. You guys just chill out, take a chill, grab a beer or something. You'll be fine. I promise.
Yeah, Earth, do this chill suck. Actually, this is probably your best bet. Talk.
Even man, 14, bro. How's that driver test going, man? I was
I
working
haven't done
on
it.
mine
Not yet.
at 14.
Not yet.
Not yet? Yeah, get
Not
on it early, man. Before they make all cars robots or something. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. Speed this up a little bit.
No, man. I'm not going to speed anything up because to get things done right, man, you got to chill and relax and kind of think things through, man. If you go too fast, man, you might miss a couple of steps and hurt yourself. Slow down.
Yep.
I don't know if you ever build anything for a living, like a
computers,
chair, or table,
not living.
Car. You ever build a car?
I've built some computers.
Computers.
Like, done some stuff with them.
Did you use the ceiling lights to build your computer?
No, not usually. It's usually daytime.
Why didn't you use the ceiling lamps to figure out how to build your computer?
It was daytime.
Because it's daytime.
That's pretty funny. You're saying you look at the sky, and that's how you figure something about Earth. So I figure if you're looking up, you might as well look up to the sky. You should be able to tell how to put that computer together too.
What?
There you go. That makes sense. Totally, 100%. I like that, man. It's good thinking.
That's your Glover logic, just like that. Or go to the hardware store, like I always say, and ask the hardware assistant there at the store. You're putting in some flooring, like some carpet. So you want to measure your floor for the carpet, and you want them to help you by measuring the ceiling lamp so you can tell what size the floor is. And see what you. That's what you're saying about the sky, bro. You don't even understand.
If you measure, I measure the ceiling lamp to find the floor. That's
the logic.
Wait,
that
doesn't.
That's what, Eva. That's what he says, man. You look up at the stars to figure out what you stand on, what you live on, what grows out of it, how it waters itself.
That makes sense. Yeah.
What's the temperature of the ocean, or clouds and pressure and all this cool stuff that we live here that we can check out. Guaranteed. Guess what? We live here. It's not like a mystery, bro. We live on Earth. I can go check out oceans, lakes, mountains, sand, rocks.
And I get your point, but these things like this lamp in my ceiling, whatever, this isn't just something that is there and I assume. No, you look at it with telescopes and you visibly see them.
Get through your head. You don't measure what you live on by
we visibly see them, and then we use them to measure and show that Earth rotates and it moves on an axis.
We both see the same lights. It's guaranteed. Guaranteed. We both see the same lights, bro. They all go east to west. Polaris is, pretty center. And, we can check it out, man. It's not a mystery. Those are lights in the sky. It's not what I live on, bro. It's what I observe. And when I stand on Earth, I can measure Earth because I live on Earth, for fuck's sake. Come on. Get that through your head.
They've also gone to the moon.
They say they gone to the moon. You didn't go to the moon. I didn't go to the moon. Nobody here went to the moon. And nobody's going to claim they went to the moon.
You're going to say it's fake when you haven't gone there.
I'm going to absolutely say they did not go to the moon, of course.
And I'm going to say they are. So
great, man. There's 12 people. There's 12 people that landed on the moon and walked on the moon. You're going to believe 12 people over,
Yeah, because they've done it.
7 billion people that live over here, fucking only 12 people went to the fucking moon, Mongo.
Because they've done it, you haven't.
You just
You haven't, I haven't, none of us have.
Them.
I live on Earth. I can measure Earth. I live on Earth, man. I don't live in outer space,
the moon,
bro.
and they could measure the moon.
You don't live in outer space, bro. Listen. You don't either. We live here. We grow plants and eat them and all kinds of cool stuff down here, man. We don't go out there, bro. There is no out there. No cool lights in the sky, bro. That's it. That's all you get. That's all you're ever going to get, man. You and I are not going to space, period. Thank you.
So this billions and billions and billions of dollars. These are just going to better ways to lie to people. Is that
No, to lie to people like you that just go ahead and randomly believe.
Yeah, the 7 billion others that
You got
more than
tricked.
that, more than that, way more than that.
Just because there's some so-called expert with no proof to back it up at all. So
No, because they have a degree and they've studied this for years of their life.
Second time in one sentence.
Who has?
Yet. But anyway,
Name
you're
one.
just like
Anyone that works at NASA? Anyone?
Name one.
You're fucking out.
I don't know a person who works at NASA personally. That's my bad.
Like you,
So you just have a belief.
Just zealots like yourself, they little clones, have rehearsed this little imaginary fairy tale, but unfortunately it does not match reality, and that is the problem here. It doesn't match any of your senses, and
And we're here.
You're getting really tiring to listen to. It's just boring. It's just like hearing chanting like I heard Krishna for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Like it really
just
gets
chanting his beliefs.
Sad that you cannot think for yourself for 1 second beyond what you've been told by somebody, and you're just here parroting this to us.
Someone that sounds smart said so it must be true.
Mm-hmm.
So how many people do you guys that travel to space that you guys know of?
So it makes no sense if you believe that something is that if you believe something's happening outside of your senses, then you're out of your mind. Literally, you're in the nonsense. That's where you're existing. It's not here where the feet meet the ground. That's what we're talking about, and we can't seem to get one Glober to answer this question honestly about where they're standing. The condition of that, they avoid it.
Yeah, I think Flawless has a question. Go ahead, Flawless.
Go ahead, Flawless.
Flawless, didn't you open your mic and ask something?
He asked about how many people have been to space.
It looks like he's been disconnected for whatever reason, but
it's about 605 or something. Just a little over 600.
And only, what was it, 12 beyond low Earth orbit as claimed?
Well, it was actually 20. I don't know how many of them made it. More
24.
24 altogether that went out to the moon and back. Whether they circled the moon or just went around the moon or landed on the moon. There's like 24, right? 20.
Yeah. They hoaxed the Americans and the rest of the...
Well, that's the story anyways. We also have Jesse Gordon. He just joined the server. What do you think about the moon landings, Jesse Gordon?
Wait, did you say there's 20 people who travel to space?
24 that went to what they call outer space, other than low Earth
beyond
orbit.
low Earth orbit.
How do you know it's 24?
But Orion in 2015 by NASA, they said they can't go there yet in 2015. So right in your faces.
That's a rabbit hole.
That's just the claim, Flawless. That's just the claim that they've made.
The claim. We're talking about the claim, and the claim is 24 people went around the moon and back, whether they landed on it and came back or whatever. 24.
How about the people that just travel to space, like checking other planets?
Well, there's only 24 people that have ever left low Earth orbit.
How do you know it's 24?
Well, that's what they tell us. That's their story, not my story.
Oh, because they didn't know about the Van Allen belts, then it didn't affect them because they didn't know they had discovered them yet. When in actuality, the astronaut probably did know that they discovered that more than 10 years before the Apollo missions.
Isn't that funny, Sonny? I always found that one of the most interesting facts is like, wow, all the astronauts went to the moon and back, and then they didn't know about the Van Allen radiation belt.
We didn't know.
We didn't know anything about those.
It literally
wasn't discovered yet.
They went right through them, is what he said. I guess we just went right through them.
Isn't that so funny to me, man? I'm a flat earther 100% because I find that funny.
They may have told us, but we didn't feel anything.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, there's that Van Allen radiation belt.
What an embarrassment.
Did I get unmuted?
You're
You are unmuted.
You're unmuted.
Okay, I heard the question to me about the space, the moon landing, but I was muted, so you didn't hear me talk
Go
back.
ahead. And do you believe that the moon landing was accurate?
I have no idea. I wasn't even born at the time.
Okay.
Well, there you go. I wasn't born when like Caesar lived.
I was alive. I remember the day they told me it was happening and what the day looked like, but that doesn't matter either.
Exactly. It doesn't matter. They give us a story. We go to school. They give us some more stories, and we try to check out those stories. That's all. And
I got a question. How would it make any difference if you were alive at the time?
So anyways, I'm the one that asked that question. So we weren't alive back then when they claimed the moon landings and they went to the moon or whatever. But in 2015, NASA said that we don't have the technology to go to the moon. That we have to, develop the technology to go to the moon. So what do you think about that?
About whether we have the technology to go now?
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. We destroyed it, man.
Yeah.
We destroyed it.
You know, I don't know anybody that works for NASA. I've never been in NASA, so I really don't know. I couldn't say one way or the other.
There you go.
And frankly,
honest answer. I like it.
Frankly, if you look at the geopolitical maneuverings and all that, it's just statistically, it's more likely that they would have faked it and actually gone there anyway.
Yeah. Nixon, man.
I'm not
Tricky
a crook.
Dick. Might have been pulling a fast one, man. Might have been pulling a fast one.
Keep in mind, statistics are not evidence; they're just statistics.
Jimsy was talking like no one's been alive. I was alive when the moon landings. I was 11-year-old kid. So what are you talking about?
So what was that like?
Why would it make any difference if you were alive or not, as far as the moon landing goes? Like, does that make evidence somehow more or less available to you? Like, you'd still just be watching it on TV and have no other information about it.
Dude, 100%. I totally agree with you. It was just a television. That's all we experienced, and that's all anybody's experienced. Anybody in this server right now. None of us have been to space, and none of us have seen the Earth from that vantage point or nothing. So there's that.
I love the people that say, I believe we went to the moon because I heard it on the radio.
Yeah, exactly. You might as well have said that. Yeah.
That was like 2017, 18, maybe. I don't know. I heard that one. I was like, I heard it on the radio.
We're getting the June.
I know we went to the moon. I heard it on the radio.
Hey, what do you think about this June gloom here?
I saw it on the radio. The June gloom, man.
It's here,
dude,
isn't
this weekend's supposed to smoke out. So,
really? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So strip down.
No, you don't have to unmute me. I'm doing fine.
Anyway.
Yeah.
No.
Well, he brought some cool Professor Dave Sky stories that he wanted to be unmuted to tell.
Okay.
No,
he also said that the top
you can
comments
just
on the
watch the
video,
video.
backs him up, so it's
I've
really
seen-
authoritative.
Hey, that's my picture. I took that, man. I had no idea. I was at it.
So not measure Earth, just not measure the Earth.
Yeah, that was the phone that they talked to the moon on. Oh my God. Isn't that cool?
Are you saying that phone call isn't real? That didn't happen?
Yeah, up in
Of
the
course,
wall,
man. If you listen to the audio of it, man, you can tell that it's
you know why? Because it was like it was like 70 years ago. No, 70. No, way longer.
50.
Was it not?
It was just like a little over 50
communicating
years.
Oh, okay.
a million miles away with a rotary phone. What's wrong with that?
A little
Yeah.
I want to see the phone that they have in the Oval Office. They use to talk to Bigfoot. Where's that phone?
Yeah, I got
one of those too.
Oh,
I
got
got a button for each one.
I'm gonna start a Bigfoot debunking channel called Professor Bigfoot. Professor Bigfoot, and I'm debunking Bigfoot. Okay, that's my new hobby.
Bigfoot in a nanosecond.
I can debunk in
We'll take the Professor Dave shtick another step further.
There's
right?
nobody
He's not a
trying to
professor. I'm not
Bigfoot.
Bigfoot. I'm going to call myself both.
There's photos and videos of him, of Bigfoot. It is real.
He's real, for fuck's sake. I've seen pictures.
Unicorn.
There are Bigfoot servers on Discord.
Why would they lie?
Right?
That's almost as crazy as this.
Really?
I want to find them. Now that you put the idea in my mind, I want to look those up.
You gotta look him up, man. I appreciate it because I always thought, man, there's nobody like debunking Bigfoot. Maybe somebody should hop on that because
nobody proving
it seems
it.
like they're all like, hey, I was in the woods and I heard a big fart and I was scary and it was dark and I was in the woods.
Of Bigfoot than there is the globe.
And it's
but Eva, what's so crazy to you about
screamed
measurements?
at me and it said hello. And I was like, oh my God. And I ran away. I'm like, oh, fuck.
You know what's easier than to prove than Bigfoot?
What's that?
The Earth as a level stationary plane.
You know what? You're 100% correct on that.
Yeah, for some reason, Eva thinks measurements are crazy. I don't get it.
If I built the guitar without measurements, you guys won't want to play it. I promise you. I promise.
But what makes your math better than my math?
Yeah,
Your math is better than
exactly.
my math. All right, so show me your math. I'll show you mine.
Matthew ran. It's the same goddamn math. We're just actually testing it, and you're not. That's the only difference.
No, because I gave you the math, and then you said it was wrong.
Hey, it's 11:11. Bongos. Is anybody else 11:11? Fucking clock.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Pacific Coast, yeah, man.
11:11 clock head, man. I always see that number, man. When I look at the clock, I'm like
11:12 here.
I
Fellow
saw.
PST are here. Yeah, I'm right there.
That means you're doing the right thing and you're on the right path and you're good. That's
Doing
what
the
I've
right
heard.
stuff.
That's what I've heard. You're cruising. A lot of people see like weird numbers like 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I see 11:11, man. I don't know, whatever. I've always seen it. I've seen it for decades. So I'm gonna.
What numbers do I see on the ISS?
Never.
Never a clock.
Never a clock. Yep. So yeah, it was another day of I felt a little bit 2016 listening even tonight, man. We had a lot of those kind of arguments back in the day. Not arguments, just hanging out discussions. Arguments is a bad choice of words there. But it was just good flow.
It shouldn't be an argument, right? It should
Right,
just
it's not an
be like
argument.
a straightforward discussion.
No, we're just hanging out, man. We're talking about where we live.
Like, why do you think the Earth is a globe? Why do you guys think the Earth is flat? Boom. It's a very simple argument. I mean, it's not an argument. It's just like, hey,
it's a reality, man.
Yeah, it's just like, hey, Earth is a globe because this and this and this. You know, we give very standard arguments. Now, I say arguments, but it's not an argument. It's really kind of our standard understanding of why we would come in here and say, hey, I've been discussing this for 5-6 years. This is why I know for a fact that what they say about this heliocentric model cannot possibly be true, and the Earth that we're standing on is not curving anywhere. This is these are the standard arguments.
I have a legit question.
Yeah,
like it's not gonna. we all believe that the stars are real, right? That's a thing. It's just whatever, like the Earth not curvature.
Wait. Hold. When you
No, of
say
course
we
we
all
do.
wait, hold on. Let me do this. When you say we all believe, no, we all believe. We all observe the stars.
Observe them, yeah.
No, but do we believe they're
No,
a
we
thing,
all
or,
observe the stars.
or is it like
The
that one Jim
story
Carrey
I
movie?
actually want him to finish his statement. Go ahead.
So is it like that Jim Carrey movie where he's in that like fake world, or do you think those are actual things out there?
Are you talking about the?
I don't know.
The Truman Show. You talking about Truman Show?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think it's
well,
like
I mean,
that?
Sure. There, it's just like, you remember in Truman Show when that big spotlight fell, and did it say Polaris on it or
Sirius B?
Yeah. So wasn't the
Sirius.
spotlight real? Eva, wasn't the spotlight real in that movie? It was a real spotlight, right?
Sure, and
Right?
it was real.
The logical pathway I'm trying to go down with this is that just like how the spotlight in the Truman Show, it wasn't a star, it wasn't a burning ball of gas in a vacuum, but it was a real thing nonetheless. So what I'm saying to you is, yes, the stars are real, but they're unverified lights in the sky, and that doesn't mean that they're burning balls of gas in a vacuum.
Yeah, Eva, it's not the stars that we're contesting, it's your story about them.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I'm just wondering though, like, do you think they're a thing though?
Dude, we just
sure.
went.
Well, they're obviously a thing. We all see them.
Yes, they are a thing.
Nobody's
yes, but we don't believe that burning balls of gas in a vacuum millions of miles away. We don't believe that.
Yeah, it's your story we have a problem with, not the stars.
Wait,
The stars are obviously real.
Yeah, but he just said that you don't believe. Wait, what did you say?
Hold on. Now, whether what you believe or not believe about where they are or what they are, we all observe them.
Yeah, but what about that? They're real. They're there.
What about it?
What he's saying is,
what about it?
So I'll just answer it for him, Helio. So what he's saying is, yes, you observe the stars. We observe the same stars. Someone might tell you a story about what they are, and we might not believe that story, but we're still looking at the same stars. We're not denying the fact that stars exist. We just, well, no, you believe that you know what they are.
No, actually, this is the one thing I've done in real life. You know what spectrology is? Do you know what spectrology is?
You mean spectroscopy, and no,
my bad.
You can't say it properly. You can't even pronounce it properly, and you're trying to get me to believe that you've done it in real life and you can't say it properly?
We have these. They're quite small actually, and they work fine. You look at any light, and it shows exactly.
Let me help you with this. So this is very simple. Yeah, there's one simple factor of this, Eva, which would make it so you can't really use this for stars and figuring out what the stars are. Is that you have to isolate whatever you're trying to use spectroscopy on. You have to isolate it in a laboratory settings. So if you could somehow get a chunk of,
because it's all empty space. It's all empty space, as you said. There's nothing there.
You're assuming that.
And that's the point. You can't isolate space.
No. You're isolating that one star. Everything else around it is just empty space.
You
said that yourself. No. Wait, actually, shut up for a second. When he said you open that rocket ship door, it fills that empty space. That was his point, not mine. That was his point, not mine. The empty space, exactly. The empty space.
You isolate it
in that empty space.
So Eva, do you understand why I was making that point?
It doesn't matter. You're proving my point here by saying that empty space, and it is isolated. You can do this.
Nobody's proving your point.
It's not isolated, Eva. Like you can pretend that it is, but pretending that it is doesn't make it so.
Making it not isolated.
Eva, you're just making that assumption that it's just empty space around it. We already.
First of all, you're asking what's making it not isolated. The air between you and it, for starters.
Yeah, that's why they use the Hubble Space Program.
Oh my God.
What's it called? Telescope.
Yeah, except that's it. There is no vacuum of space, so that's just a bunch of nonsense. Also. So
this is why
you're going into Narnia. You're going into Narnia to prove that the lion is really there talking. But what I'm trying to say is, don't bother trying to prove that the lion is really there talking. You haven't proven that Narnia exists. So
Right,
what I'm saying is the vacuum of space is like Narnia, and this star burning there, or the satellite doing whatever it's doing, that's like the lion in Narnia, and the star, that's like the lion in Narnia. But the vacuum of space, that's like Narnia. It's this fictional place. It's like in a book or something. It's just a fairy tale place. And so we're trying to get you to prove to us that the vacuum of space exists to begin with, before you can start talking about mythical stuff that exists there.
Why does it need to exist?
Dude, that's
Because
what you do exactly what you
if you were to try to tell us, so you know that the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and Narnia, and the story of that with the talking lion, you know that story, right? You know that story, right?
What?
Eva, do you know that story, that fairy tale story I'm talking about? Do you know it? I'm trying to make an analogy.
No, I don't actually.
Fucking all right. So there's a stupid book. There's a stupid place called Narnia. It's like Harry Potter. Let's go Harry Potter. No, just let me finish the analogy. So you know what Harry Potter is, right? So like what I'm trying to say is, when you're trying to say that the stars are burning balls of gas, or you're trying to say that there's satellites up in space, those satellites that you're talking about, or the stars that you're talking about, the way you're describing them and what you're describing them doing, that's like talking about Harry Potter, okay?
Okay.
But what the place that they're in is like Hogwarts. But in this analogy, the vacuum of space is like Hogwarts. So what we're trying to say is, you have to prove that the vacuum of space exists first, or can possibly exist, or you have to prove that Hogwarts exists first before you can say that Harry Potter exists there. All right. So what we're trying to say is, you have to prove the vacuum of space exists first, and all of these things you're talking about with satellites and stars, these are things that would come after you've proven that gas pressure can exist without a container here on the Earth.
I think
you have to prove that.
he was under the impression that he could use the Hubble Space Telescope to isolate this idea. This thing. Is that what you were about to say?
Yeah. In 14 years of living, I have never heard a worse analogy.
Well, that's
no,
cool.
it's
that's
a perfect
okay.
analogy.
That's okay, Ryan. No, it's cool. It's cool.
About Harry Potter being a star?
They're both fiction. That was the point.
Don't ignore what I was saying.
You just said that.
Listen, I saw what you were saying. I saw what you were saying. You were saying that you could utilize the Hubble Space Telescope to isolate. Really, who's they and
NASA.
how did they do it?
And every single country involved.
Yeah, that depends on there being a globe. I'm sorry, they just make cartoons and they present them like reality.
My point is instantly debunked because you think I'm wrong. My point is debunked because you think I'm wrong.
Well, Earth debunks your point. It has nothing to do with what I think.
No.
You
think Earth is flat. You've never seen it. You think Earth is flat.
I've seen it.
No, you have not. No, you have not.
Well,
I'm just asking him to actually tell me how. I'm asking him to tell us how Hubble did this.
What do you mean? Did what?
To isolate these distances to stars and spectroscopy and stuff.
Well, according to what he says, it's just empty space.
No, I'm asking you. Fuck what he said.
I know. It's just empty space. There's nothing to isolate it from.
Verify that?
No,
because they know it's in the air. I don't know how they
how do we verify
Who's they and how
you
do
don't
they know?
know your own gospel. You don't even know your own dogma. This is fucking stupid.
How do we verify the claims, Eva? How do we verify it for ourselves? Give us a way we can know.
You believe the people that have spent tens and tens of years.
Okay, a belief system, a religion. There we have it. You have a religion.
You're just believing all this stuff as well.
No, we're not. The difference is we checked the Earth, we measured it, and we saw it did not match your religion.
And you think they just lived on this
religion, and you refused to do that.
of knowing.
Here's what I mean. Instead of claiming that what we believe, we actually discount the Hubble Space Telescope. I don't think it exists, or any way that. Hold the fucking phone. Let me say this really quick. It doesn't prove a goddamn thing about anything about Earth at all.
Of course not.
We don't. We observe the same thing that you see. Check this out. Just pretend that the Hubble Space Telescope doesn't exist, which it necessarily doesn't. I mean, it might exist in a certain form, but it doesn't exist in the way they say it is. And that goes for a lot of other things. All right, so and now I'm back in the realm of pretend. But check this out. You observe the sun, moon, and stars moving in the same patterns over and over, and through, as far as the
almost there.
The calendars. Right, we're all observing the same things from lifetime to lifetime.
Sure.
Shit.
Except years go by and we get smarter and we learn
Anyway,
more about
but you're not getting smarter because you're not using your
Really?
brain.
You think all right.
You
So
want to
have
know
you
why
watched-
people don't know all this stuff? Because
You
they don't research it. Yeah, exactly.
You don't.
Yeah,
We did.
yeah.
We did.
Yeah,
and we're here
exactly.
to help
Because
you with that.
you
Listen, this is
researched it
stupid.
because you thought about it. The only reason you believe it is because you researched it. That's the only
this is
reason.
stupid. Exactly. So we researched it.
And
you
then-
didn't.
and
You're
then we could
admitting that,
research-
and yet,
You're
and
actually
then
in
we
a
could
mind,
research.
You're actually in a mind prison of research.
yeah. And you, for some reason, you sit here and argue with us while admitting that you didn't look into the same things that we did. Why don't you take it in, take the time
Because
to think
all of
about
it is belief.
Check
You know
the
these-
stuff we're showing you. You don't even know what we showed you. I asked
These
you
formulas,
earlier.
these pictures,
I
these
asked you
posts, all
earlier
this
about
stuff, all this stuff that you believe and that you're using to
It's
measure
not
the
a
Earth.
belief. It's not a belief.
No,
it's
because
your
it
own
is.
claim.
It is.
No,
You
it's
didn't
not.
make those
Listen.
formulas. You're believing those work.
Listen, you're really
Did you?
confused.
No.
Those
Shut up
formulas-
for a second. Shut up for a second. Did you make them? Did you make them?
No, I'm
Okay,
not
guys,
gonna
can I
say
can I
that.
can I go
You
back to
want
the third
to shut
point with
the fuck
Eva
up
for a
for a
second
second?
here?
Those
I just
formulas-
wanted to
Hold on,
quickly
everybody.
talk with-
Yeah, but I got to respond to what he just said here because I've been talking to this guy for a few hours.
One
so
at a time. One at a time, please.
yeah,
Please.
I just got to respond to him because he's saying that whatever, but the formulas come from the globe. It's the globe formulas. It's the same math. He keeps talking about my math and your math. It's the same math. The only difference here is we took the same math, the math he believes in and doesn't even know. We checked it. We compared it with reality and found no match. That's the deal. I hope he gets it this time. If he doesn't, I'm just going to bed because this is stupid.
I would like to say that you just said the Earth made the formulas. I want you to know you said that, right? You
I
heard
didn't
yourself
say
say
that.
that?
This guy-
No, you said that.
No, he
You
didn't
said
say
that.
men made the formulas. We're all on the same page on that. But
yeah, the Earth made the formulas. How did he get that? This kid is crazy.
I mean, stop making
Yeah,
shit
he is
up.
kind of delirious.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure even the audience can hear that.
Somebody else had something to say. Somebody, hold on.
Maybe
Hold on. Second person had something to say. Go ahead. Somebody else had something to say about this.
I thought I was the second person. Is there another second person?
Okay, well,
I'll say it.
No, it's you. It's you.
Eva. I'm
Okay,
sorry,
so Eva or dot or whatever. So back to the place you believe in, the vacuum of space that we don't really
Yeah.
believe in.
Yeah.
We as far as we know, we're inside a container of some kind, or there's a physical
Yeah, the
barrier out
atmosphere,
there.
yeah.
It can, well, no, I mean like a container that would cause us to have gas pressure to begin with, because a vacuum around us can't cause gas pressure to exist. Kind of the opposite. So, but anyway,
think we ever got into that.
in this fictional place, in this place that you believe in, the vacuum of space, when a spaceship or a space capsule goes there and opens its door, all the air rushes out, right? All the gas rushes out and finds its equilibrium, right?
Mhm.
All right. So why does it do that? Why does the gas
fills
do that?
the air, it just fills the empty space. It's the empty space.
So you're saying that high pressure moves to low pressure, right? In reference to gas.
By the way, I actually did do a bit of research. The reason is there's so much energy built up in the atmosphere that it bounces all other molecules back down.
Hey, well, let me ask you this.
Okay, great.
Hold on, Orion.
Let's go back
Where
to
does
the-
the energy? Where does the energy come from?
Them being molecules and atoms.
It was a great nonsensical statement, but let's go. I want to help them understand this at the basic level.
That's like
we got to be very elementary here. All right. So let's just be this. Let's just try to be elementary.
Helio, you just asked me where energy comes from. No one knows that. No one knows that.
And what you just said was
I
a bunch
do.
of words.
I know where it comes
Where
from.
does energy, like the energy in those molecules?
Earth. It comes from Earth.
No, it doesn't, because
Really,
energy was a thing before Earth was made. You think energy wasn't a thing before Earth was made? Is that
no,
what
I
you're
don't
telling
think
me?
there's anything before Earth. To be honest, I don't think there was anything before Earth.
You don't think there was anything? You think this Earth made the stars, the sun, Jupiter, Uranus?
Thank you. Go ahead, Ryan. Go ahead.
Yeah, so all the air inside this capsule, this space capsule in space that you believe in, it all finds its equilibrium outside. So there'd be very little air inside the space capsule and very little air outside the space capsule, and it would just all find its equilibrium, right? All the gas pressure would just rush right outside the space capsule, right? Yep. The doors open, right, Eva?
Yeah.
All right. So, what would you say a good word to describe this is entropy? Do you know what entropy is?
Nope.
So entropy is one of three different things. It's hot moving to cold, high pressure moving to low pressure, which is what I'm talking about, or high charge moving to low charge in reference to electricity.
Yeah.
So this is entropy. This is one form of entropy. High pressure moves to low pressure. So we have 14.7 psi at sea level here on Earth. That's high pressure. And they tell us in school that there's a 10 to the negative 17 torr, trillions of miles across, a vacuum, trillions of miles across of 10 to the negative 17 torr above our heads. So my question is, why doesn't the gas pressure down here find its equilibrium up there? Why doesn't entropy occur? That's my question to you.
Because the energy in the atmosphere doesn't allow it.
So do you have any demonstrations of this? Any evidence for this?
No, because I'm 14.
Well, yeah, but does anybody anywhere?
Do you? Yes, and they do.
No, I don't. I don't have any evidence for this. It's just a claim. I'm talking about a claim that I don't have evidence for, that I didn't make. A claim that I was taught in school, that you were taught in school.
Do you have evidence that this isn't true, though? That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah. So we have lots of demonstrations of gas pressure existing inside containers, but the claim is that gas pressure exists without a container next to a vacuum, a very powerful vacuum.
And it doesn't
allow it to. This is impossible. This violates the second law of thermodynamics. This means this would be a violation of the laws of entropy, is what I'm saying.
No, it doesn't. It takes a Google search.
Why doesn't it, though? Why doesn't it violate the laws of entropy, though?
Because there's so much energy keeping it away from that empty space.
All right, so back to the spaceship. So if you open up the door and the gas pressure,
there's no energy. There's no energy keeping
that. Just hold on. So back to the spaceship. If we open up the door and the gas pressure stays inside it, and the vacuum of space stays like the vacuum of space outside the spaceship, if you open up the door and the gas pressure stays inside it, would you say that that's impossible? That wouldn't ever happen?
Yes.
All right, and that would violate the laws of entropy if that did happen, right?
Yeah, because there's no energy holding it back. There's no insane amount of energy holding it back, like I just said.
So what's this insane amount of energy that you're talking about on the Earth?
It's within all the molecules creating the atmosphere.
So can you demonstrate this as being a cause of this happening?
What do you mean?
Can you demonstrate? Can you show a cause and effect relationship? Can you show an experiment that would demonstrate this to be causing this to happen? Gas pressure to be causing by some energy you're talking about?
Yeah, probably. Go ahead and find one. Prove it wrong. I don't know.
One. Eva, I'm just going to tell you right now. I've been looking hard for one. I haven't found one for a long time. It would be redundant for me to keep looking.
Why? You know why? Because there's no at-home science experiments that allow you to test the energy level of the atmosphere. Are you dumb?
What? Energy level.
That's a really funny thing to ask me at the end of that.
Are you fucking
dumb at the end of that?
Dumb, for fuck's sake.
Really though, you just said there's no experiments that you could find, that you could do, that would help you measure the energy level of the atmosphere. That is what you've just told me. That is what you have just told me. That is what you have just told me.
Well, Eva, I'm just going to school you a little bit on this heliocentric model that we were taught in school. I remember this part, but I guess you didn't remember this part. The claim that we were taught in school isn't actually that energy is causing it. The claim is that gravity's doing it, just so you know. So just to inform you about your religion that you don't really know the details of, I'm just informing you on that little detail. So now you understand your own religion a little bit better. It's gravity that they claim is doing this, not energy.
They don't claim to do that because we just went through this whole thing and in school, and they didn't say that actually.
Oh, well, maybe they changed it a little bit. I mean, after all, religions change, but they're still stupid-ass religions.
It's not a religion. That's like a god and stuff.
Maybe it's a cult, maybe it's a religion, whatever it is. It's a stupid-ass belief system that gets pushed on people. I believed it until the age of 24. What, you think I didn't believe in what you believe? Yeah, I believed
and then when you were 24, you got a major head trauma, and now you're here.
No, I just didn't know the truth until then. I never even been exposed to the truth. I didn't know that anyone up to that point even thought that the Earth was flat. I didn't even know that there was a debate going on.
He is not worth talking to after that statement, unless if you want to go ahead and unmute him and continue that. But obviously, he is just a religious fundy bard. Sorry. Like if there's nobody else worth talking to in here, then go for it. If you want to continue the conversation, go for it. But in my opinion, after that statement, not worth talking to. Get rid of him. Just boot him out.
I think at this point we got a question. It's not about the shape of this place. It's about the shape of Eva's heart. And it sounds like he's been possessed.
Oh, I just got to say that moment a minute ago when he asked me, "Are you dumb?" He reminded me of that movie. What is it? Idiocracy. Yeah, like what? Brondo, it's were you retarded or something?
Idiocracy.
Could we jump back a topic?
What was the topic? Absolutely, I'm sure we'll have a much more constructive conversation with you, Jesse.
Oh, thank you. Yes, we were talking about the moon landing, and someone had asked what difference did it make if I was alive at the time, and I've been thinking about that. It's a good question, and that was the topic I had in mind.
Yeah, the power of the moon landing.
So I think to me, the difference it makes is that when you're there when something happens, you get maybe not first-hand evidence or observation, but you're closer to it, and you have more confidence in the things you're hearing and seeing. And whereas if it happened before you're born, then it's second hand, third hand, fourth hand, and it gets your confidence level kind of goes down.
Another important question in relation to the moon landings is, can you go to Narnia?
Hey, wait. I have a response to that because I'm the guy who asked the question. So you're admitting that at the base level, it's secondhand information, and then that secondhand information you refer to it as third hand or fourth hand. But point I'm trying to make to you is, I don't really know if that third or fourth hand is really even a thing, really, because in reality it just stays at the secondhand level no matter how many hands it passes through. It starts at secondhand information, it stays at that, and secondhand information is only good for wiping your ass with.
Right, but I mean it can get even worse than that. If someone says to you, you know, I was there, I saw it, and they tell you what they saw, it's like you didn't see it, but you know, maybe you have something. But if it's been told from person to person for 14 generations, not like human generations, but like, you know, it's past. You remember the old game of telephone, where you tell someone something and they tell the next guy, and he tells the next guy. Anyway, the further down that chain it gets, the more corrupted it gets. It doesn't get more accurate; it gets less accurate.
Oh, yeah, that's true, but that doesn't have anything to do with whether it's valid or not evidence to begin with, which at the very beginning level, it's not valid evidence. So it doesn't matter.
Right. I was just explaining my response. Like something else that happened. You've heard of Mount St. Helens, probably.
Yeah, you mean it glowing off and all that?
Yeah. I was like 2, and what I remember from that is, you know, I didn't really understand what was all going on, but what I remember was my ma took towels and packed them in along the bases of all the windows, you know, the windowsills to keep the dust out. And my pa always put like a hanky around his face before leaving the house for work to keep the dust out. And of course my pa saw the mountain before and after. So, you know, something like that, I'm pretty sure that Mount St. Helens blew because, you know, I personally remember some of the fallout, literally. And I have talked to somebody who literally saw the mountain before and after. So, you know, I still don't, technically, I don't remember seeing the mountain before. So I can't say that I know that that's what caused all the ashes to come down. But I can say that I personally remember that there were ashes coming down, basically.
There's a live footage of that volcano going off from a helicopter and from ground level. There's people that filmed it. You don't have to have been there. There's live footage of it.
Yeah, and beyond that, more importantly than that, there is no logical reason to doubt that Mount St. Helens erupted in the 1980s. So there is logical reason, damn good logical reason, to doubt the authenticity of the moon landing. So there is good reason to doubt that we went to the moon, the way they say we did.
So was it Jesse? Is there any possible way that they could have faked it? What do you think?
The moon landing or the Mount St. Helens?
No. Don't be like that. The moon landings.
Oh, I've talked to people who said Mount St. Helens was faked.
No, don't be like this.
No, I'm not being. I'm just telling you the truth.
Well, yeah, but let me point out at the base level, though, a difference between those two sentences, saying Mount St. Helens didn't erupt and saying we didn't go to the moon. You see, Mount St. Helens erupting or not erupting, in either of those scenarios, the laws of physics don't get violated. But in a world where we don't go to the moon, the laws of physics don't get violated. But in a world where we go to a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum next to gas pressure here on Earth and touch down on the moon in this vacuum and then come back, that involves going to a place that the very existence of violates the laws of physics, the second law of thermodynamics. So we have good reason to doubt that happened, because we have no reason to believe in the existence of that place, the vacuum of space. So, do you follow what I'm saying?
I'm not sure.
So the second part of the second law of thermodynamics states that high pressure moves to low pressure. So if we have 14.7 psi here on Earth, if we had above our head thousands of feet or a few miles, a couple hundred miles or whatever above our head, if we had a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, trillions of miles across, a vacuum of that power, a vacuum that powerful, that far across, so if we had gas pressure down here and that existed up there adjacent to us, without the gas pressure down here finding its equilibrium up there, entropy occurring, then that would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. That would mean that entropy is not occurring when it should. But what I'm saying is, the reason why it's not is because that place simply doesn't exist. The vacuum of space doesn't exist. And the very evidence that the vacuum of space doesn't exist is the fact that you're still able to breathe right now, currently.
Okay. How?
Well, Jesse,
The fact that you have gas
could
pressure
they
here.
have faked the moon landing?
Oh, sure. I mean,
Sure. Okay.
yeah. Anything can be
So,
faked.
okay, cool. So why are you still holding on to it being real? What is it that you believe that it makes that it actually happened?
I don't know that it was real. I
Okay.
just don't know that it wasn't.
Because there are PhDs like what's his name? Jonah Ryder. No, what's his name? Doesn't matter. There are people denying the moon landing, right? PhDs saying they couldn't have gone.
Yeah, I'm sure there are.
Okay.
There's you can find a PhD that will you can find anything. There's nothing that you can't find a PhD somewhere that he'll be saying
Okay.
it. So that's
why do you believe they actually went there? Because the television told you.
I don't know whether they did or not. Is it okay to not know?
That's all fine, right? That's all fine. But you can look into it, right? A good documentary would be
A funny
American
thing.
Moon. No, American Moon. I would recommend.
Oh, okay.
So that guy goes through every official video document and tears it apart. It's made by Glober, by the way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm really not into the moon landing issue too much because I mean, it's there. It's not something that I can experiment on in my own backyard and prove one way or the other. It's I realize
Okay.
there's some people say it did and some people say it didn't, and
Okay. So what can you do in your backyard proving Earth is a ball? How about we shoot a laser over a large lake?
Well, that's actually interesting because a couple days ago I took my P900 out to the the Straits of Juan de Fuca, and there was like a ship probably like 8 or 10 miles out. I'm just kind of guessing, but I think it was a big Coast Guard ship. But anyway, I put my camera down. Actually, no, I put my little telescope down. I had them both out there, but I have a little 30x mini portable telescope with angle sensors and on it, and I put it down like a couple feet above the water, and I could not only see the ship, but I could see the bow. That white wave that splashes at the bow.
Okay. Do you have any? Because you mentioned the camera. Do you have any footage of it? Still?
Yeah, but it's not very good because there was a lot of distortion in the picture for some reason.
Yeah, because you're looking through air, right? Same,
Yeah.
same when you would look at a hot road.
Yeah, except nothing was nothing was upside down like looking at a hot road. But you mean like if you're down close to a hot road?
Right. So air distorts your view, right? It's something we all observe and witness. Well, that's good on you, right? So next time you do that, take an app with you, Vessel Finder or Marine Traffic. You can pinpoint that ship, and then take an Earth curve calculator with you and figure it out, right?
Oh yeah, I was unquestionably seeing farther than a geometric curve would allow. Definitely.
Well, that's That's what we are saying, right? So if the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3959, then every distance to the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observed height in feet. Or it's not a ball with a radius of 3959.
Yup, you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Could we go back to the gas gradient, the pressure gradient?
Sure.
Help me understand that. Some people like Dwayne Kellum. Have you seen his high altitude balloon videos?
I think I have. I've seen a lot of footage. I think I've seen it all, but
Yeah. He's a flat earther that put the rectilinear lenses on his camera and sent it up to 120,000 feet, I think, or something.
Okay.
But he had a barometer, a barometric pressure sensor on there, and it recorded as low as 0.09 psi absolute at about 120,000 feet. I mean, of course, the 120,000 feet was possibly, I don't know. He also had a GPS, so that he may have been getting altitude off the GPS. So I don't know. But anyway, maybe it was 115 or 111,000 feet. Anyway, whatever.
make it 100.
Yeah. So, but his barometer did measure as low as 0.09 psi. So, how does that correlate with the law of thermodynamics, and why wouldn't the 14.7 psi down at sea level rush up to? You see what I'm saying? Rush up to there where
it's a dynamic system, right? You have all kinds of cycles. Temperature is involved. So the gas of the Earth, right? So the oxygen is mainly produced. I say produced, but it's mainly produced, for lack of a better word, on the surface, right? So the oceans, they release gases, the trees. So it's would be logical that the high pressure would be lower, and in a dynamic system, it differs, right? The higher you go, the lower the temperature.
You mean
Yeah, so another answer to your question is that's a very, very far distance from 10 to the negative 17 torr. So you said 0.9, so that's barely falling under the category of a technical vacuum. So anything less than 1 psi is what is technically a vacuum. But that vacuum you're describing, that is extraordinarily far from 10 to the negative 17 torr. That's what they claim is up there. And the closest we've even got to replicating that here on Earth is 10 to the negative 6 torr. And that gas, that vacuum chamber was collapsing in on itself when they got to that point. So, what I'm saying is what you're saying would be relevant if you came back with a measurement of 10 to the negative 17 torr above our heads somewhere. But no one even claims, not even NASA, no one even claims to have ever even done that.
Could I respond?
Was there a temperature gauge on that balloon by any chance? Was it awfully cold up there?
11 degrees Fahrenheit, it said.
11 degrees Fahrenheit. Boy, that's a lot warmer than I thought it would be.
Why would you expect an equal pressure in a dynamic system, right?
Well,
we are also skipping the fact that you need containment for a gradient in the first place. Would you agree?
Well, I'm just trying to understand it. I'm not claiming to have the answers. I'm just trying to understand it because, well, I like to learn stuff.
Sure. But we can show you pressure gradients in containers all day long. It's not difficult.
Here, let me tell them something else. Let me tell them something else quickly that I think will help them understand it. So in algebraic terms, gas pressure is X, and the gas pressure gradient is delta X. X must always come before delta X. You can't have delta X without X. So the X value is 14.7 psi at sea level, and then delta X is the gradient. So gradient doesn't equal vacuum of space above your head.
Okay, I have two questions, one for each of you, and I'll try to remember them. Which one of you said that about the dynamic system and the gas being produced?
Yeah, me.
Okay, Roger, sir. I'm not sure. What do you mean by that? In other words, gas is being produced at such a high rate at the surface that it hasn't accelerated to. In other words, it's being produced and it's got a lot of pressure, but it's accelerating. The gas is accelerating up faster and faster, and as it goes faster, it decompresses and it's moving up faster and faster, and finally it gets up to its basically, well, I don't want to use the word escape velocity, but it's moving fast, and so there's not much pressure. Is that what we're looking at?
Just so you know, I don't think that gas is being produced above the Earth or at the surface of the Earth level. This is absolutely, completely, and totally irrelevant to what we're talking about, just so you know. Like, it makes no difference at all. Because in regards to what I just stated, gas pressure requires a container. As far as we know, we do not know of any demonstration or naturally occurring or artificially occurring example of gas pressure existing without a container, whether around the rim of your car, the 36 psi around the rim of your car and the tire. We don't see that existing without a container. We don't see bike tires existing without a container. We don't see balloons existing or anything else, gas pressure existing without a container. So our base axiom is the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container. The gas pressure value is X, and the gas pressure gradient is delta X. So the air getting thinner as you go further up in altitude and elevation, either one, that's the gradient. That's the gradient that comes after X.
So did I misunderstand you, Roger, about the trees and the oceans making gas near the surface?
That's what they do, right? That's what they do.
Well, it's not a misunderstanding. I'm just pointing out that that doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. It just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where gases come from originally. Point is, in order to have gas pressure, you need a container where the gas is coming into the container from above or below.
I said that. So I immediately said we are also skipping past the fact that you need containment for a gradient in the first place, or else all the gas would fill the available volume instantly.
So would it be fair to say that if the trees in the ocean stopped producing gas, we would still have the same density gradient that Dwayne Kellum showed on with his balloon?
That is a hypothetical that cannot never be proven. So,
yeah, that's just philosophy.
I don't think I can answer that.
Okay,
so do you understand? Let me help you here. Do you understand that gas is omnidirectional? Do you know what omnidirectional means?
Well, actually, I have more of an RF background, so I know what an omnidirectional antenna is.
Well, what omnidirectional means is it just simply means it goes up, down, left, right, forwards, backwards. And liquid, take for instance, goes forwards, backwards, left, right, down. But liquid doesn't go up. And solid only goes down. All right? So since gas is omnidirectional, it fills the available space. So what I'm saying is that means that we're inside a container, because if we had 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum above our head, trillions of miles across, the gas would fill the available space. There wouldn't be any gas pressure for us to breathe. There'd be so little down here, life wouldn't exist. Life wouldn't exist up there either. But fortunately, to the best of my knowledge, that place doesn't exist. And that's why we exist, because we have a container. It gives us a gas pressure. Because the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container. So to help you understand this, the definition of gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas particles inside of it. So it's in the very definition. It's in the very language we speak. The fact that the vacuum of space doesn't exist.
Right. So, just to back up, there's one case where you could have a container without a top. Like if you took a straw and blew in the end really hard with your mouth, the pressure at the end you're blowing at would be greater than the pressure at the far end because the gas is more compressed, but as it moves down the straw, it's accelerating out the straw, so there's more velocity but less pressure. But like you said, it's like a dynamic system.
I'm sorry. I'll be honest. I have no idea where you're going with that.
Nowhere. I was just responding to something someone said earlier. So, but what I'm trying to understand is, I mean, let's say you had like a 1-quart mason jar. It would be the same pressure all throughout it, right?
Well, unless you, drill a hole in the top of it and start pumping air into it.
But I mean, the pressure within the mason jar would be the same throughout inside the mason jar, right? Unless you put a divider in.
Oh, I see what you're asking. No. Actually, the answer is no. In every container, we observe gradients. Even in the 36 psi inside your car tire, yeah, it's not a very big gradient. It's a very slight one. Nonetheless, it's there. Yeah, there's a gradient in every single container, every single system.
Does that mean there's more air molecules in the bottom half of the jar than the top half slightly?
Yes.
But
yeah, not a big difference, but it's there, and it's measurable.
Right, but shouldn't there need to be a divider to make a difference in pressure? What keeps
that's just a gradient. It's just a gradient.
But what keeps the higher pressure from below expanding up to the lower pressure above, I guess, is my question.
Well, it's just not that big of a difference in pressure. What you got to understand is what we're talking about when we say entropy. We're talking about large differences in pressure. So, like the difference between 14.7 psi and 14 psi. Well, that's only 0.7 psi difference. So, there's not really a lot of entropy to happen from one point above the Earth. That's 14.7 psi to 14 psi. There's not a big difference there. But what I'm trying to say to you is what we were told in school, what NASA's claiming, what all these space agencies and everybody's claiming, is that there's a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, which is a crazy powerful vacuum, super duper powerful vacuum. And they say it's trillions of miles across. And this is such a powerful vacuum, it would crush any kind of equipment you would ever put into it in reality. And they say that this is above our head. This is above your head, way up there. They call it the vacuum of space. And so what I'm saying is that extremely low pressure that they describe of being there next to gas pressure here on Earth, that doesn't make any sense. That's what I'm saying. If entropy would occur, the high pressure would move to the low pressure, because in contrast to what they say is above our head, this is high pressure down here. I mean, this is, everything's relative, and you're using words like this, high pressure, low pressure. So relative to what they say is above our head, this is high pressure down here, and they say it's just held to the Earth because of gravity. We're like, okay, well, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity? No. Like, oh, okay, so then I have no evidence of it existing, and I can't go to this mystical place you talk about, the vacuum of space, so I have no way of validating its existence for myself personally.
Right, but I guess is the difference between 14.7 psi and 0.09, is that big enough of a difference that the lower pressure should expand up and rush up to the higher pressure at the bottom would expand and rush up to equalize with the pressure up at 100,000 feet?
Well, the answer to your question would depend on knowledge that I don't have access to and you don't have access to, that someone somewhere might have, but they're not going to share it with us if they have it at all, if anyone does. And that knowledge would be the size of the container that we're in and the dimensions of it. So we have gas pressure here. We know the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container. So we know that we're inside a container, or to be a little more broad, we know that there's a physical barrier out there somewhere, because it would be required in order for us to have the gas pressure to begin with, the air pressure that we breathe. But we don't know the size of it. We don't know the dimensions of it. We don't know how far above our heads it is, or how far out one direction or another it is, where it comes in contact with the ground. Because after all, it would have to somewhere. Because we have no reason to believe that the Earth is infinite. No one's demonstrated infinity in physical reality, so there's no reason to believe that the air is infinite or the Earth is infinite. No reason to believe anything is infinite physically. No one's demonstrated that. So, but the thing is, we don't know the size of it. So what I'm saying is, the answer to your question is, if we had, those dimensions, then maybe your question could be answered. But without that extra few pieces of knowledge, that's an unanswerable question. But what I'm saying is, to the best of my knowledge, no, it doesn't violate the second law of thermodynamics to have that low pressure that high up. To the best of my knowledge.
Something really quick, Orion. You were talking about mason jars, right? Earlier. You know the purpose of a mason jar? You know what they are? When people are jarring foods.
Like canning?
Yeah, like canning, but you use a jar. And they have these certain lids on top. Right? You increase the pressure by adding temperature, and then you put the lid on, and then let it cool off, and then the pressure decreases because of the temperature is lower. That's how you jar stuff. Are you guys familiar with this?
I didn't know they blow cold air into it, but I knew they blew
Dude,
air
that's how you jar stuff.
to preserve it.
Yeah, you when you buy mason jars and you cut your vegetables or whatever, if you want to jar something, you cut them up, clean them or whatever, put them in the jar. Put vinegar or whatever you're going to preserve them with, salt water or whatever, and then you heat the jar up, and then you put
Freeze
it
it?
in a pan of butter. No, you don't freeze it. You heat it to a certain temperature, like boiler or whatever, and then you put the jar on top, and once it cools off, it just seals itself. This is temperature. And wow, see, this is why you guys are so dumb. I don't even understand jarring. Wow. Anyway, this is entropy.
Well, it expires.
After a couple years, yeah, maybe, but damn. I mean, you can preserve something that's a fresh vegetable and with a little bit of salt water or vinegar in a jar for like 2, 3, 4 years just by boiling it and then put a lid on it. Not even boiling. I mean, you just heat it up. You heat the jar up. Put your vegetables in the solution, and then just put the lid on top of it and let it heat up. And then just seal the lid on top of it, and then just put it in the freaking cupboard, and it'll be good for freaking 4 years, man.
Why not 7 years?
I mean, it could be that long. It can last that long. It depends on, if you want to preserve it.
Depends how good the salt and the vinegar is.
Well, it depends on. It really kind of depends on what you're trying to preserve. I mean, some vegetables can last longer, but this is it's a really simple thing. I mean, but you guys are talking about gas pressure. I was just telling you. I mean, like that's it's a really simple test you can do. Like it really has to do with heat and temperature, and just like I typed in the chat earlier, people. Where do you think gases come from? They only come from Earth. Gases don't come from outer space to Earth. By the way, everyone. So
Okay, so we need to preserve things in mason jars. Okay, Boomer.
No, anyway. Well, I'm just saying, gases don't.
Some gases
Is
don't
there
come.
any evidence whatsoever that gases come from outer space?
I know some
Any
gases.
physical evidence
I know some gas.
whatsoever?
I know some gases that do not come from Earth.
And I know some blowhards. One of them's named Jimsy.
Who said gases do come from outer space? I don't think I heard that.
Nobody did, but it's just like people don't know where gases come from. It's just like they're like, gas pressure, what's that? All gases originate from Earth. This isn't really hard to figure out. So, gas pressure differential from the ground to the sky, all the gases originate from Earth. Where do you think the gas? You think they're coming from outer space?
How do you know? How do you know that some gases don't come from outside the container?
Oh, well, if that's true, if there's gases being introduced into Earth's system, you're gonna have to show me some proof of that. I've never heard of it. Even on the globe side, I've never heard of anyone saying that gases are coming from the outside.
Let's just say we all agree that they come from Earth.
All right, cool. I'm down with that. And they come from the ground. They're not. There might be some chemical reactions in the atmosphere. Depending on heat and radioactive stuff.
There's no atmosphere.
Okay, atmosphere or whatever. There might be some chemical reactions when the gases, dude, there's shit, in the upper realms. Dang it, Jimsy.
So, what would the PSI difference be between 0.09 PSI and minus or something torr to the minus whatever it was you said?
Oh, you're talking about what they say about space 10 to the negative 17 torr?
Yeah. What's the PSI difference between those?
Well, there's a calculator. Let me share the calculator with you.
Well, let's just put it this way: zero pressure, below zero pressure.
It's instant. It's instantaneous. It'd just be like
God.
Sorry, God. Ryan.
Let's just put it this way: zero pressure.
What they say about this pressure differential in supposed outer space, it would just immediately equalize.
Yeah, why do you keep blocking God rocking?
Am I cock blocking God rocking?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
You made him mute himself again.
Sometimes he should mute because I've always been tempted to actually
to jump in the other people's sentences. Yeah, I know. I can tell.
No. I actually he's like he's wanted to change his name to Hot Micin. He'd be hot.
You probably want to change your name to Always Miking.
All right, well, you can do whatever the fuck you want to do. All right. Anyway, here's the torque calculator I'm about to post it. I think I'm the only person that ever posted a torque calculator on here. I've done it several times.
Torque calculators are better than Tor files.
This one you can convert from PSI, kilometer, or all the different things you can, go back and forth. This is a decent calculator. Pressure conversion calculator, but that's not that's not even the best one. I found one better. It's pretty good. Should work out.
It's not a static system, so we can't have equal gas pressure throughout. If there's varying temperatures,
Sure, it's not static.
throughout
No one ever claimed it was. Of course not.
I know Jesse just typed in the chat. That's all. He still doesn't understand why it's an equal pressure against the walls of the container.
Yeah, I don't understand what makes it an unequal pressure.
Gas is constantly produced from Earth. It's a dynamic pressure system. Contain dynamic pressure system. All of the gases originate from Earth. Just the way I see it. If you have a different opinion, go ahead and say it.
Okay, it looks like there are 51.7 torr per pound per square inch.
Which gas? So, I mean, there's several different conversion calculators, like I was saying, and that's not my favorite one. I found another one that's better. I just couldn't find it right now. It's been a while since I've actually taken a look at it. Yeah, exponent is not necessarily included in that.
So, let's just say we had a number, it was 1 times 10 to the minus 3.
Of what? Of what?
Well, just a number. It's just a numeric expression. It could be applied to anything,
No,
you
it
know.
can't. No, it can't.
Well, I mean, any real number, like a
There
weight
is
or...
no real number unless it has a physical attribute.
Okay, it could be applied to a volt. You could have 1 volt, or you could have a voltage which was 1 times 10 to the minus 3, right?
You'd be able to plug it into this calculator, no.
Oh, I see. I just meant in general in numbers. But isn't times 10 to the minus 3, doesn't that mean basically...
That's exponential. Yeah, it's very, it's, bro, it's friggin' hardcore exponential.
So wouldn't 10 to the minus 3 be 10 divided by 10 divided by 10, or 1,000th?
Yeah, it's, yeah, 10 to the minus 3, it would be, it'd be much more than 10 divided by 10 by 10. No, it's, that's an exponential number. It's like 0.0003 would be, it wouldn't be just dividing 10 3 times. It's an exponential number. So that's why 10 to the negative 17 torr, what they claim about outer space, is multiple billions of in the exponent. So that's why we have a problem with it.
Doesn't that mean though basically that it would be a 1.32 whatever followed or divided by 10 to the power of 17?
Yes, sort of. I don't. I mean, I'm not a huge mathematician or anything, but yes, it's every time you add a zero, that's 10 times the previous zero.
So I feel like maybe we could figure out what this means. So what would let's look at
Letter Buddha or no, Wadpwazzle just posted you right there. What 133 millibars, or this is something. This is what they're claiming. It's something similar to the pressure differential. They're saying, from atmosphere to outer space. It doesn't say 10 to the negative 17 torr, but I mean, I'm sure that's. I mean, it might as well be. God, you talk about a differential. I mean, it's almost incalculable. So this is pretty much what you're getting, man. Oh, it's millibars. Yeah. I mean, but if you go into that calculator, you can calculate torr to millibars and psi and all that kind of shit. You can just look at all the differentials, and you can find other calculators on the internet. It's like, hey, it comes to no barrier in between gas and supposed vacuum. It's instantaneous. Like, hey, I mean, this is our argument. If you don't understand it, then you don't. You don't. But I mean, for the most part, I mean, the entire argument is like, well, gravity knows what to do, so gravity makes up for all that shit. We're a ball, third rock from the sun.
right, but I think by understanding what times 10 to the minus 17 means, we'll be able to better counter what people say about it. You know what I mean?
No, I agree with you. I mean, that's why I share those calculators, and you can either describe it in millibars or torr, because I mean, yeah, it's freaking huge number, right? I mean, it's almost as big as 4.5 light years from Earth. Like Polaris, they say is like, and 4.5 light years from Earth. But I mean, how far is 4.5 light years? Unimaginable.
26 trillion miles.
Yeah,
but it's not Polaris. It's Alpha Centauri.
Alpha Centauri. Polaris is
that's the
even
closest
further,
star.
Yeah,
it's not the closest star.
Which one is it that's closest? They claim. Yeah,
Alpha Centauri.
4.5.
That just these things are not real. So, but yeah, Alpha Centauri, 26 trillion.
26 trillion miles away to the closest star. Besides the sun, what they say is a star.
So it looks like the difference between the claimed space pressure and the 0.09 psi that Dwayne Kellum got is about 0.09 psi, which means his barometer was reading 99.4% of the claimed absolute pressure in space. Because, yeah, if you convert that...
What altitude Was he reading that? 120,000 feet?
Somewhere between 100 and 120,000 feet.
I've watched a lot of Dwayne Killen's videos. He had some awesome videos.
He's a really cool guy. I like him.
Yeah.
Never met him, but I'd love to.
Yeah. So he the barometric pressure was, you say,
In, yeah, in balloon 15, in his balloon 15 video, it reached down to 0.09 at certain points.
I don't know. I mean, what instrument was he using? 0.09 psi. You talking about psi?
That's what his little heads-up reader in the video said, and it read 14 something when it was on the ground.
But even if it was that much, and it's likely that it could be. It's less than 1 when it was 14 at the ground. Going to 10 to the negative 17 torr, which then you can use the conversion calculator, which is, I think I actually put that number in, which is what they calculate to be like low Earth orbit, or maybe a little bit higher, which is like 250 miles. It's pretty exaggerated, but still doesn't have anything to do with where the gases come from. Yeah, sure. It's like,
still doesn't have anything to do with the vacuum of space with the way they claim it to be.
Yeah.
Well, I think they're actually claiming it to be just basically almost zero, but not a huge negative number.
Well, so
but that's not the way it works. That's not the way it works, though.
So this 0.9, I'm not refuting this, 0.9 pressure, pounds per square inch pressure, which is technically a vacuum, barely technically a vacuum.
I wouldn't.
Do you know what torr value that would be?
I can put it into a calculator easy enough.
0.09 equals how much torr?
4.65.
All right, 4.65 torr. Outer space, 10 to the negative 17 torr. That's quite an exponential difference, right? Well, the balloon wasn't in outer space. It was above, where most of the natural gases that are utilized here on Earth, oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, everything used here. Helium, I mean, we need it. Hydrogen, we need it. But for the most part, they kind of like hang out up higher because they're needed, but they're not part of it. This is kind of the way I look at it. Man, I'm not a scientist, but I know that gases come from Earth. They don't come from outer space. They're not just like anyway. I mean, that's my opinion.
Hey, I just wanted to point out something. I'm not saying that you're saying this is evidence for the vacuum of space being a real place, but I have heard someone in Gem Panda server present exactly the information you just presented with the 0.9 reading and say that that's evidence of 10 to the negative 17 torr above it. And I just want to point out that anyone that would make that argument, it's the intellectual equivalent of pointing at a drawing of a unicorn and saying that's evidence of unicorns really existing. Because the drawing existed, unicorns must exist because the drawing of a unicorn existed. Just crazy.
Yeah, it would be extrapolation, obviously.
Did you hear someone else do that and then you just came here and tried to pull that shit on us?
Me?
Yeah, or did you just...
No.
Okay, cool. Because, I just don't like this. Like, hey, I've been talking to you guys for a couple hours, I'm getting to know you, and then I'm just gonna come in with some other shit that I heard from another, which is fine. I mean, dude, we come across all kinds of people. But bro, I mean, we're just trying to point out a certain example. Maybe you have or haven't heard it before. Hey, bring, hit me with your best shot. Hit me with your best shot. Who did that song? It was
the Illuminati.
Yeah, the Illuminati did that. Like, man, I'm gonna hit you with my best shot. You better come back at me. Oh, it's all good.
So we could convert this 0.00001 33 millibars to psi, right?
You could, but where is the pressure coming from? Doesn't matter. Are you talking about a specific gas? Are you talking about the atmosphere? Which layer of atmosphere? Where you are? Are you talking about altitude? Are you talking about, because anytime you have gas pressure, you're going to have something for the gas to be pressing on, because gas is not pulled down toward Earth by gravity. I'm not sure if someone has made you aware of that. I mean, I think that's kind of what you're getting at, but maybe you're not. Maybe you're not. But a lot of people try to tell us that.
No, I'm aware of that, but I'm just trying to understand the gradient.
Well, I already explained that. The gases come from Earth. Most of the gases utilized that do come from Earth, it's oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide. Those are utilized and used on Earth, like in the where people live. Under 10,000 feet, right? That's used up, put back into the ground. Boom! It comes back up. I mean, that's how Earth works. Where do you think oxygen comes from?
That's a pretty good question. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it is a good question. Doesn't come from outer space.
Not that I know of.
No, it doesn't. So where do you fucking think it comes from? Pardon my French.
I think the cycle, I'm not saying I know where it originally came from.
Well, but it's completely. I mean, if it wasn't recycled or come from Earth or man and everything, no. Do you think it's magically created, or is it just like Earth
From the
was built
water
this way?
and the plants.
It comes from the oxygen lottery.
And to be honest, there's so many unknowns.
Hey,
Jesse, are you asking what the cause of the gradient is?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think the answer is unknown. At least it is for me at this moment. And unless anyone would ever have, if anyone would present some kind of scientific experiment or some kind of evidence, or like real evidence of what the cause of it is, that would be great. But to the best of my knowledge, it's just unknown. So it's just we observe gas pressure existing only in containers, and we observe gradients inside these containers. So this is what we observe, and we observe rocks falling down in the medium of air and helium balloons going up in the medium of air. We observe this too, but what causes things to do certain things in mediums and what causes certain mediums to behave in certain ways, it's just what we can observe that they do happen. But as far as determining the cause, I'm not sure if we, well, I don't know of any way of doing that now, and maybe we can in the future, maybe we can't.
Fair enough. I did think of another example of an air gradient in a container that didn't have a top Are you familiar with a RAM intake, like on a race car?
No.
Well, basically, you've heard of a turbocharger or a supercharger, right?
I don't know automotive that well.
Oh, okay. Well, basically, you can get more horsepower out of an engine if you put more air and more fuel into it, right? And so they make turbochargers or superchargers that go on and pump air into the carburetor or into the intake faster than it normally would. And so instead of running 14 psi, you're running, 30 psi or something. And then they can also put more fuel in, and then they're running more power, and so they can make the car go faster. But one thing that sometimes they do instead of that is called a ram air intake, and it's just a scoop that points forward, and when the car is moving into the air hits the scoop, and in the act of getting accelerated, it creates pressure inside the scoop that's greater than outside the scoop. Like if you held an empty cup and pointed it to the wind, kind of. And in that case, the acceleration of the air, or the deacceleration of the air, relative acceleration, is actually what's creating a pressure difference, even though there's no, physically hard material top on the container, just the sides and the bottom. Does that make sense?
The air that's in a container, the air that we're breathing, that's contained.
Yes.
Right. So it's not a demonstration of a gas pressure gradient without a container.
Correct.
Unless you're begging the question.
Well, no, but there's a difference between the gas pressure inside and outside a small container, even though that small container doesn't have a top. It's missing one of its sides because
it's all part of a system within a system that's contained.
Yeah, so we're not saying that equilibrium means all gas pressure in all places the same at all times. It's just within what happens in real life. So, that's much of the weather itself is entropy. You have high pressure over here, 100 miles away, you have a low pressure system. The high pressure moves to the low pressure, causing wind to move from one place, to blow from, high pressure to move towards a place where there's no pressure, which causes wind to occur, I mean, that's what wind is. It's entropy.
Well, that was a lie.
Yes, sir. Okay, I think I calculated the difference between Dwayne Kellum's 0.09 psi and the alleged vacuum of space. I just put it in the chat. The live stream voice text. First I converted the millibars that was in that graphic earlier to psi, and it's like, well, it's point followed by like 18 zeros and then a 2 psi. And then I subtracted that from 0.09 psi. And the difference is like, oh no, I pasted wrong. Let me fix that. There, I fixed it. But wouldn't that mean that Dwayne Kellum's pressure that he read was 99.4% of the vacuum of space?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Pretty quiet right now, huh?
Yep, but it was going good conversation and it was quiet for like 30 seconds and then you showed up.
Hey, Jesse, I would actually want to know what the Tor values of these things are, but I don't understand what you typed there, like the wording you put it in. I don't understand which number you're assigning to which thing.
Okay, let me scroll back up so I can see it. So the first number, the 0.0000133 MBAR, is what I got from that graphic someone posted for the pressure of space. Oh, Flat Earth would have posted a little graphic that showed space in yellow print showing that number in millibar. I think I got the number of zeros correct. Are you with me so far?
I think so. Continue.
Okay, so then millibar and psi are both pressure units, so they're completely interchangeable. You can always convert one to the other. You just go to Google and put that many millibar in psi and it'll give you the number, except it gives it in exponential. So I converted it out of exponential so that it was easier to understand. And so the pressure of space is the claimed pressure of space is 0.00000, anyway, like 16 zeros, I don't remember, a bunch of zeros and then 2. That's the claimed psi of space. Are you with me so far?
Yes.
Okay, and then of course I just subtracted that from the 0.09 psi that Dwayne Kellum reported. And that gave...
I understand, you know. I was wondering, though, what the Tor value Oh wait, I guess you did say a little while ago or something like that. The torr value of 0.9 psi.
Oh, I can get that too, but I was just working off millibars because millibars converts directly to torrs because they're both pressure readings. They're totally interchangeable. I mean, they're a different unit, but they're for the same type, so you can convert one.
So what's the significance?
The significance.
But yeah, that's a good thing that you're pointing out. I mean, that's a truly drastic difference, isn't it?
Well, the difference is 0.0899999 psi, which is like a tenth of a psi of actual difference, which is not much compared to the 14.7 at sea level, right?
Wait, maybe I need to go look at this again.
The psi, the alleged psi of space, is a very small positive number. The exponent just moves the decimal point, is all that does. It doesn't make it a negative number. The negative part simply means that the decimal point is moved to the left. Whereas if the exponent was a positive number, then it would move the decimal point to the right, which would make it a huge number, right?
Nobody's disputing that.
Well, yeah, that's absolutely correct because there's no such thing as negative pressure. It's just high pressure and low pressure. But still, don't these numbers illustrate how it's such a drastic difference between one kind of low pressure and another kind of low pressure? I mean, we're talking about pretty big difference there, I think.
We're talking about volume?
No, psi. So, well, if you had $14.70 in your wallet and you spent all but 9 cents, you spent most of it, and then if you spent the last 9 cents, then you would have spent all of it, but maybe you shaved a little tiny piece off of that last penny and kept it. That's the 0.00002 psi that you kept. So it looks like.
Wait a second. Like, I think you're thinking that through. You're looking at that the wrong way. Like, so first of all, I think you put it incorrectly. Like, isn't it supposed to be 0.9 psi, not 0.09? Because you put 0.09 there.
No, his thing read 0.09.
Oh, okay. So the 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, that's 0.00000000002, right? PSI.
Yeah, right. That's the alleged space vacuum. That's what they claim.
Yeah, so that doesn't fit the metaphor you just described of having 9 cents in your pocket and spending the last 9 cents. That's the intellectual equivalent of having like 9 cents in your pocket and spending 9 cents and putting yourself millions of dollars into debt after you spent that last 9 cents. Like, there's a big difference, not a small difference.
Yeah, money wasn't good because we don't have fractional pennies.
Yeah, I'm just saying those two vacuums are drastically different. And one you could replicate, that 0.09. You could replicate that here on Earth in a laboratory. That 0.000000002 or whatever. Do you think we could make that in a laboratory? Do you think we could do that? No, not even close.
But see,
well, hold on. The point is, you can't do that without a barrier between the two. Otherwise,
Bingo.
They would absolutely reach equilibrium instantly. So you can't compare. Your analogy was completely ridiculous, and that's our point, because 10 to the negative 17 torr doesn't matter what calculation you use, or you convert it to psi, you convert it to what is it, millitor, or whatever. All of it always comes out the same thing. It's the pressure differential without a barrier in between. It's instantly going to equalize without a barrier.
We will not have pressure in the first instance. Exactly.
So if we can go back to our mason jar, our canning jar, and we were able to pump like the vast majority of the air molecules out of it, but there is still a few bouncing around in there. There'd still be a slight absolute pressure, right? Because the molecules are bouncing off the walls, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
no
because
one
there's
claims
a bar, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah, no one claims to have ever created. No one claims to have the ability to create a perfect vacuum, and no one claims that anyone exists anywhere.
Yeah.
Right. And I really appreciate you guys trying to help me understand this. And I'm not trying to be a pain. I really am trying to understand how this all
All right,
works.
cool. Yeah, and that's what we're here for. And it took us a long time as well to actually wrap our minds around this as well. So, yeah, it's cool.
So let's say we actually, and this is a mind experiment, but let's say we actually were able to get all of the molecules out of the canning jar, so there wasn't a single one bouncing around. Would that be 0 psi then? Because there was no molecule ever putting any pressure on any.
There's no such thing. So I don't know why you're even bringing it up.
Yeah, and you're kind of stretching it by just saying one molecule inside a container, because even that would technically not be a perfect vacuum, but we can't even get it to that level. So you're talking about another hypothetical that we can't even get to. So it's just kind of silly at that point, at the base level.
But we're trying to understand what they mean by psi. If there was 0 molecules,
who's they?
The whatever mainstream that claims that there's 0.0000.
They don't claim that. You're claiming it. Nobody claims that.
Oh, are you saying I didn't convert correctly from exponential to non-exponential?
We're talking about the natural world, what we experience. Nobody has ever experienced what you're trying to hypothetically create. And I don't even know why you would try to do it.
Because I want to understand. Because see,
I think you already understand it. You just are trying to create a hypothetical that could possibly mean that maybe somewhere there's this globe spinning around, even though there's no globe. It just or this idea about gases not being contained that could possibly be contained by gravity, and no, man, you're just making shit up at this point.
All right. Well, it is getting to be my bedtime.
Yeah, me too.
So, personally, I think these are good questions, and I think we would do good for everyone who's seeking the truth to understand this and have an answer for it. But
Jesse, I recommend you try to find the curvature before you even go into these weird hypotheticals.
Bro, you've been a great sport. It's been great to have you. Get some rest and come back later with more questions.
Cool.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Yes, please come back, Jesse. You're great.
And I will apologize for our senior members that are kind of drunk.
Happens.
Hey, I'm not going to apologize for my behavior. I was just pointing out the obvious. But whatever.
Just kidding, bro. It's been I've been listening, and you guys been great. Even Helio. I love Helio.
I love you guys too. You guys are freaking awesome. Yeah, Jesse, man. I mean, you had some really good questions. And to be honest, we get a lot of people in here ask really dumb questions, but you've asked some really good questions, Jesse. It's good stuff.
Alrighty.
You got me thinking and searching for some stuff, so that's good, man. When you get me thinking and looking, that's good stuff.
Alrighty, well, y'all take it easy.
Yeah, you too, Jesse.
Later, man.
Who's GD Seeker? You guys talk to GD Seeker?
Godseeker's been here for a while.
Oh, God Seeker. Yeah, cool. You got this.
Where's the curve?
What's it? This freaking echo chamber, man. What the hell is wrong with those? I'm just playing. Dude, there's people like, oh, echo chamber. It's like, oh, how about the 15, 20 people that come in here every day asking about, the globe Earth, or at least 15 to 20, sometimes 30, 40 people jump in this room every day. Oh, this flat earthers, they're in an echo chamber. No, join us all the time and ask, decent questions. Like Jesse and other people like that. It's cool. This isn't an echo chamber.
I mean, it depends on the people who come in. I mean, Jesse was like, a normal, functional human being. At least so far, it seems that way. So we had a good conversation with him. But you get some of these dummies who come in. It's like, they just they don't even want to have a discussion. They just want to shut it down.
Hey, but at the same time, they're still part of it. It's something they'll probably never forget about. Especially if they spend enough time in here. Even if they ask dumb questions and they get ripped apart, they still never.
I mean, I don't get these zoomies. Like, they're not bold enough to come here on their own. They have to come in packs. Like, they have to get all their buddies or whatever.
Oh, but we love that. We love that part about it. It's just like, hey, did you guys come from another server? Because they always come from another server. And it's like, hey, let's go talk to the flat earthers, and they always have a leader.
Just imagine these kids in the real world, though. Like when they can't live in their parents' house, like, you're going to get torn apart. I mean, this kind of behavior, it's like really pathetic. Like they can't defend themselves. They can't function on their own. They just have to function as a collective.
Well, but that's the best part about it, because they're
it makes me sad. It makes me sad for them. It's like,
don't be upset about it, man. Just treat them. I have a different approach depending on what they say, but for the most part, I want them to talk. I just want to pick their brain,
Right.
You guys don't have to do it the way I do, but that's what I do. It's just like, oh wow, you're curious about flat Earth or flat Earthers. Even if you're not curious about flat Earth, you're curious about flat Earthers, right? All right. So what do you think? I mean, hey, I've been doing this for this long, and 5 years or whatever, and 6 years. I don't even remember how long I've been doing it. So what do you think so far? Have you really gotten deep into some of this conversation? What do you think so far? So you just kind of like get into their psyche and just kind of figure out what they really think, and not necessarily trying to prove right up front. You're not in a debate with them right up front. You just kind of want to get into why do you even want to talk to a flat earther? I just kind of, I'm dirty like that. You know what I'm saying? But it's not dirty. It's just like, actually, it's not dirty because I actually am curious. Like, wow, for some reason, you're on a gaming server and you brought all your friends and you want to come and talk to a bunch of flat earthers. All right, so let's figure out why you want to talk to us. and then you can get at some of the details. No, but a lot of people in here just want to go ahead and just roast them right up front. Oh, how about the curvature? Which it's not the wrong thing to do, but at the same time, when they come in a group like that, I just kind of like to fill them out first, but and then I get Gemsy muting me 5 times a night. That's all right. Fucking love you, Gemsy.
Hey, we had other members that wanted to participate and talk to the crazy ones, so I had to keep some control.
I get you. I get it. I mean, hey, no hard feelings, bro. At all. Love you, bro.
Hey, but we have Danny Falker here. You can speak to him, Helio.
Have spoken to him, and I actually undeafened him. I don't like. I don't know who deafened him. I don't like. I don't know why somebody would deafen someone. It's like if you're gonna deafen someone, just ban them. Don't ever do that to someone, or they can actually join but can't listen. That's fucking retarded. So if you're gonna deafen someone, just go ahead and ban them. Yeah. Well, I don't want to. I mean, dude, I have to go to work in a few hours, so I don't want to talk much more. But yeah, I mean, don't deafen someone. That's stupid.
Helio. He was deafened because we were talking to him and about him. Gospel Bear disconnected him, and then he jumped back in. So he was there. We were trying to get a reaction. That's why Gospel Bear deafened him.
Okay, well, I just don't like that feature necessarily. I mean, I guess it's necessary, but I mean, if you're gonna deafen someone, but they can still be in the room, but they can't listen, I just think that's weird. Why would you deafen someone? I just think it's a weird thing. I mean, you can mute them, where they can't talk, but I just don't understand the deafen feature. Especially when we're on live stream, they can capture the audio from the live stream. I just think it's total weird. Teach them a lesson. It's just weird to me. But anyway, I release the Devonford Dan if he wants to talk and get involved. I do have to jump off, and I love all you guys. This is a cool platform and stuff. The main channel will be back up in 5 days. I think this is our second day into block because apparently somebody said something about the 2020 elections, and that's what. But anyway, I'm live streaming on 2 channels right now, and Roger's live streaming on his channel. So we're still going strong.
Later, Helio. Get some rest, dude.
That's possible. I'll do what I can do. I was just thinking. The reason I kind of paused there, I'm trying to think because I don't think YouTube is necessarily the best place for us on this, but we can do the best we can. But I know Rockfin has a thing, but that's a subscription. You have to actually pay to stream on there. I think it's like $15-20 a month or some shit like that. But I mean, I'm streaming on Twitter and DLive too, but I get like freaking 5-10 views a day on Twitter and about 5 views a day on DLive. So I don't know. YouTube is one of the most active things that we do, but if they're going to just like strike the channel when we're not even actually trying to actively. Well, we talk a lot of shit on here. I can't believe they would actually, strike the channel for that nonsense. Well, we rarely ever even talk about that, and there's a lot of other stuff that we talk about that I can't believe they still let us talk about this stuff. But anyway. God bless Texas with his own hand, brought down angels from the promised land. Gave us a place. I like that song. God bless Texas. No, I like Arkansas too. I got some Arkansas songs. I like Texas.
So the stream get striked or something? Is it not live anymore or what?
I have the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live channel. That one got a community guideline strike, and so I can't, I couldn't stream from there for 7 days. So I'm streaming on my Helio Skeptic channel and my other backup channel too. So I'm streaming from there. We still have people listening. It's just not. We're gonna have to wait till I think Monday of next week, and then I'll be able to start streaming again from there. Yeah, we're still live, and my Twitter channel's still up, and D Live that's still up.
Hey, was it because of the election thing?
Yeah, I don't even know what happened. I wasn't even listening. Yeah, it's just like apparently somebody was talking about the 2020 elections, and they give me a community guideline strike. That was the second one. First one's a warning. Second one is a 7-day ban, and so that's what happened. But we'll be back. I mean, that's why we try to keep our talk focused here on Flat Earth, because we're live streaming and stuff, and that's why that's just kind of the way it goes. But bro, what's really trippy to me is like a lot of channels that I've subscribed to and watch YouTube videos of people saying way worse shit than we ever say on here about the elections and stuff, and they're just fine. I think they just don't like Flat Earth, man. I think YouTube wants to get rid of all the flat channels. But I mean, that's just my opinion. But whatever.
Oh yeah, that's obvious. They throttle everybody and shadow ban them, and in the Flat Earth community. So
it's like I'm subscribed to a lot of channels where they talk a lot of shit about the elections. They talk about all kinds of shit that we don't talk about on here because we know that they're just targeting them. And so, bro, I mean, it do what it do. But if they ever shut down all my channels, there's other places to that we can. We always have the Discord for now, and I think we have another backup Discord too. So if they ever try to take this one down, we got plenty places to go. But it would really suck if we just totally lost YouTube altogether. But we do have other places to share the information and stuff. So don't worry about that.
Yeah, supposedly Odyssey, they fixed their buffer issue or something. I don't know, but
Can you live stream on Odyssey?
yeah, you can. I don't know if you can constantly do it though. Like 24-hour. But
Just like I'm 24 hours, just like I am on YouTube. I'm 24 on D Live and Twitter, and it's just not. I don't get near as many viewers on those channels as I do on YouTube. So, but if they shut the YouTube channel off, then maybe we'll just have to move that shit over on Twitter.
some people are getting more views on Rumble than they are on YouTube.
Oh yeah, I think I was supposed to look at Rumble too.
It's a paid service. I
Yeah,
don't know how much you have to pay though.
Well, it's just like it. If I have to pay, I'm gonna have to get some support if I have to pay to stream somewhere, right? Because I'm already paying to do this. If I have to pay more to do on another service, then to get some support, not just I don't, I'm not on here be like, hey, pay me money to freaking do this. Anyway, worry about that later. It's like Rockfin. That's a pretty good service, but you have to pay to stream there too. But it's not. That's not a lot, It's like $15 a month or something. Not really a lot of money. Green Scooby Doo, he got too stoned.
Earth.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool Aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected. And also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No. You can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how... my brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Earth is flat.
Hello? The earth is flat. Hello?
Yo, this song is for all the flat earthers out there that got a loved one that no matter how hard you try to show them the truth, they just want to keep butting heads with you. Let me bridge the gap. They call me flat today saints when I'm out flat smacking, but my girlfriend, she just calls me flat nasty. Been doing this for the last 3 or is it 4, maybe even 5 years, don't remember anymore. November I was born on the 333 day of the year. I guess that makes me a double down target for the Illuminati. DA's telling judges that Drew is naughty. Who am I, see? To tell you the opposite, been repping this flat earth and no one is stopping it. So until the day they lay me down in my coffin, it's cartoon ball horizon means horizontal. It's another top notch flat earth rapper. I'm just scratching the surface of this working ladder.
Globe earth rappers are superfluous chatter.
Like COVID is when it's smurfing the cattle. Every line I write are words from a battle. You don't wanna battle me, even on Halloween. Drinking gallons of gasoline, cleaned in Valvoline. Getting crazy, it's amazing when I'm blazing the Cali green. Getting chill bumps when you listen to me. Hair raising, I'm so brazen the way that I sing. I'm reminiscing on a lot of things that I'm missing. Seems like all my friends got that Moderna incision. You can miss me with all that bullshit that you're sipping. Like COVID-19 coffee that astronauts pissing. Every time you see a shooting star in your wishing, it's just another fallen angel, but you wouldn't listen. You can't have gas pressure next to the vacuum of space. Use your own reasoning. I don't even need to give you any reason that it's fake. Yo. My mind is free, but my body's in hell. In the back of a cop car, headed for jail. All I got are the thoughts in my medicine well. I'm ready for L. Chupacabra, spaghetti in jail. Yo, the food is caca. All I got are meatballs in my palabra. This time is nada. Gonna do me, I'ma do this time I gotta do, then I'ma go free. Now I'ma go speak to them lonely convicts, let them know earth is flat and the globe is nonsense. Unfold your conscience, hear the powerful truth. If I'm wrong, show me right here and now the proof. What was bound was loose, like the sound of hoops, like 1,000 troops chanting Babylonian wizard, doing jujitsu, dismantling all of them, parables, paralyzed, parasitic disguise. Getting that jab just to fly the friendly skies, terrorizing these variables, the pleasure is mine. Like a stitch in the fabric used for measuring time. Just another brick in the wall we never could climb. And we never could find our way back home if outer space was real and there isn't a dome. Freemasonic astronauts sipping the chrome, getting a phone. Nathan told me to create a YouTube channel. This is Flat-A-Day Saints. I give you a flat salute and a Flat-A-Day thanks for putting me up on modern day debate. Went in with a full clip and shot up the place. When I talk about space, I'm being sarcastic. Invisible viruses, they keep trying to mask it. It's getting harder to laugh at. Smarter every day. Turn on the gas and become martyr day saints. Can't have gas pressure next to the vacuum of space. Use your own reasoning. I don't even need to give you any reason that it's fake. You can't have gas pressure next to the vacuum of space. Use your own reasoning. I don't even need to give you any reason that it's fake. Hush, little Helios, don't you cry. Just because Stephen Hawking lied, he was in a wheelchair. So do you really care? Do you really care that he died? And if that line ain't straight and sea level is curved, I'ma go the Moderna way. I'ma get that vaccination with no hesitation. Let's all get the J&J. Feisty, I know I told you I'd never leave you, but guess what? Daddy's back and you ain't going nowhere. This song's for P, Dozer, and Whiny too. I love you, little dogs. Peace.
Every time I hear that song, it makes me want to cry at the end. Such a sad ending.
take a photograph.
We don't have time for a meeting of the flat
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten double things?
Conspiracy theorists claim that events like terror attacks and school shootings didn't happen, that the crime scenes are fake, and all those people you see crying on television are crisis actors.
If you could influence kids with the lyrics you spit, would you lead them all astray or just steer them adrift? Wear a mask everywhere, you appear to be sick. Living in fear, 6 feet says, here's what you'll get. If you like what you hear, screen mirror the shit. This is the new 9/11 of Here I'm a Biff. There's no such thing as a terrorist. The real terrorists are the American military. Harry Potter, where you been? This is the Truman Jim Carrey show that you win. A whole slew of proof from the Hoover Dam break-in. Road crews digging tunnels that you can't explain. Faster than a speeding locomotive and a train. Watch out for words like inclusive and sustain. Ability is killing me, you don't comprehend. Straight out of Compton, yo, I'm off the hinges. Intended this shit's not meant for me. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We're the indentured servants of this century. Can I get a witness to witness these nitwits getting into wits? It's business, jeez. Every time he takes a shit, hiccups and sneezes. Yo, there's no such thing as a terrorist. They only show you such things just to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that where you live is not pear-shaped, but you swear it is. My rap's like the second law of thermodynamics, further advances to murder your tactics. I smoke herb till it's gone, then I'm burning the ashes. You voted for Bernie, haha, you conservative bastards. I'm observing these actors, affirmative action. I deserve nothing but a few words in the caption. I'm the referee, coach, and the verbal captain. Even my girl knows, yo, my whole world is rapping. Take away from me that, and my world collapses. Like a NASA fan finding out this world is flattened. Like the first, second tower, and the third collapse. And birds and catfish on my bed, about to burst this mattress. Thirst with anticipation like ejaculation. Exposing master plans of these master masons. Another flat today, saints from around the way. You ain't nothing but a hound dog on Groundhog Day. More often than not, yo, I'm off the chain. Getting off on the thoughts that cause a lot of pain. Start seeing through all these artificial strains. It's hard to fake what's been made already plain. Yo, there's no such thing as a terrorist. They only show such things just to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that where you live is not pear-shaped, but you swear it is. Yo, I hit my photo with notes and rhymes I spit. So if you wish at this time to resign or quit, I'm going with you every time, you know what time it is. Overdosing on the hosts and psyopsis. Blinded by the light shining from your diamonds, kid. I've been waiting all my life for a time like this. Holy moly, what a roller coaster life I live. No motion sickness in the ocean, yo, I dive right in. Motion picture industry likes to slice your skin. Hocus pocus, focusing on the life they spend. I can't believe you still believe in these staged events. But if it don't make dollars, and it don't make sense. And if it don't make Donalds, and it don't make Pence. Get it? Donald Trump, Mike Pence. There's no such thing as a terrorist. When they show you such things, it's to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that where you live is not pear-shaped, but you swear it is. You think it's pear-shaped, but there's no such thing as a terrorist. When they show you such things, it's to scare your kids. There's no such thing as a terrorist. There's no such thing as a terrorist. But you swear there is a such thing as a terrorist. But there's not. Nope, sorry. To burst your bubble. I'm out.
Oh, Alice's death was a fake. It was a hoax. This guy's a crisis actor. I was stunned. It pisses me off.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Since 1972, destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing it.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
I want to thank you all for coming. Rodney King has this to say to all the people of Los Angeles and all the people of the cities of the United States so caught up in this horror and hate. The killing, the burning, the looting, the chaos must stop now. The time for healing is upon us. Rodney King has prepared a very brief statement. Rodney?
Yo. I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo, how high's the skies? Fuck, 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 for a Permanente, yo. I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo. How high's the skies? Permanente. We ass backwards in this country we living backwards in. I'm doing acrobatics to keep up with acronyms, doing backflips. To all the fat is trimmed, I'm back. It's him. Ain't no one as flat as him. Ain't no one attacking him. Rick, Rob Skiba. I ain't on either team. Ask Ron and Reba. He's the doggone reason why I'm high on ether. Went to an FE conference trying to find a speaker. Like a crack house, trying to find a tweaker. My mind is either halfway gone by the time you listen to half this song. I drank the weed water and I cracked the bong. Your ass is gone. Nah, I'm barely coming, riding bareback on the prairie, humming, demon hunting at CERN, but they can barely summon the courage to even carve a scary pumpkin. Don't bump into me when I'm on a rampage. Stomach so hungry, I just ate this damn page. Yo, I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo, how high's the skies? Permanente. Yo, I just lost my pencil, now I'm off the mental gymnastics you NASA fanboys into to get your mind to think the earth is a ball flat out. Since my birth I've been raw. Fa la 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 la. Yo, I'ma deck the halls with buds of chronic. Wreck these balls and these NASA rockets. 50 million a day, they better have fat pockets. All these hearts go out to flat earth fuck, if it's even true. But I ain't here to argue. So regardless of all the money NASA stole, me and Jeranism and Jake the asshole ate a bunch of shrooms and went inside the rabbit hole. Man, what the hell you talking about? I don't even know. Yo, I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo, how high's the skies? Fuck, Permanente, yo. I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo, how high's the skies? Fuck, Permanente. I'm killing these raps like Michelle Fowler's husband. I'm filling up this gas like a vacuum suction, spilling all this crap so the facts don't function. Like Belinda's jab when it packs a punch in, filling up your blood with this nano substance. The only shot I'll ever get is from these ammo gun clips. Banana done split when I went up shit creek without a paddle in the Amazon River Phoenix as it was rising with Blue Origin with a crew inside it. If you don't know by now, please excuse my silence. 1,000 pictures ain't worth a few words I'm writing. My verbs are smitten to uncurve your vision. They call it sea level, cause the curve is missing. I thirst for wisdom while you slurp the pissin'. Sergeant NASA cup that you got for Christmas. Fa la 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 la. Ha ha, yo, I'm cracking up, check it. I asked the guys on the ISS, yo, how you like your coffee milk? We like it breast, yo. I asked the guys on the ISS, yo, what part of a little boy do you like best, yo? We tap the chrome and we scrap the rest, yo. This is the Rodney Skiba song, can't we all just get along, yo? This is the Rodney Skiba song, can't we all just get along, yo? This is the Rodney Skiba song, can't we all just get along, yo? I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo, how high's the skies? Permanente. This is the Rodney Skiba song. Can't we all just get along? Can't we all just get?
Can we all get along? Can we get along? Can we stop making it horrible for the older people and the kids?
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place?
Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it. You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened. Listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball. But it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
No. Get the f out of here. You're fired. No. Get the better solution. You keep me on the payroll as an outside consultant. And in exchange for my salary, my job will be never to tell people these things that I know. I don't even have to come into the office. I can do this job from home.
Yo, if Earth's flat, why don't you fall off the edge? I heard that Mike Collins from Apollo is dead. My girl's fat girl, let's just crawl in the bed. Don't spit if you want, just swallow instead. Swallow instead. Can you hear me, Siri? Swallow instead. Hello, Siri. Is gravity a theory or a fact? Got my tampons in the house where my period's at. Get my rap on when I'm pissed about the serious crap. Passing so fast through space-time, bends and how. After blasting through warp speed, we get to plaid. Don't listen if you don't like when I spit these raps. Rhymes I write like lightning, I write so fast. I'm like Mike Tyson, you ain't got to fight in chat. Yo, I'm going back to basics, flat smack in the faces. You can't have gas pressure without adjacent to the vacuum of space, bitch, without a container. Like paying for a lawyer without a retainer. I ain't playing, about to let a slug out of this chamber. When you see the red dot, yo, no doubt it's a laser. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later. I've been around the world and I measure the earth, The devil, he's so clever with words, but level don't ever mean curved, it never means curved, and meta from the metaverse. Does playing Call of Duty help build my immunity up? Insurance policy paying you, they usually bluff. I'm not saying they won't do it, but it's usually tough. The last few years I've seen some unusual stuff, but if I mention the shot, you say I'm off the beat. So now I'm beating off to the thoughts of shots in me. What a rotten little awful getting off scot-free. Son of a gun of a bitch I've come to be. Shaking up the game to break up the redundancy. And if it wasn't for work, they'd have no taxes. And if it wasn't for burnt, there'd be no ashes. And if it wasn't for birds, egg be no hatching. And if it wasn't for dirt, there'd be no traffic. And if it wasn't for hurts, there'd be no passion. And if it wasn't for learning, then why all the classes? If it wasn't for your purse, I'd have nothing to snatch. And if I don't come in first, then I'm coming in last. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level don't ever mean curved, it never means curved, and meta from the meta. All these atheists must hate my guts, cause I say to their face, space is fake and stuff. NASA astronauts, everything you say is suspect, cause I suspect you make it up. Not your average FE thespian beast, faster than faggots fasting at a lesbian feast. She that loves me the least will give me nothing to eat, but he that loves me the most will give me something to smoke. This ain't how much your mother loving murder she wrote. The spin of the earth should've made your vertebrae broke. Every word that I spoke you couldn't refute it. Water finds a true level, so you couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it. It can't be refuted. You couldn't dilute. You couldn't dilute. You couldn't dilute it.
Who the f do you think you are, you crazy little shit?
Security? I am Jack's smirking revenge.
I'm a fire.
My name is Tristan and I'm in second grade and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds its level.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat My name is Tristan and I'm in second grade and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds its level.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it.
Up for sound bites. This is awesome.
I don't believe that man went to the moon. The deadly radiation would have guaranteed their doom. They've never tried to go back, the elephant's in the room. I don't believe that man went to the moon. On 7-7 drills were underway. At each of the locations, the bombs went off that day. A man called Peter Power announced with some dismay. On 7-7 drills were underway. I feel a sense of positivity, a different way to view reality. The truth is that it starts with you and me, and we can make it happen if we come together. On 9/11 drills were underway that mirrored what unfolded in the skies that very day. They blamed it on Bin Laden, who was nearly in his grave. On 9/11 drills were underway. The time has come for us to make a choice. It started with a solitary voice, but now it's a cacophony of noise, and growing by the day because it's now or never. I don't believe that man went to the moon. The deadly radiation would have guaranteed their doom. They've never tried to go back, the elephant's in the room. I don't believe that man went to the moon.
And they spin faster and faster and faster and faster, and they spin faster and faster, and they spin faster and faster. It's kind of amazing that any person can keep their balance when they do that.
Some flat earthers will also define science in such a way to include only experimental science, not observational sciences like astronomy, marine biology, or paleontology. I want you to notice something about the form of these arguments. You'll see that they generally say something like this.
A sea and an ocean, right? Everywhere you go, we see and observe flat level water. If 70% of the surface of the earth is flat, it cannot be a ball, right?
Flat earthers mean the surfaces of oceans follow a perfectly straight line. That's just the common sense idea of flat and level. We mean flat as in flat means smoothly curving around the globe. We're using a slightly different definition. But that's because a curved surface can look perfectly flat. So, do you think a tiny ant standing on the hour hand of a clock would notice it moving? But that's because we're using a slightly different definition, or you have the science wrong. Another kind of argument is to say something like, all oceans are flat, or water always seeks its level. I like to use this analogy. Flat earthers are correct, but remember, we humans cannot sense speed. Finally, what about air pressure? Again, flat earthers are correct about pressure requiring a container, but only on small scales. Next, flat earthers say we don't feel rotation, and they are correct. But that's because globers are saying that we're using a slightly different definition. Flat as in flat earthers are correct. You can verify this by measuring pressure gradients. Globers are saying that a container is not the necessary antecedent for pressure. But that's because on large scales, anyway, but I'll start with just these three are even less of a factor. Remember, we're talking about very slight differences here. If light bends over a curve even just 0.001 degrees per mile, in the black swan argument, flat earthers are saying that since light doesn't bend enough, it's impossible on a globe. But if light bends even just that 0.01 degrees per mile, that would explain the picture. And anyway, it seems to me that flat earthers would need light to be bending to explain sunsets over the ocean. Furthermore, the Earth is rotating so slowly, at a rate of 0.000666 RPM. Do you think a tiny ant can only feel acceleration and rotation, and the other rotations around the sun and furthermore, around the galactic core at twice the rate compared to the daily rotation of the Earth? The weight of the tiny ant causes atmospheric pressure with no container required. You can verify this by measuring pressure gradients. I like to use this analogy. How do you make tiny ants into grape juice? Well, you have to squeeze them. You put the tiny ants into a container and squeeze. So you may think that a container is necessary for making tiny ant juice. That's usually true, but there is another way. You could make a big pile of tiny ants on the ground, and as the pile grows bigger and bigger, eventually it will weigh so much that the tiny ants on the bottom will be squeezed, and you'll get tiny ant juice without using a grape juice container. It's somewhat similar with atmosphere. The weight of the air causes higher pressure at the bottom. Gas does not expand in all directions exactly equally. There's a slight bias in the downward direction due to the weight of the tiny ant, and that's enough to create atmospheric pressure without a container. Calling atmospheric pressure a violation of the second law of tiny ant dynamics is just a misunderstanding of that law. If the Earth really were a globe, this is what should happen, and it doesn't. So most of their evidence is negative evidence. Here are a couple of examples about how water should flow on the globe, or how day and night should work, or how clouds should work in the atmosphere. The scientific response is generally no, that's not what should happen. You're either misunderstanding tiny ant. It turns out that both sides agree with those statements, but mean different things by them because they have different definitions of the word flat and the word level. Globers say that the word flat and level technically means something more nuanced, like following gravitationally equipotential lines which curve slightly, so a flat ocean or a level plane actually curves slightly with the shape of the Earth. In other words, when we say flat, we don't mean that it follows a perfectly straight line. We're using a slightly different definition. On small scales, you don't really need to distinguish between the definitions. It only makes a difference when you're talking about large objects, maybe bigger than a couple hundred meters. So when a flat earther says, how can the Earth be a globe if 70% of the Earth is water and water is flat? I would say, I agree, it can't, using your definition of flat being a perfectly straight line. But that's not what we're saying when we say the globe is 70% flat water. We mean flat as in flat means smoothly curving around the globe. Now, you can't prove things with definitions like this one way or the other, but it's helpful to be clear about what definition you're using when you're using words like flat or level. Another word flat earthers sometimes use differently is the word believe. If you ask them, do you believe the Earth is flat? Many of them will say, no, I don't believe, I know.
We don't need to believe things. This is not a religion. As soon as you say belief, that is an immediate connotation to religion. There is no belief here. Gravity does not exist, period.
There's a bigger cult called scientism. They say scientists believe, because you might as well be saying the pastor believes or the Pope believes. And then you must believe, because belief is usually tied to a religion or some kind of cult-like dogmatic thinking.
As if the word believe implies some kind of misplaced faith in something with no evidence. That can happen. However, most philosophers would say that if you know something, you also believe it. To believe something just means that you think it's true. So I find their use of that word just bizarre. Bizarre.
That's all, folks.
for like most of you guys?
Go ahead.
Why do you guys just sit in here muted?
I'm sorry, I didn't understood what you said. Can you repeat it?
Well, like, why most of you guys just sit in here muted, like with your mics muted? Why?
Same reason everybody gets together to talk and, you know, all kind of stuff.
Yeah, obviously, like you want to talk to people, but like, I don't think there's much talking going around if your mics are muted.
Well, yeah, because right now it's European time, and normally everybody is at sleep, or at least more quiet. But at night, because there are more people from the U.S., and so it's more active at night for European time zone. So that's why it's very quiet right now.
So, what you're saying, this server's mostly run by Europeans?
No, the opposite. Runs more by American people, but that doesn't mean that we should not talk or something like that. Right now, But in general, it's the opposite. More people from the U.S. than Europeans, but that doesn't mean that we Europeans don't talk around here.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So basically, that's why.
Guys
Yeah,
just
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Alright, that was just my question.
Oh, okay. That's why it is quiet right now. That's all.
Yeah. Alright, cool. Goodbye then.
Cool, no problem. It is crazy. People don't want to see the truth, no matter what you say. You know, it's kind of I don't know. It's really a pain process to to tell them, well, this is fake, dude, or this it ain't real, or you know what I mean? Like, it is crazy.
Yo, do you guys get paid to be here?
I'm sorry, I was listening to music and writing to my friend over here, PC Tech. I think I just don't want to misspell his name. How are you, baby?
I was wondering if you get like if there's any job opportunities with this Discord group. You guys
I'm
get
sorry.
paid?
Can you repeat that because I didn't understood it very well what you just said.
I was wondering if you guys get paid to be here.
If I am paid to be here, no, I'm not.
Right. Oh, are you all volunteers?
What do you mean volunteers? I mean we are here for
Like,
free. I mean we are here by just talking with one each other. We don't get paid for it. Well, at least I'm not being paid to be here. Anyways, but in general, I don't think nobody is here to, to get paid or something like it.
that's helpful. Thank you.
No problem. No problem. Anything else or?
No, that was it.
Okay. Did you find the curvature, by the way, or?
Not. No, I don't.
Uh,
I don't know how to
you
find
don't?
the curve of the Earth.
Oh, you don't know how to find it. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, that's cool. So I'm gonna keep listening to music, and if you say something, I'm gonna try to catch up. Okay, or you or somebody else. Who knows?
Yeah, I know. I'm probably gonna go to the Bible voice chat and maybe, hopefully, someone will join.
Oh, okay, yeah, I can join there if you want.
Right.
Right. Yeah, I get what he's saying. I'm not gonna type because what I was trying to say is like when you said that when you tell people that you see a pentagram on the White House and stuff like that, and I was like, you mean just that or something else more than there is over there? You know that it's kind of impressive because, well, not just in U.S. Even here in Portugal, there's a lot of Masonic places or streets with Masonic symbolisms and stuff like that. And so, yeah, kind of creepy and scary, like to see all this kind of stuff, um, all over the place. So, yeah, it's kind of, yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. But anyway, I'm going to the Bible section with this dude is baby in this case. Uh, see you. Well, I'm gonna read what you just typing over.
myself. I don't mind being a broken record.
Okay, so you don't. So it's an assumption that you're moving.
Yes.
Affirming the consequence.
Yeah, that's a logical fallacy.
Can I just get in here as well? Just quickly, do you have a demonstration of this?
Demonstration?
Yeah.
Let me get yourself off this fucking push to talk.
Language, bro. Chill.
No need to get angry.
Relax.
There. Now I'm off push to talk. I have to keep pressing keys.
Is that better?
How do I measure it? I just use my gyroscopes. And you can actually measure their drift. You can
Wasn't what I asked.
I don't know how to explain it to you. I'm not a scientist.
I'm not asking for an explanation.
Whatever.
I was asking for a demonstration. You either have one or you don't.
So if we, do you guys feel like you want to take a question from chat?
I was wondering if you could actually answer my question because I don't feel like we finished that yet.
I'd like to finish this guy.
God 420, because you've made a claim there. I was wondering if you have a demonstration for that.
Well, I can set up and do some video streaming and show some gyroscopes in operation, but you're not going to see much except for a change in angle over the course of an hour. You'll see a drift of 15 degrees.
But that is the claim that you've made that I'm asking for a demonstration of.
I am.
You understand?
I'll do that if I have to, but we'll be here 1 hour to watch it drift.
Sounds good. If you don't have it, I'm not going to judge you. I'm not like saying if you don't have it, then you're wrong. I'm not saying
he doesn't have it. Listen, he doesn't have it.
I know he doesn't, but
okay, so
I'm asking
let me tell you why he doesn't have it, and this is easy to demonstrate. Because you would only measure a 15-degree drift at one of the poles. Are you at the North or South Pole?
Wrong.
You're going to measure 15 degrees. You're going to measure okay, listen. You want me to tell you the formula? Because you're not going to measure a 15-degree per hour drift unless you're at one of the poles. You would need a 3-axis gyro, and you would measure a cumulative. If you summed all 3 axes, then you would measure a 15-degree per hour drift. But you said you had a regular gyro, regular mechanical gyro.
I also have the aeronautic gyros that they use for aircraft.
Yeah, and those are single-axis gyros.
No.
Yeah.
It's for the ones on the main.
They use multiple gyros. They use multiple gyros in the aircraft.
Yes.
And in fact, they're called an attitude indicator.
No, I'm not talking about the indicator. I'm looking at the gyro.
The attitude indicator is the gyro, and the gyro isn't the purpose of it. Nuh-uh, it's not a reputation. Nuh-uh. Do you want me to just pull up a PDF that has all this, that has the schematic for the attitude indicator for an aircraft? Do I really have to do this?
I don't care about the attitude indicator.
The attitude indicator is what has the gyro, dude.
Ignore me then. Talk over me.
The attitude indicator is your reputation is nuh-uh. Okay? That is what your nuh-uh. Listen, the fact is, the attitude indicator is a device in the airplane which has the gyro, and the purpose of the gyro is to damp the sway of the device.
Wrong.
Okay?
Nuh-uh. I know exactly where it is. It is down in the belly of the plane.
So who cares?
In the control room.
So may I try to move this discussion into more productive direction?
Listen, I'd like a concession. I'd like a concession that he never actually did this test, because to measure 15 degrees per hour on a single axis, you would have to be at a pole. This is not debatable. This is objectively true.
Agreed.
Objectively true. You can.
So if you're at 40, listen. If you're at 45 latitude, you're going to measure a 15 degree. Listen, so if you're at 45 latitude, you're going to measure a 15-degree per hour drift that is on a single axis.
Do you realize how equatorial telescope mounts work?
Yes.
Okay. You can measure the drift throughout the entire surface of this planet, including the equators and the poles.
Do you have to correct for latitude? Yes or no? You have to program it for latitude.
Oh my God! Talk over me. Fuck it. Talk to someone else.
Answer the question. Yes,
you're refusing to answer me. Listen.
May I?
You guys are both trying to lie, and that's why I'm acting like this, because you're both trying to lie.
It is
like I've been doing this for 4 years, dude. I know how all these devices work.
Argument. That is
no,
retarded.
because you're
Stop
lying.
Yeah, well, listen, I mean, God 420 can't get to the demonstration, which he would then have to beg the question of. So, yeah, I think we can probably move on.
Okay, so
we will see. I will get the display set up, and we're going to sit for 1 hour, and you can watch the machine physically fucking drift.
Yeah,
you won't do shit. You won't do shit. So, listen, don't move the goalpost. You said 15 degree per hour drift is what you've already measured.
Right. So we'll set for 1 hour, and you can watch it drift 15 degrees. Okay,
let's do this.
Camera, if we have to.
Yeah, okay. Okay, go
Let's do
for it.
this.
Set it up, God. Right, set it up.
Let's do this, dude. Listen, I'm gonna laugh, dude. When you measure 7.3, when you measure 7.3 degree drift because you're at something like 43 latitude, I'm gonna laugh at you.
Wrong.
May I please interject?
Some more.
Corvo, guys, let's let Corvo get in here.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
I mean, we can at later time do a live stream with God 420 if we guys are interested.
How about I post citations? Would that suffice, and we can just end this? I'll just post citations.
We can both post citations. So I think I have a question by King of Kings, who have a question for the flat earthers. If the curvature of the globe is 8 inches per mile of distance, wouldn't the difference be...
Can I stop you right there? Per mile is a slope. No one is claiming to live on a slope, are they?
Well, hold on. Let me finish the question.
Yeah, but the question is already wrong, so it needs to be correct.
So let me finish it. I'm just reading it. Yeah, the guy isn't talking.
Okay, but the question is already wrong. That's the point.
Yeah, we'll correct him and say it's 8 inches per mile squared, not 8 inches per mile.
That's a parabola.
Okay, 8 inches per mile squared. Wouldn't the difference be difficult to detect with just your eyes? To me, it's like trying to spot a ruler a mile away and be able to see it move 8 inches to demonstrate the difference in position.
Yeah, but then over 10 miles, they tell us that would add up to around 67 feet of drop, which is measurable. So someone in human history would have measured this physical drop. We're not saying that you should just eyeball it and then make your decision. This is why people are doing point-to-point tests over a distance and comparing it to the rate that the globe model does predict. God, I know you're upset. I know you're upset. I know you're upset, but you're just going to have to chill. We gave you your chance. And you were going to go and set up your gyroscope that you were then going to say, I'm claiming that's Earth's rotation. And we were going to say, okay, how do you link that? And you'd say, well, just because we know. Right, so let's not do that, God. You can just chill.
Of course, they won't even accept the balloon photographs from Dr. Bob. Or not Dr. Bob, but Bob, what's his name?
So just to the new people as well, this is the type of person. This is the type of person that you get.
Program.
Who's been arguing this for years but still hasn't found any measurements of curvature, so they just argue the same redundant points again and again. This isn't a new person to the topic, by the way. This is a diehard who's been emotionally wounded by the flat Earth. So just to point that out to the new people.
Fuck.
I would just like to kind of bring it back to
Please don't laugh. It's actually serious.
Kind of just bring it back to something I said about 15 minutes ago. I asked for a demonstration. A demonstration was not provided. If God 420 goes back and provides a demonstration, then we can talk. I feel like there's no point talking about it because he made a claim, he hasn't demonstrated it. I feel like it's moot. So let's just move on.
I feel like speaking to him is moot.
But that's kind of what I'm saying is like, if anyone else wants to discuss this, all good. But he's made a claim that he hasn't demonstrated and I personally think can't demonstrate. So I think everyone listening already knows what kind of person God 420 is.
10-4.
With regards to the what was it, the question before about inches per mile to do with eyeballing it? I mean, I know, Cyclone, you already kind of went ahead with an answer. I would say this is something, when I said squared, someone else said that's a parabola. All good, but he didn't seem to have a problem with the Earth being a slope 30 seconds before. This is the problem with a lot of these debates, is that when we try and get into the actual details, like the meat of the issue, people only oppose it when it's flat Earth. Yeah? If Earth's a slope, not a problem. If it's a parabola, then they're opposing it. So you start to realize that a lot of people are very emotional about this subject. They don't actually want to discuss it.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Yep, just to catch everybody that hasn't been here up to speed, we still need measurements of curvature, axial rotation, or any movement of the Earth. Gas pressure next to the near perfect vacuum. You guys know the story.
A quick word from our sponsor.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Good food in space. That sounds delicious.
Hello. Who's that?
Mr. Yam, that could be renamed to Mr. Falsetto. What kind of questions do you have, Mr. Yam?
That's supposed to be an insult?
No, it's just a descriptor of how you're talking in a falsetto.
Emphasis on false.
You're being kind of rude. Why is why is there longer days in some parts of the year in Alaska and shorter parts where there's like no night?
Because, as people have known for thousands of years, the sun transits between the tropics throughout the year.
Does that mean that the Earth is round?
No.
No.
Define round.
Yeah. Sure, yeah. It could be round like a table. Yeah, my bad.
What do you mean, bro? Round.
And for the record, to describe someone's voice as it is in a falsetto is by no means rude. So your claim of it being rude is
you're being rude.
Lacks any form of validity whatsoever. No, I'm being objective.
So are y'all like professional flat earthers or like amateurs?
Whoa.
Flat earthers.
You guys like study this?
I'm about to revoke the mod status of whoever VC verified. No, I guess anybody can VC verify it, like silver and up, right?
Yeah. Nah, silvers can't.
Well, whatever the case.
So this one's not on me.
Well, you know what? For some, they feel the need to ridicule as part of their stages of grief.
I'm not.
No, you started with it.
I'm just curious.
You started with a question. It was answered. Do you have any form of a logical response to the answer you received?
I'm just taking in the information that you gave me.
Yeah. Transiting between the tropics. Do you understand what those words mean?
Yes.
It's okay if you don't. Like, people. Well, somebody might make fun of you, but I sincerely will not make fun of you. It's okay to not know things. It's helpful and beneficial to learn.
Is the sun flat?
Yeah, I believe you.
Okay, so I have a perfect question for you in response to that question. Is the Earth the sun?
That has nothing to do with it. I'm asking.
It does actually have everything to do with it, and I'll explain why if you allow me.
Go ahead.
Okay, so many people start with the argument of if all the other planets are flat, then why? Or if all the other planets are round, then why would the Earth be flat? Right? This question has a built-in assumption. You follow me so far? I just want to make sure I'm not going too quick for you.
Yes, sir.
All right. I appreciate the sarcasm. I'm hoping for
I'm not being
actual answers.
sarcastic.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely
But
curious.
anyway, people make the assumption that the Earth is a planet. That's the assumption that's built into that question. So it's a loaded question. It's kind of one of the fallacies, right? There's lots of different fallacious ways of engaging in a conversation or argument or debate. So the issue with you invoking "is the sun flat" is making some type of assumption about the things in the sky being the same in nature and origin as the thing that we live on. And my question for you is, what makes you believe that they are related?
I never once said that they were related. I'm just asking, is the sun flat?
So why would you ask that if they aren't related?
Right. There's a relation within your mind to those two things. Where'd you get that from?
Because the sun provides light to Earth.
Okay.
But looking up at the sun, how do you look up at that and see a similarity to the ground under your feet? How are the two the same?
Because it provides light.
This is why I asked you, is the Earth the sun? Okay, buddy.
It's like having a light bulb in your room.
This is called irrelevant. So best case, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. Everything that I said was related to me giving you the benefit of the doubt. You literally took it in the worst possible way. It's a light. Do you think that you can discern? Okay, let me ask you this. Does light emanate from the sun? It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Okay, let me rephrase the question to be as fair and objective as possible. Does light appear to emanate from the sun?
Yes.
Okay, I personally would agree with you on that. Okay, how does one determine the shape of an object?
Mr. Yam, answer.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
How does one determine the shape of an object?
By looking at it?
Okay, those are good answers. I appreciate that. Does it require, what there's some other things it requires, right? Looking at it from one angle, from multiple angles, light reflecting off of it so as to determine texture and shape. When light is emanating from the object itself, is it logically deductible to determine its shape?
Well, you can't tell the shape in the dark.
I know you probably are thinking, but we have pictures of the sun like when it's darker. I know you probably have all sorts of buts, but I'm working with the question at hand and trying to get you to answer yes or no to these simple, not gotcha questions. They're questions meant to help you think through this slowly, methodically, logically, so that you can deprogram your mind from your assumptions.
Yes.
I'm trying to just get it. Yes.
No.
I don't have a lot of time.
I gave you some easy stuff to work through, some like kindergarten level questions to think through. Is it logically deducible? Is it logically deducible to determine a shape of an object where that object is exclusively bringing forth light? Nothing is reflecting off of the sun, right? The light appears to come from the sun. Can you agree to this?
Right. Light reflects off the sun all the time.
What?
What?
Light reflects off the sun all the time? That you said?
Yes.
Okay, just take a moment.
Are you trying to say that light is like one directional? It can only come from the sun?
No, I'd like you to demonstrate light reflecting off of the light source.
I think you mean the light from the sun is reflected on other surfaces. Is that what you mean?
No, I think he really meant light is bouncing off of the sun. Is that your assumption? Yes. From where?
From like lights on the Earth.
Bud. You need to reevaluate your understanding of the light source that we have in the sky, and to make things really simple, I'll just answer the question for you. Without any type of reflection of light off of an object, it isn't actually feasible to determine its shape. Does it appear to be circular? Yeah, sure.
Also,
does it appear to be a ball? How could we possibly know? We have but one vantage point, and that is the place where we're at on the ground.
So if you can make the same assumption that the sun is round by looking at it, can't you make the same assumption if you're like from a plane? You can see that the Earth is round. You can
Maybe
see
you're not understanding the definition of words. Do you understand what the word round means?
Yes.
Okay. So, no, those two words are actually not the same. They're not synonyms.
No shit, Sherlock. But in this case, yes.
No, there's no in this case. Words mean what they mean, and they have specific
I don't know.
application.
In India last night said that they did mean the same thing, so I don't know. He's like your Lord and Savior, so.
I have but one, and it's definitely not Indio. But that's not relevant. It's an ad hom. It's completely irrelevant to the discussion. You're invoking a conversation about a thing in the sky because why? Why aren't you more concerned about the nature of the surface of the Earth that we live on? Because that's the question at hand, the flatness of the Earth, not other objects in the sky.
What shape do you think the Earth is personally?
Do you think that if you own a dog, that therefore means that the pet in my household is also a dog just because you have a dog?
Also, I still have not gotten a straight answer about is the sun round. You're kind of avoiding my question.
Have you stopped?
I'm not.
You're not giving me.
I'm not avoiding anything, Yam.
You clearly are.
No, I actually already answered that it has a circular appearance.
If you expect me to understand this, I need like a clear yes or no answer.
Hey, Yam, have you
No, I'm going to say it has a circular appearance because that describes the answer. Again, do you assume that because you might have a dog in your household, that therefore means that the pet in my household is also a dog? It's an analogy. Just because things appear to be one thing elsewhere doesn't mean that all things everywhere are the thing that you're referring to. Just because there's dots in the sky doesn't mean the Earth is a dot. The Earth is the Earth. Your assumption that it's something else is based on programming the fairy tales inside of your head. Because of your assumption or presumption that the Earth is a speck floating in the endless vacuum of outer space, because of that assumption, your question makes sense to you. But in reality, if you start from square one, it's completely illogical. There's no connection whatsoever. You're just assuming there's a connection. It's okay. One day you might figure out what an axiom is, and you'll realize that you have some assumptive axioms without any evidence.
He's a young lad.
That's true.
You can't expect him to really understand anything more than what he's
Are
told.
you guys resulting to insults?
I'm not insulting you, brother. I have nothing against you. I got nothing wrong. I'm chilling. Are you chilling?
I'm chilling. You chilling, Yam?
I'm super.
Bro, what if that commercial was just more globe Earth propaganda because they're like chilling like Magellan?
Oh gosh.
I know. I'm just goofing around now.
Are you guys like scientists, like Earth scientists or something like that?
Bro, does it take a scientist to grab a ruler and measure a sheet of paper? Yes or no?
Here, let me say, it's just a title, my friend. In fact, you'll probably find more wisdom in this chat than you will.
I don't need to go on a whole like trivia Easter egg hunt and try to find the answer for myself. I'm just asking for a question.
I know, right? You said it.
Yes or no.
Scientists. I don't know what qualifies a scientist. Like what, a PhD or something, or like a fancy like degree? Is that the only authority you're going to accept?
Are you employed as a scientist of some sort?
Scientism.
No, I'm a tradesman. I work
I'll tell you guys, the only thing you need to do to be a scientist is conduct a scientific experiment using the scientific method. That would make you a scientist.
Thank you.
There we go. And there are people here that have done that.
Yes. Most anybody that went through the public school system performed at least a rudimentary science experiment that followed all of the scientific method.
So yeah, in other words, we're comparable to scientists. We are. You can believe what we say.
No belief is necessary. Back to my question about
can if it was your job.
Take a ruler. Mr. Yam, don't talk over people.
Yeah.
Back to my question with a person taking a ruler and measuring a sheet of paper. You're still talking over people. It's not helpful.
Such a little twit. But you're cool, man. Love you, bro.
The issue is these are simple questions that if you cared about getting to an end, okay, what's your point? Okay, what's your point? Like if you actually cared about the truth, you'd be like, okay, yes, obviously, but what's the point you're trying to make? Well, the point you're trying to make is that it doesn't even involve science. Oh, okay, well, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just a simple measurement question. Well, what do you mean by that? Oh, well, people claim that there's a radius and therefore there's geometry. Well, what do you mean by that? Well, they claim that ships go over the horizon. Oh, what do you mean by that? And you just work through to the end and you learn something. But no, you'd rather play little silly child games and not learn anything. At least that's what appears to be the case.
I just don't think he's in a learning state right now.
Yeah.
No, I am trying to learn. I'm just very curious. You never answered my question about is it your actual profession?
It's irrelevant.
Me personally, no. And yeah, it is kind of irrelevant. Yeah, like
it's very relevant actually.
How's it relevant?
Multiple scientists have indeed said that the Earth is round, and you don't need.
Yeah, but we can't just accept that because someone said it. We need to evidence for it.
You can't appeal to the authority.
And go up in a plane and look at the curvature of
We've all been in a plane.
Hey, those scientists you were just talking about, they disagree with you on that.
And why don't you look out the window?
Yo, Yam, those scientists, Central just made a great point. The same scientists you're appealing to tell you you can't see curvature from an airplane. So what did you
say? Specifically who, right? Wasn't that Neil deGrasse Tyson or something?
Yep, that stuff is flat.
Right. So your own scientists from the mouth of the man that you essentially worship said that you can't see curvature.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat.
What's wrong with your mic,
There you go.
That's Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's okay if you don't recognize his voice. It means you probably don't worship him, which is good. Good.
It also means that he doesn't even seem to know the scientist, so-called, that he's appealing to.
Correct.
Right? That's really awkward. Really awkward, man. It's okay if you say, I don't know. We're not going to ridicule you like we receive ridicule about flat earthers that we're stupid and we don't understand. That's all.
What are you on about?
You know what it is? Like you have a lot of trust in the system, right? And you're probably confused as to why we go against that system. You know, I'm trying to figure out your mind, like where you're at.
Where does
what
the
you're going to
sun
receive.
go when the sun sets?
Too far away.
realize that you just said you could see curvature from an airplane, and that's not true.
Or from your window. You said just look out your window.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
But mathematically,
you think that the government is paying me to like tell you that the Earth is round?
No, you just believe in something that's not there.
Yeah, you're just having delusions.
Mathematically, that's impossible, and I just told you.
So you're saying that millions of billions of people are all delusional?
Being lied to simultaneously, yes, by a one-world military.
Did you not listen to
CGI? Is it like, do they have like screens in airplane windows that are like?
Yeah,
dude. Did you listen to what your heliocentric priest just said? He said you don't see the curvature of the Earth, and he was talking about an altitude of 128,000 feet. A little bit more than the altitude a plane flies at. So what are you talking about?
Right. In other words, he's saying you have to go. Neil deGrasse Tyson said you have to go higher than that, basically. He was inferring that you'd have to go higher to see curvature.
That's like 3 times.
One of my relatives flew the U-2 spy plane and took photos of the curvature of the Earth. You can see it.
From what altitude?
From what?
This is
they didn't take any photographs.
It was borderline space.
All right, hold the phone. Are you aware of the percentage of Earth that they claim that the people on the ISS are capable of seeing? Are you aware of the percentage?
Who's they?
Huh?
Who's they?
The ISS. I'm just asking you a simple question. It's a yes or no question. You can say no. Nobody's going to hurt you. It's okay. Are you aware of the percentage that the ISS people claim mathematically? And this is in the models. You can do the math yourself. Are you aware of the percentage at the height of the ISS? Yes or no?
Oh, why do you keep using that stupid soundboard? It's actually getting on my nerves.
All right, Yam.
I freaking love it. It's such a good meme.
Because you're taking so long to answer
It's
like
not even
the easy
funny.
question. Yam. 3.
Hard to answer when you have to type the question.
Yeah,
3.
that's funny.
3 is the answer.
Who's
3%.
laughing like that?
I'm hysterically laughing. Thank you.
That's
Mr. Yam.
sad.
3.
Repeat the
3%.
question.
I'm giving you the answer. The answer is 3%.
I don't even know what the question was.
The portion of
Maybe
the
if you
Earth.
want me to hear,
Oh
then you
my
should
gosh!
tell this dude to don't mute
Okay,
me.
here's
You
what
guys
I'm going to do. I'm going to mute you. I was in the middle of speaking, answering a question you asked, and you're interrupting me, and then telling me that you can't hear my answer. That's because you're talking while I'm talking, answering the question that you asked me. That's illogical. Let's get with the program.
Yeah, focus, Yam.
All right. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Okay. First of all, maybe you should stop acting like Stalin.
The yes or no question.
You were talking over me, but
question. Just you like yes or no questions, right? You're flat, son. So answer the question,
bro.
Mr. Yam, your time here is very short. If this is how you're going to communicate.
You're talking over me, and then you don't mute him. It's just because you want to
try
hear
not
what
to
they
be
have to say.
offended, bro. Just like let it go, and like we'll be cool.
Yeah, a simple question. I know you're trying to do this weird thing of thinking that I'm acting like Stalin. That's a weird comparison, weird flex, but okay. All right.
Little Stalin-esque.
ISS. Are you familiar with this
Yes.
this thing?
International Space Station.
All right. Is that higher in elevation or lower in elevation, according to the narrative, than an airplane? Higher. Absolutely. That's the story that we're told. Now, again, based on what they do with the mathematics, they claim, and you can do the math yourself, what is it, 50 miles, however high up they say the ISS is, okay, you can work it out in a program, you can work it out on a sheet of paper if you're really brave, all right? 3% of the Earth's surface is visible from that elevation. Okay? Now, that might initially sound insane until you crack out the paper, pull out your 60-degree perspective, your field of view. I know, well, what about 90? Why not use other angles? Why 60? Whatever you want to use, do the math, okay? Why is it that they can, that's a good question that leads from that, right? Why is it that they can only see 3%? But even more importantly than that, thank you so much, CB. So even more importantly than that, why is it that all the images from the ISS demonstrate the Earth to be a semicircle? And what I mean by that, sorry, Jenny. What I mean by that is, why is it all of their photography and videography from the ISS demonstrates what most people would conclude to be about half of the Earth? Why is that? You ever thought about that, Mr. Yam? Why is 3% made to look like 50%? And how is 3% looking like 50%?
It's actually 33%.
No, it can't be 33%.
I've actually done the math in physics class.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
No.
It's 33%.
No, it isn't.
At 408 kilometers, it is. That's how far up the ISS is.
Man, run me through that math problem right now. You did it in school. Do you got it written? Well, I mean, you said it was that was the way it is. I mean, well, if you did it, you did it again. Did it.
Yeah. Then why don't you show me how you did your math to get 3%?
All right, maybe he will.
50 miles. How did you get 50 miles? That doesn't even seem remotely close to 408 kilometers. If you're going against the narrative, then you should have to prove to me how you...
Okay, 250 miles. Okay. 250 miles. I remembered part of the number, and I was significantly incorrect. I apologize for my inaccuracy. I had part of the numbers correct, but as far as 250 in comparison mathematically to a radius of 3959, proportions. And anyways, the CB radio posted that's not 33% in the slightest.
You okay, Mr. Yam?
It's just it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense when you just make up stories. Oh, I did it in physics class and it was 33%. I just made this up though.
You can even look up the calculations.
Forget the calculations. What about water? Do you really think like the oceans like bend somewhere out there along the horizon? I mean, you've been to a beach, right? Like,
you really think that it falls off the edge of the earth?
No. I'm not worried about that. We can go back to that. I mean, that's a funny one, but like, do you actually see in your mind the flat oceans that you've seen in person? Do you see that wrapping around a ball?
You can physically see the curvature, and yes.
No, you can't. We just walked through mathematics.
From a beach?
Yeah, there's no curvature to be seen.
Yeah, water is flat, dude. Water always finds to seek and maintain its level, taking shape of its container. So where do you observe like oceans curving? Doesn't that kind of sound silly?
Horizon?
At the horizon? No, the horizon's always flat, right? That's why it's a horizon, because it's horizontal.
Yeah, he's walking right into a trap. If you can see the Earth's curvature from the horizon, then every horizon, based on your globe model math of a radius of 3959 miles, must be at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height. Guess where it isn't?
There. The answer is there. It's not there. That's your answer, buddy. But you don't appear to be very excited about answering some of these questions because...
No, because you guys, you just spit out what you have to say. I'm lecture me. I don't care.
Right. So yeah, for the globe that you believe in to exist, the horizon would have to be at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot observer height. Do you think that's where it is?
Sure.
Didn't catch that.
Sure. Maybe say that again. I don't think he understands.
Okay, so
what exactly that means.
Right. So if you're looking at the horizon at 1 foot off the ground, you're going to have the horizon at a maximum distance of 1.2 miles in front of you. That's just based on the globe Earth geometry that they've claimed. It's just the geometry of it. So, do you think that that's where the horizon is?
No.
Good answer. I just posted a pic where it's at 10 miles.
Number,
yeah, that's just derived straight from the 3959 mile radius, just using Pythagorean theorem.
Right. According to the numbers they give us about what this place is and what size it is.
So what I just posted in the voice text, Livestream voice text channel is impossible on the globe that you believe in. And it proves that that curvature that you think you can see if you go really, really high doesn't actually exist.
And I have a question for Mr. Yam. Are you looking at the voice text? Because that illustration that CB Radio posted is pretty clear too.
Yeah, Mr. Yam, there's
not
a
accurate. It's not even using the correct values.
What?
It literally is.
It really isn't.
What your discrepancy of the difference between 408 and 400 is there that are you complaining about a discrepancy of less than 10,000th of a percent?
Yeah, it's not going to change 3% of the surface to 33%.
That's not how you do math, but okay.
Okay, well then tell us how you do it.
He doesn't think. But thank you, Reafraction, for posting that. I knew that this 3% thing existed somewhere, so thank you very much for posting my source material for what I was saying.
Yeah, no worries.
But also, if you don't see any curvature of the Earth, then why does the horizon appear different at different lengths?
Good question. Now you're getting somewhere. You're asking questions. That's a good question to ask. Why do things appear differently based on where you're at? Because you're at a different spot.
Okay.
You see what you see wherever you are. It's almost like I'm not saying anything, isn't it? But it's actually a statement of deprogramming to help you understand that, so I don't see something because of some magical numbers that don't correlate to reality, curvature, right? I see what I see because I see what I see from where I'm at.
Wait, ask your question again. Didn't you ask something about the sun specifically?
I thought he said
What?
horizon. I think he was talking about the horizon.
He said nothing about the sun.
Well, that's where it all began.
Never mind.
That is where it began. Y'all were talking about the sun's
Yeah, but
reflection
we've
and this and
moved
that.
on.
Yeah. That is where it began, though.
Yeah. New question? You got a new question for us?
Is there an edge of the Earth? And if so, how is what does it look like?
Why would you assume there's an edge? Just out of curiosity. Because you watched Pirates of the Caribbean #3? Is that why?
Isn't round, then there would have to be.
Why are you assuming edge?
He asked is, though. He didn't assume it, though. He asked is. Simple answer, no.
Well,
you can't have gas pressure without a container. So since the whole world's inside a container of some kind, it would be an end, not an edge. There is no vacuum of space for there to be an edge, too. There'd just be an end of the Earth. But we don't know where it is. We don't know what it looks like. The container, the dimensions of it, the size of it is unverified. But we do know for sure that we're inside a container of some kind, because you cannot have gas pressure or a vacuum without a container. And you certainly can't have one next to the other without a solid barrier. So there is no vacuum of space. We're not floating in space.
Unless, of course, you believe Pirates of the Caribbean #3. At World's End is the title of the movie. And they do an excellent job of pretending that that's what people think the flat Earth is. But
yes, they do. It was very entertaining.
It's pretty fun. They even go through the ice wall.
Yeah.
It's a little interesting if you think about it, but that's a movie.
And we don't live in movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm also adding on top of this. Why do we have photos of airplanes and photos of the Earth and stuff like that being round, but we don't have any photos of the boundaries of Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Any photos that you've seen from airplane altitude that make the Earth look like it's round, that's just an effect of a curved lens or some other distortion that's been applied, usually a fisheye lens.
Because you can generally, if they dip down, if those planes dip down and up, you can see that the Earth actually will go from a bubble, like looking like a ball, to looking like concave, and then flat, and then concave, and it changes. If you watch those videos, it'll tell you right there that they're using a lens that is distorting the image.
Yeah, and you'll see that effect, 20 feet off the ground, right?
Exactly. You'll see a plane sitting on the runway when they're first starting out, and it's perfectly flat, and then they pick up, and it totally starts curving, like it's a super curve. And then when they plane out and they dip down, it's concave. So you cannot go by that kind of footage to think that you've seen a curve.
Globe proof in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, exactly.
What
That's
about footage that you've personally taken?
But that was the very thing that the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing that we showed you was talking about, right? He was talking about an altitude of 128,000 feet, and he was saying that the only curvature that you were seeing from that height is just that of the fisheye lens that was used. It was not Earth curvature. He was saying you're not high enough to see it. That's what he was saying.
And no commercial flights fly that high. So if you've ever flown in commercial flight and you think you've seen a curve, you haven't.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Sure, yeah. What brings you to the server?
Oh, I was just hanging out on another server where they just talked about like being on here, and they said, that the URL or invite, I guess, is just flat Earth without any spaces. So I just punched it in. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
No,
what do you understand about the topic?
I mean, I haven't really concerned myself with it. I'm if you want to say that, I'm not a flat earther, if that's the correct term. I don't know. But on the other hand, I find people who are like coming on here, like trying to debate you, whatever, calling you stupid and so on. I find them like to be extremely obnoxious themselves. very, I don't know, like ignorant.
Yeah, that's fair. Sounds sounds very fair. Well, welcome. I went ahead and gave you the VC verified tag. Be aware that there are a handful of rules and expectations, mostly correlating to Discord terms of service. And I'll let you know that this is live streamed. This room, this specific voice chat is live streamed on a handful of platforms, but primarily YouTube. Just be aware of those things and use standard internet discretion.
Right. Yeah. You know, the obvious stuff, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, if you have any questions, curiosities on the subject, there's a handful of us that are quite familiar with the topic. And
right. I mean, one interesting thing, or like one thing I'd just like to know from you is, you know, I've heard of this concept, you know, what's it called, relative buoyancy or something like that, and I'd just like to, yeah.
It's referred to as relative density, but yeah, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I'd just like to know, like, how that, how that would work. Like, does that work for you with or without gravitational pull or something? You know.
Yeah. So when people use the word gravity, they oftentimes have an idea in mind, and interestingly enough, that idea usually correlates to a very archaic interpretation of up and down and why things go up and down, referred to as the Newtonian gravity model. Are you familiar?
Yeah.
So, like the concept of mass attracting mass. Are you aware that that was superseded and actually abandoned a little over 100 years ago?
Is that so?
It was abandoned for a newer system that you've also more than likely heard of, known as the warping and bending of space-time, the theory of relativity from Einstein.
Right.
And did you know that that is currently being reformulated and, for all intents and purposes, will ultimately also be abandoned in the current understanding? And by understanding, I'm using that word very loosely. I could call it a narrative. I could call it a story. Right. But they're abandoning that for a medium or an element or a component that exists between matter, such as there's different theoretical elements that they're inventing, like the graviton or the Higgs boson or antimatter or black matter, to explain in a more consistent way what we see in reality. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of an analogy. You may have been in a conversation before where somebody just says God for all the answers.
Okay. I mean, not really, no.
Okay. Or basically what I'm saying is, if you just say magic is the answer, magic could answer everything. Mm-hmm. Right? So, and I don't mean that literally. I mean that logically.
Yeah.
So if magic can do anything, then magic can fill the whole of explanation for anything, because you could just say, magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. And I'm using that as an analogy for what's currently happening as they continue to obscure into deeper forms of sophistry, I would call it.
Right.
They say things that sound really smart, but they're really just using a synonym for the word magic when they invent ideas like particles or forces. They just make a new name, oftentimes after somebody's last name or something, who talked about the subject, and they name it this new thing after that, and then they're like, this explains it. This answers all the questions. So I know that's kind of a convoluted way, a roundabout way to get to the point. Things go up or down. The question of what causes things to go up or down is only answered in part by relative density. I had a really good analogy for this the other day. Oh yes, here was my analogy. Are you familiar with when somebody slams their hand on a piano or doesn't know how to play the piano and it sounds really bad. They call this dissonance.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question for somebody else the other day was, why is dissonance, why does it sound bad?
Right.
Why does harmony sound good and dissonance sounds not good?
Yeah. I mean, like if I'm allowed to answer with
of course.
at least what I know, it has to do with more or less the frequency being, let's say, in a let's just call it pleasant ratio, like to each other, right? I mean, that's more or less how I understand it. Like,
And
yeah.
I would just reduce it down and say, why are those ratios inherently good as opposed to bad ratios being inherently bad or unpleasant, right? So I'm asking a question that might not necessarily have an answer, but you do understand the effect, and you don't have to understand the cause to fully understand the effect.
Yeah.
That it's just another roundabout way of saying we can fully understand the effects of things going up and down and all of that. The cause may not be an answerable question.
Yeah.
But here's what.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know I'm talking a whole lot. I don't mean to cut you off. I will just add to this whole thing. The fact of the matter is, mass attracting mass was never demonstrated. It was an idea, somewhat of a post hoc, drawing the target around the object. You know, you shoot an arrow and then you paint a target wherever the arrow landed.
Right.
Kind of an after the fact. Well, this is the explanation, but we can't demonstrate it.
Right. I mean, I'm not. I think it possibly could be demonstrated, but I don't think that it up until now it has been demonstrated in a way that's like super impressive. Like we haven't really attracted like a meteoroid or something just with, I don't know, like a gravity beam or something.
The gravity beam sounds like a really fun device, like in Half-Life 2 and stuff like that, but I'm not aware of that existing in our reality.
I'm pretty sure that there's some that particles, not even like on a molecular or atomic level, but just like basically dust has been recorded, basically just attracting itself more or less.
Yeah, you have to. I would say this: ask the question: are there other possible explanations for for the effect that you're witnessing? So, for instance, let's say you see a particle of dust, and you're like, "Whoa! I just witnessed other dust particles going to that dust particle." For instance, right? Or is there more than one possible explanation for the cause?
I mean, if you just said
it's just a yes or no question,
right? I mean, if you don't account for other variables, right? Surely there could be.
So in regards to, is there more than one way to explain something you're witnessing? And that I would say yes.
Mm-hmm.
So determining which one it is would require experimentation. The issue is, are you able to account for all of the variables?
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say, but I mean there is stuff like the Cavendish experiment and so on that have been performed in basically in surroundings where there's basically zero. There are zero other factors affecting it other than gravity. Air's been sucked out. It's been done pitch black and so on. Right? No nothing, no sound, no vibration. Just what we would assume is the gravitational pull.
I appreciate you using the word assume. There are very many issues for the Cavendish experiment.
Yo, that was a fucking major red herring, bro. Like, and this is why it's like.
Are you so hold on, Elijah? Are you addressing our conversation or the live stream debate?
Okay.
I can't hear you, Elijah.
Neither can I.
Elijah. There's an active flat Earth. I'm not going to call it a debate. It really doesn't deserve to be called a debate. Argument taking place. I believe that's what he was referring to when he was popping in here, because he was probably replying to the text chat.
Right.
Yeah, there are all these sorts of things that can be pointed to. The most important is there's a claim that there's curvature.
Right.
That curvature would obstruct your ability to see beyond a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
And if you see beyond that point, there needs to be a sufficient explanation for why that is.
Yeah.
And if there's blockage, or if there's an alleged blockage, but then it's not actually blockage, then the blockage is invalidated.
Right. I get what you're trying to say. Yeah.
And that's really the primary. Another aspect of the conversation would be it's impossible to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Pressure implies pressing. Gas goes in all directions and must be pressing off of a container in order for there to be pressure.
Yeah.
So we have gas pressure, therefore there must be a container for the gas pressure to exist in the first place.
Okay, but don't you think that the container could be more abstract than something that's as solid as glass or metal?
If that could be demonstrated, yes.
I mean, just to humor it, I would think under the presumption, that gravity functions as, let's just say, is consensus. I will just call it that. I would think that would suffice as a what you call it?
As a container.
Yeah, exactly. As a container.
Sure, I've heard the argument that gravity is the container many times. The issue with that is that demonstratable? Can you demonstrate that in an experiment?
Right. I mean, it's kind of like when you it's how do I say this? It's kind of like when like a water droplet surrounds an object or forms at all. I'd assume that it's like more or less something similar.
Adhesion?
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have to call it adhesion, right? It's more like surface tension.
Yeah, right. And you think gravity is the answer for why surface tension exists?
No, I think that surface tension exists. I think that like I said, I'm a complete layman when it comes to physics and so on. I'm not pretending. I'm just thinking that this might apply to gases as well. As they, at least I'd imagine, also have like a surface.
I can imagine amazing things myself, and I'm not trying to be rude when I say that.
Yeah,
I can relate to how powerful our imagination is. The issue is that has not been demonstrated. I am not aware of any demonstration ever where that's the case.
Probably like Google that. Let's see. Surface tension gas. It says I mean, there seems to be some stuff about like the surface tension of gas and so on, but we don't have to like geek out or something like that, like the complete like opposite of what I want to do. I don't want to like make you read some stupid paper.
So you said you found a paper referencing surface tension of gases?
Yeah.
Yeah, post it.
I mean, like I said, I haven't read it.
That's okay.
Right. It's just something that I found just now. So that's the thing.
That is fine. It does say liquid, though.
It says gas, liquid, surface tension. So, I don't know what it will say in like specifically. And I mean, like having, that's the types, like the people who will just search something without having a clue of what it actually means that they're like referencing, then taking that as like evidence.
Yeah, and I would just say it says liquid too. So if you're going to,
I know. I'm just there's many like results for what I just posted. It's just something that was like the first result. Again, like I'm not here to be a missionary or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because to be quite honest, for the most part, the whole question on whether on like what the actual shape of a planet is has little to no effect on my life at all. Because I mean, if it's
Let me ask you this question: have you ever? It's kind of a vague question. Just think about it for a moment. Have you ever made a decision based on trust of the individual, based on trust in an individual?
I know exactly what you're going down on, like which road you're going down, and I support it 100% because the main problem I have with the people that, the types that would go here and say something like, I'm going to debate these stupid flat earthers, or something. I'm going to destroy them with, science and logic and stuff like that, is that basically just without judging any group here, at least for the few first sentences, I think it's much more rational to believe your perception more than, just somebody that you're told to believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's much more suitable in for most circumstances, right? I mean, in many cases, we would call a person that just believes something which they perceive to be false, but are told to be true, delusional. Yeah.
So there are very many people that place a large amount of trust in certain people and or organizations, and inform their decisions based on that degree of trust. If they were to be made fully aware of the lack of honor is not the right word. The lack of justification for that trust.
Right.
If the untrustworthiness were to be exposed, it may help people make more, apply more critical thinking and be a little bit more scrutinizing before making certain decisions. I understand there's the phenomenon of cognitive ease, where we tend to make there's certain behaviors that we find ourselves doing quite regularly, and we do them the same way, so we don't really think about them very much. That can be expanded out in a lot of different ways, and I think that there are people, you take a foot forward, a step forward, and you expect the ground to support you. That's a reasonable thing. But if you're let's say you cross bridges on a regular basis, right? Like wooden bridges that are being made by different people. If you found out that there was this one company that skips steps, doesn't manufacture bridges properly, and basically is just pretending, it would be important to know that. It's just a loose metaphor.
Mm-hmm.
But
I get what you're trying to say. Yeah, it's many a times, people keep believing what they're believing, even if they're presented with authentic information that that what they believed in previously is false, right? Like they will discard that authentic information in favor of, what they have been believing for quite some time. And that's mostly, that's almost like part of the whole gambler's fallacy thing, simply because they invested so much of their time, effort,
yep.
and just basically life into believing a certain thing, even if it's not like actively believing it, as in like that they don't think to themselves, oh, I believe in this and that. They just do passively, right? They will obviously put up at least a bit of resistance when being convinced of something that's contrary to that.
So how many long distance observations are you aware of that point to falsifying a radius claim for Earth?
Oh, I don't know. I don't really, like I said, I don't. I mean,
no, it's okay. You could just say I'm not aware of any. I've heard of one or two. Like that's all the answer I was looking for.
Like I said, I saw some videos, right? But I'm not tracking that. That's kind of like looking out for looking at those things, like waiting for them to happen and then looking at the results. I don't know, that kind of seems like, I mean, it's obviously it doesn't track at all, but it's kind of like if you allow that comparison, like baseball for flat earthers. Like it's like you just wait for it to happen, and then like hopefully like your team wins, more or less, right? But I seriously don't have any recollection of like any serious trials or experiments like that, except for my own, which aren't really planned or scientific in any way.
Yeah. So this specifically would not be referred to as an experiment. I'm referring to just what's known as long distance observations.
Right.
So if you're not really particularly aware of any, it sounds like you're kind of just, as far as this topic goes, you're hanging out for a verdict at some point. Is that fair? Kind of
sure.
Your position on it? Like, oh, it looks like they're arguing about something, and one day maybe we'll finally know the actual answer, something along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if we were to like seriously debate, but like if I was some like staunch globehead, if you want to call it that, and you were to completely like disprove me in every single way, I would probably not change my opinion, simply because I have been more or less, and to be frank, kind of programmed to instinctively like reject flat Earth as like a serious belief.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, but how do I say this? Basically, just see those that do believe in it as ridiculous. That's like something that I don't know, can't really do anything against. But the thing is, I want stuff like, for example, Hollow Earth to be real so bad.
Yeah, because of Godzilla, of course, man. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for as well. Damn, Godzilla brought Hollow Earth. Damn, I was all in for it. Yeah, a huge monster like that in the middle of the earth. Damn, it went crazy. One thing I was just curious about your age, though, if you don't mind. I'm 34 right now. What's your age?
Oh, I'm 21.
21. Okay, so I was in globe religion for like about 25 years. So my case is worse than yours. There you go. I win. I'll stop it there.
Boom. Yeah, no, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not trying to judge.
We're all programmed to think exactly what you just said. All of us. And I think one day, if you can realize that there's nothing to debate, then things would change. Because it's not like anything can be debated about. You know what I mean? Nobody's going to be able to debate how tall you are unless neither person or one of the people don't know how tall you are. So out of ignorance, they might say, well, I've stood next to him and it seems like he's shorter or it seems like he's taller. In that sense, the only way you can debate it is if you're actually debating ignorantly against something that already is. Then there are things to debate, like things about opinions, like your favorite color, your favorite restaurant. But when it comes to measurement, or when it comes to persons, places, and things, well, that we can go to, those things just matter.
Yeah.
A thing is a thing. There's nothing to debate about a thing being a thing. In this case, the Earth is supposedly a globe thing. Well, we test that. We can test whether or not the dimensions are accurate in the way the math describes them. And we have an argument called the Black Swan, where we focus on the distance to the horizon, which is supposed to be geometrically blocking the rest of the Earth, because the rest of the Earth is hidden by the curve, right? That's why we can't see everything. That's what Professor Dave just said in his debate. And the bottom line is that horizon is never geometrically where it's calculated to be. As a matter of fact, it's further. as many times as I've actually seen it, and there's been the times that I've seen it on video now. Well, video came first, but then I went out to actually view it myself. But at that point, you don't debate whether or not the horizon is geometric. We just know that it's not. There's nothing to debate unless you're a person who doesn't understand what an obstruction is.
Right.
Obstruction being the geometric horizon. Metric because it's supposed to be measured to be 1 mile away if you're 1 foot off the ground, or a 6 foot person, it'd be somewhere around 3 miles away. That's its measure, the measure of your physical blockage from the rest of the earth. So the moment that you realize that that's actually not true, there's nothing to debate about it. It's just something to realize.
Right. I mean, like the obvious follow-up question is, I mean, it is said that supposedly the Earth is not spherical, but more like basically like a discarded apple, almost like an apple you've thrown against a moving vehicle or something.
Yeah, I think Gospel Bearer has one of the best answers for this.
Yeah.
If Gospel Bearer is still there.
He's on a call.
Oh, give him a second.
Right.
But I would just say overall that's not the case. Overall, they would say that it's a minuscule amount, and for all intents and purposes, it is curving at a specific rate. That's like when they say Kansas is flatter than a pancake, but then you're like, well, on a planetary scale, not really. On a planetary scale, yeah, but when you're standing there, not really, right?
Yeah, but I read about that. Didn't they actually if you scale Kansas down to like a pancake, isn't it even flatter than a pancake?
Yeah, flatter than a pancake. But the thing about that is you can't have two different kinds of elevation, right? Because when we talk about 8 inches per mile squared, then it's the elevation drop between you, the point that you're standing on, and the earth that's curving away from you. And consequently, that would be what the horizon is. the cutoff at which you can see the land, because it's curving away from you. But you can't have that kind of elevation drop and have an elevation profile of flat when determining the flatness of Kansas, because that's exactly what you would have to use. Like the profile on Google, the elevation would have to be flat for you to know, based on that zero baseline, how high and how low things are on an average.
Right. I have a completely off-topic question. What do you what, in your opinion, is the more or less like optimal flat Earth fast food item? Because I'm ordering food right now.
Fast food item? I try not to eat fast food.
Yeah, but my refrigerator broke, so I don't know. I don't really have an option right now.
I would say, what would I say? I would say, dang.
How about a nice flatbread sandwich?
Thomas is Italian. I don't.
I mean, I'm thinking about like a real like trifecta here. So basically, on one hand, like you'd have the like the donut Earth, like the torus, right, where it's like double hollow, represented by onion rings. Then pizza balls for the globe, and then
What's a pizza ball?
Yeah,
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's basically just like a made from like pizza dough with a bit of like mozzarella and sauce in it. Yeah.
Oh, Gospel, I think you were on a call. Oh, go ahead. Your third item.
Yeah, and the third one is like it could either be a pizza or like a chicken burger.
This is what, if you can go somewhere and get an omelet, that's a good quality. There's not a lot of garbage in omelets. I mean, some people, you could have the argument about if ham is in it or whatever, but omelets oftentimes have, pretty legit things depending on the quality of the cheese, like bell peppers, tomato, onion. Those are all good things.
Okay.
That omelet is raw. I don't know. Maybe it's just melted cheese.
I mean, many people often overcook their omelet.
Yes.
But on another note, like, what do you think is more flat Earth like, a burger or pizza?
I don't know. I have different ideas about how things might be.
The bun, because at the on the underside of the bun, you have a plane, and then under
You're just
who knows.
thinking about a burrito, bro. and I find it hypocritical that you didn't say burrito the whole time, because I know you were thinking about it.
Burritos don't have a flat level surface.
Yeah.
Well, not level. I mean, you got to hold it level for it to be level, but they don't have a flat surface.
Get eye in it. I mean,
So you tried it. You were reaching. You were reaching. Just as a matter of fact, that's exactly what I had only 30 minutes ago. A steak and chicken burrito. So I'm very upset that MJ called it out, because he could not have known that unless I really eat them as much as I do.
Yes,
So
exactly. Yeah.
Oh man.
But on another note, back to the gospel. I was telling him you would be the best person to talk about, because when we were talking about the curvature, he's like, yeah, but don't they say it's not perfectly spherical? It's more like an apple. So
Yeah. So check this out real quick, Spongle. They say oblate spheroid. They'll even invoke the word pear.
I said, an apple thrown against a moving vehicle. That's my what I said.
Okay, but I, just in case that idea ever creeps into your imagination, let me help you with it. Based on the globe model, based on the equatorial radius versus the polar radius, you understand the two reference points?
Yeah.
Okay. There is a 0.3% difference between those numbers. So again, 0.3% difference between those two numbers. So it is my claim, which I think is a very fair claim, to say that it's extremely disingenuous, and there's probably other words that I could use, like subversive or distracting or red herring, but it's very disingenuous to say oblate spheroid or paroid or any other thing besides an almost perfect ball is what they claim this Earth to be. So to distract by that and say that it's lumpy this or it's this or that is so inaccurate according to the numbers that they provide. It's absurd that they even go there, but they do. And I find that quite suspicious that they go there.
Don't you think that might be due to like 2-3 factors? The first one being that you can kind of like spin the polar radius like around if you just discard like the Greenwich line, and the next one being that supposedly water kind of like covers it, kind of just flattening out the dents, if you want to call it that.
You know what? I think I'm glad that you went there, because I just went through a video the other day. I kind of cut you off. Keep going, and then I'll post this really helpful video.
I mean, the next funniest thing is that there actually is an ice wall, and they were just like, shit, let's just like make this up.
All right. So on the concept of, taking into consideration all the claims of the globe, okay? Take into consideration the pathway of the moon. Take all these things into consideration, and then I want you to look at the map in this video. It's also in the thumbnail of the Earth, the tides of the water, okay, and the different quite apparently spontaneous or incoherent locations where these tides differ. This, to me, is a very helpful visual to dispel the illusion of a globe, to dispel the illusion of the moon causing the tides. There are places in this world, and you can watch that whole video, it's nicely done, but there are places in this world that have 4 tides a day. There are places in this world that have 2 tides a day, and there are places in this world that have a mixture of both of those, as in not always the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get what you're. Yeah.
So when people are like, the water, the earth is spinning and the water bulges a little bit, or any of those sorts of things, that's not what these tidal maps demonstrate in the slightest. But anyway, again, 0.3%. I give an analogy for that. After you shave your face, you have removed. I mean, if you do a really great job, you've removed maybe up to, possibly even more, but probably only up to 99.7% of the hair. Every time I shave, I can shave against the grain. I can use a 1 blade. I can use a 5 blade. I can use an electric. I can use whatever. No matter what I do, if I'm trying to not actually shave my skin off too and just destroy my face with, by scraping the skin in addition to the hair, right? I'm not trying to hurt myself. I can still feel the hair. I rub my hand against the grain. I'm like, yeah, even after a fresh shave. Now with the grain, it's pretty smooth. It's pretty legit, but against the grain, I can still feel a little bit of hair. My point is to say that 0.3% of the hair is present means that you're unshaven. Oh, look at this unshaven man. Which in reality, he's a freshly shaved man. He just dried his face off. And oh, look at that unshaven man. Is the equivalent to calling the earth some type of oblate anything or paroid anything. But even worse. It's even worse.
Right. I still have only one question.
Yeah.
Should I order a burger or pizza?
Yeah, they're both relatively unhealthy foods. You're probably going to have a better physical response to a burger in general, as opposed. Pizza tastes fantastic. I mean, unless it's just crappy pizza. But burgers, I think, have a more dynamic nutrition set.
Yeah, I mean that's why the Italians didn't really achieve anything militarily after they became Italy, because how are you supposed to build any muscle with the protein from pizza toppings? How's that supposed to work?
That's a funny theory.
Yeah. I mean, look, people always rave about the great Italian cuisine, and yet it only consists of dough, tomatoes, and cheese.
It can be argued that nearly every continent and almost every culture in the world has a variation of the meat, cheese, bread combination. You can make an extremely long list of foods across the world that have that combination, whether it's lasagna or a burger or pizza or a burrito. The meat, cheese, bread combo is all but universal.
I mean,
in different proportions.
I don't even know about that. The only thing that comes to mind when I think about the rest of Europe is cordon bleu, and that's a weird specialty.
Yeah, I like chicken cordon bleu.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Yeah, but I mean, this kind of gets me thinking about the French cuisine and how people always say that it's great, but can't even name 3 actual dishes.
Croque monsieur.
The cuisines of the East aren't at all based on cheese and bread.
Huh?
Just
I know there's a lot of Asian cultures that avoid cheese, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a carb, meat, and other component trifecta.
Yeah. I mean, I have the feeling that you kind of generalized it just maybe a small bit there.
Yeah. But there is a long list, right? Pizza, bread, cheese, meat. Burger, bread, cheese, meat. Burrito, bread, cheese, meat. Lasagna, bread, cheese, meat. Spaghetti, bread, cheese, meat. Yes,
That's all
it's a
come out of Europe.
Yeah, that's
What?
all. Like most of it is like a just a remix of Italian cuisine, or is just Italian cuisine.
Is a burrito?
I mean, kind of is just like Spanish. I mean, like isn't the Mexican cuisine just you take whatever's left over and then wrap it up and put some cheese on it? Like you refry it and put some cheese on it.
Thank you, Napalm. It's so accurate, though.
Wow.
I love Bubba. My favorite. He really was, honestly, an extremely endearing character. Like, whoever wrote that character, and of course the actor just did a fantastic job, but that's one of the most endearing characters that I can remember in film.
Yeah.
I love Bubba.
Yeah. God. Would you believe me that I only ever saw like Forrest Gump in German?
Sure. Is that your native tongue?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, well, yeah, sure. Why not? It's fine.
I find that I found out that it sometimes freaks people out that like we watch almost all movies like dubbed exclusively.
Ja, und auf Fliegen out meine Marsch.
Okay, that's like like a very broken sentence with some vague like offensive words.
Yeah, because it's a reference to Wayne. It's a reference to Wayne's World. So, if you've seen Wayne's World, I don't know how it was dubbed
in
but
German.
Yeah, und auf Fliegen out meine Marsch. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the non German speakers, that's and monkeys might fly out of my butt. Pretty much.
I mean,
I see.
Kinda. Like with not enough imagination.
And back to the imagination thing. It comes full round circle.
Yeah, everybody reminds Wayne from Wayne's World's classic catch wave when he sees a woman. Boing. Okay, now I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
Swing.
Yeah. Obviously, that's what they say in German, the German dub as well.
Mm.
Yeah, won't you believe it? They also dubbed the second movie. Okay, but still, be like on the food delivery question: chicken burger or normal burger?
Ooh, it all depends on the quality of that chicken. Because if it's well done, not well done as in fully well done cooked, but like if it's the right level of juiciness, a chicken burger could be pretty good. But yeah, I think you have a higher likelihood of success with the standard burger, but depends. I don't know.
There are a few like variations on the burger. The Big Burger Basic. I mean, they're all just called big, but they're just like regular. That's a quarter pounder basically without cheese. Then the same thing with cheese. Then the Big Burger Western, which is the same thing, but with what I believe is barbecue sauce and bacon and cheese. The Big Burger Tijuana, same thing, but with guacamole, red onions, and Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, do that. Sounds good.
Yeah, but to be honest,
I'm a sucker for some guacamole, though.
Yeah, but I don't know like how well it will go with like Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna stick to that thing then. I mean, in all likelihood, like the place is run by some people who have to eat halal, so they will most probably like make a decent like chicken sandwich.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, some of the best chicken I've ever had was at a Turkish restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically stripped of all like pork privileges for the most part, right? So that's basically what they had all of their like skill points into, right? Let's see. I have to log into my bank account just to verify this payment. I don't know why it does this to me.
Yeah, always be careful when something redirects you to your bank.
Yeah, no, I have to like log in on my phone.
Oh, okay.
To like put a TAN into the thing or whatever. Okay, there we are. God. Yeah, but I mean, this might be like my hubris or whatever, but I have the feeling that like here where I live, we use significantly like less seed oil when we like make food, even if it's like junk food.
Wo in Deutschland kommst du? Nordrhein-Westphalia?
Yeah, I'm just gonna answer that in English. Currently, I live in Berlin.
Berlin. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Are you from NRW?
No, I'm not from that place. I'm just that's all I'm gonna call it. In many places, I guess it's tolerable, but other times, it's kind of a hellscape, right?
NRW or where you're from?
No, like NRW as you call it, right? North Rhine-Westphalia.
Yeah. You say it's a hellscape? Are you from somewhere else originally?
Yeah, I mean that whole place, right? It's basically chock full of like cities, right? That basically just rose to their position during the Industrial Revolution, right?
Yeah, a lot of foundries and stuff like that in the area. Yeah.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be a problem by themselves, right? But then they were, they were basically bombed to hell, and they didn't really like rebuild them right, so they still look kind of like temporary in some ways. Like in Cologne, for example, they've got a lot of heritage, with the cathedral, or I guess like church, or whatever. And I mean, they have Roman ruins, blah blah, all of this, right? But their inner city really isn't pretty, and that rhymed, so it's true.
You're a poet, and you didn't even know it.
Yeah, God. Now it's time to freestyle. The curse of a person tongues with puns.
We knew it. He's been sitting on that bar for a while.
Yeah, God. Yeah, that sometimes happens, doesn't it? You're trying to say something, but it's not like there's not like you have to wait for the opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels a bit forced then. Yeah.
Lord knows. I've had that situation before. Yeah. And have it. I mean, this is like a weird question because I probably already know the answer. But have any of you ever been to Cologne?
Yeah. So I was there for a very short period of time, just like an afternoon. Yeah. I've spent quite a bit of time around like Duisburg, Dusseldorf, Dortmund area. I have a friend who's originally from Oberhausen.
Right. Yeah. So, and you only spent your time in that whole area?
Yeah. Well, I was there for his wedding and spent a lot of time. I actually, if anybody has the opportunity or the ability to experience another country by staying with a family, it's a much more enjoyable experience to spend time with families and kind of learn more of the culture than to just kind of see the touristy aspects of areas. Mm-hmm. And that's what I was able to do with my friend's family, which was really cool. Yeah, I spent 2 weeks in the area. Didn't do a whole lot of tourist stuff. Went to like Kolkum to see the castle and get some wine, and yeah, everything else was just kind of hanging out with family, learning cultures, just the little differences between American and German culture. So it was really cool.
Hey, you went to Kolkum. I mean, you at least went to a place. Yeah, kind of worth seeing, right?
Yeah. That's a beautiful little town on the river.
Mm. Yeah, got a lot like those, in that whole area. But
yeah, I don't know. I left my Kolkum sticker out of the picture that I posted.
Why? You feared that you'd be doxxed? No, but a friend and I met the friend like when I did my semester abroad in Manchester. We actually drove around basically the whole middle and south of Germany for like 2 weeks in my car, and also slept in it. It was loads of fun. I also got to see a lot of areas that I haven't seen before myself. Yeah, really is something.
Germany is beautiful. And speaking of like the industrial aspect to that area, I think it's in Duisburg, there's a like old abandoned steel factory or foundry where they've converted it into a park, and you can really just kind of go all over this whole entire like factory. It's lit up at night with a bunch of lights. There's rock climbing within some of the containment outside for the coke that was used for the processing of steel. It's really cool, and it's just completely open to the public to climb all over this whole entire old structure that used to be a steel mill. And one of the funny things is when we were there, you're kind of climbing and going through all these areas of this old shut down factory, and there's just sharp metal edges everywhere and stairs that are really slippery. And I was like, there's no way that you could ever have something like this open to the public that's run by the public government. There's just no way, because somebody would fall and sue and whatever. And my friend was like, yeah, well, if you fall and hurt yourself, that's your fault. Why should anybody else have to pay for that? And I'm like, I like that attitude. Why is it somebody else's liability because you're being an idiot?
Mm. Yeah, that's kind of like the attitude. Yeah.
Yeah, we have such a so many lawyers here in the States, and this culture of like suing people for money and all that kind of crap, that something like that would just never fly.
That's true. I mean, that kind of sucks though, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, near Berlin, there's like this place called Ferropolis, right? City of Iron. That's what it's called. And basically, it's like a place where they used to dig coal out of the ground, and this big, I guess, crater is now filled up with water, and in a little peninsula that is smack dab in the middle of said now I guess lake, but ex crater, right? They still have all the machinery that used to work there. So basically, you have these ginormous machines that are just standing about, right? These old coal diggers and whatever, and they actually do festivals and concerts there. So that's a bomb location for a festival, right? In this peninsula, the middle of this lake, with all these big coal, I don't know, like tools there, right? Really is something.
Yeah, it's probably very similar to the one that I went to in Duisburg. I think they call it like Duisburg Landscape Park or something like that. I'll see if I can link it. Really cool, beautiful. The way they have it all lit up with different color lights and stuff at night. It's really awesome.
Right. Yeah. No, I have it. I have it on Google Maps. Found it right away. Yeah, I mean, it is cool, isn't it? You can bet that or you already know that so many like banned pictures, like photos, have been taken there.
Oh yeah, when we were there in the evening, my buddy was like, by the way, you might come around the corner and see a naked girl getting her picture taken. It happens here a lot.
Yeah, kind of weird. Yeah. No, but like I said, I'm not from North Rhine-Westphalia, and I'm also not from Berlin. Like from the general like Wiesbaden, Taunus area, like near, like west of Frankfurt.
Cool. So are you new to the server?
Yeah. Spank new.
Yeah. What originally brought you here, if somebody hasn't already asked that?
Yeah. I was just preparing for some exams, and because I wanted to ask a question, I joined like a mathematics Discord server. That's, I don't know, kind of dorky if I think about it. But then I joined like the voice channel, and they talked about like this place, how they debated, I guess, you, right? And they said that the code to get to the server is just flat Earth without any spaces.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what I typed in.
Cool. So when they were talking about it, and they said they debated, what was their kind of like overall general attitude about that, or like their opinion about that?
Well, I guess you can basically sum it up in a single word. That word being smug.
It's a good word.
As in, they were being smug, or the server was being smug to them? They were being smug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it somebody from this server that was saying to come here and debate that was being smug, or was it somebody that came here to debate that was being smug?
The latter.
Gotcha. So just kind of like a general attitude of condescension.
Yeah.
They were probably just butthurt because they were provided evidences that they refused to accept, and it probably got them hurt their feelings.
Yeah.
It's typically what happens.
Spongo, are you willing to snitch this person so for entertainment purposes for later on?
Can't even remember the name.
All right.
Like they were just in and out, more or less, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah. God.
Well, we have a mathematics professor that comes here often. He's not a flat earther, but he does regularly visit the server.
That's perfect. I need him because I need to cheat on a maths exam.
What category of math?
Okay. Basically, I've actually successfully done this exam before, but at a different uni. And I switched unis, right? Because I didn't really like my old one anymore. And I wanted to move. And for some reason, they didn't recognize that mathematics course, right? So now they are more or less forcing me to retake Mathematics 1, which is I guess
algebra.
Mostly, yeah, linear algebra and differential equations and stuff.
Why would you need to? Why would you need to cheat with that?
Because they basically told me. I don't know. I don't know what it's like in the US, but they make it extremely pleasurable to do and also learn mathematics here. Next thing is I've only been told a week ago that I have to take it because that's how long it took for them to decide on whether or not to accredit it, right? And me thinking that I not only have Mathematics 1 but Mathematics 2 as well completed, right? Or having had completed that in the past, right? Thought that I won't have to do Mathematics 1.
So this may be helpful information to you. I just double checked. The CLEP exam exists in Germany as well. CLEP, College Level Equivalency Program. Hold on. Never mind.
Yeah. Also, Whammer, I saw what you wrote into the chat. Yeah, I don't colleges. I don't know. They don't really exist here.
Yeah, I'm curious if there's a CLEP in Germany. So in America, you can be in college and you can take a test for $85, and if you pass it, you don't have to take that class. Are you familiar with anything like that in Germany?
No.
Okay.
It's mandatory.
It's called testing out. Yeah. You can test out of mandatory class. It shows that you have the competence, so you don't need to be educated on what you're already competent of.
Yeah, I know.
Double check.
Yeah, I'm getting in touch with my uni again, but seriously, I just want to pass this so I can carry on and I don't have to add a semester to my studies.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's money too. It's not just time.
Yeah, in this case, it's just a smaller aspect of it, right? Doesn't really destroy you with debt here.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, but oh god, I just remembered. Yeah, I can't post any pictures. Otherwise, I would have posted the very first page of the script. Ridiculous.
For a course to test.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just ask. Is there an exam I can take to test out of a class?
The point, the point is, I don't want to take any exam at all because I've already done it. That's the and I've got the module handbook. I've got my call it
Well, maybe you can. Why can't you transfer the credits then?
For most of my courses, I could and I did, but but in this case, I don't know if they didn't allow it, and I'm now getting in touch with my uni again to
you
get
got
them
to appeal.
To do it. Yeah.
All right.
Because it's
algebra's not a big headache, bro.
Yeah, it's just it's how do I look, it's not you don't need to tell me that it's not that big of a of a deal because I've already done it. It's just that the material that they give you is so it's just so I would
tedious.
describe just kind of chewy to go through, right? It's just very tedious.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like they the first like three pages are all about sequences and series with overly educated definitions and laws and so on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it's like if I didn't know what all these signs meant, right, I would be lost. But all of this just builds up to them saying, oh yeah, by the way, you can calculate interest with this. It's so ridiculous. Like, I don't need the first three pages to get how to calculate like interest and like compounded interest. Completely insane, right? Just, I don't know, feels like a lot of chicanery.
Nice vocabulary.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's I mean, the worst thing is I always enjoyed mathematics, whether it was in school or like the last time I like took it in uni and so on. But this time it's just it really is just I don't know. It just feels mean spirited. Like this is a first semester course, like a first semester class, and I have the feeling that they make me go through this just to like kind of test me, because everybody who's new to the uni has to do it to like prove their worth, even though I've already done it and I'm like a few semesters deep. Sucks.
Mm-hmm.
God, like
they don't trust you because you're from Frankfurt.
I mean, then they should trust me because I'm like from the actual Frankfurt and not from the second Frankfurt that's actually closer to Berlin. Yeah.
Can I ask you one quick question, Spongle?
Sure, go ahead.
If in reality the Earth is not a globe, would you want to know that?
I mean, the obvious answer is of course, right?
Well, not everybody. That's why he asked, because we actually find a lot of people. No, I wouldn't care. You alluded to that earlier.
No, it's not that what I meant to say. It's just that it's not that I wouldn't want to know. It's just that there are a lot of things that are more like pressing right now for me. That are more like immediately important for me. And that's
I can understand that.
More about them and like solving all of these tasks before I would get to this.
Sure. If you're starving to death, for instance, you got to have a full belly first. If you're gasping for air because you're underwater, you got to come up for air before you address any other, topics or ideas. So, loose connection to Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs and all that conceptualization. So you gotta cover the base needs in your life before you start addressing some of these topics, maybe. But I think it's a relevant question. He was just making sure that that you were at least interested in the topic.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if I'm like starving in the desert and also like thirsty as all hell, right? Maybe if somebody told me and showed me that the Earth is flat, I would gain like a bit of energy just out of spite, just to like get through this and spread that information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh God, the funny Maslow pyramid, right? I mean, that's kind of a funny marketing concept that I was also taught, but I mean, it's obviously like overtly bullshit, right? I mean, there are enough people who produced artistic things while they're in prison or somehow in danger or not well.
Yes,
right? I mean,
there's level skips.
Yeah, you don't need to be fat and like safe and well fed just to like paint or like to write something, right?
You could refer to it as a state of mind as well, though. You need to be in the right state of mind in order to access those higher levels, so to speak, I think is the premise. Not necessarily, and everybody's level is subjective as well as far as that thing goes. But anyway, Dave was also kind of hinting at trying to bring the conversation back to the topic of the server and the topic of this live stream, where we do try to work through the conversation with folks that either are not aware or are being contentious against the topic. one or the other, where we work on letting people know why the Earth is not a ball. And I had asked you earlier, were you aware of any long distance observations? And the general answer was no, because you hadn't been looking for them, basically, something along those lines, right?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So, does anybody have any geographically relevant long distance observations for that part of the country? Napalm or
For
anybody?
Germany?
Sure.
Not that I can think of. But I had a question for Spongle. Do you think it's a good foundation for you as a person to understand where you are and possibly who you are? Do you think that's a good foundational knowledge to have?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more or less like certain that I know these two things.
Can I ask another question that's kind of related?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because it is important when we ask, do you think it's important to know where you are? But because people assume that they do know where they are, it doesn't really engage the thinker juice the way, you know what I mean? They're just gonna go, yeah, of course it is, and I know where I am, right? So do you think it would be, if you were actually being deceived and nefarious dealings were going on,
yeah,
do you think it would be important for you to know if it impacted you personally?
Yes.
Because you don't know how it impacts you because you don't know what's going on. But if it in fact was true, would you want to know?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah. Another aspect of the question would be those that are under the impression that the universe exploded and order came from chaos, and that they are complicated rocks, and all these sorts of beliefs that go along with that presupposition, they have a limited capacity for their perspective, and they also have a constraint for how they determine how to make decisions in life with those presuppositions in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I mean, it's just there's a big difference between that as your presupposition and the concept of creation, intention, design, which implies purpose.
Yeah.
Big difference between those two. So that in my opinion is the relevance of the question.
Okay. And now?
You said, and now?
Yeah.
What we observe, for instance, you've got the law of causality. You have philosophical ways of addressing this question. But then, in addition to just logic, you have our reality, where you can look at the fact that things are level. On average, across the land, it's level. The sea, under the sea floor, it's level. The sea itself is level. The sea level, and you've got all this straight flatness that is in opposition to the narrative that everything exploded and there's just a bunch of Dippin' Dots floating through. I know I'm being facetious, but just a bunch of balls, exploded particles that coalesced, and some didn't. Some did, and some didn't. And I mean, it's just a big chasm between those two different ideologies. But they're not just ideologies; it's what we can demonstrate and measure and see in our reality, that the surface of Earth where we live and where we can see and where we can touch and look and measure, it's flat and level. And that implies something very contradictory to the story we've been told, basically.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, so coming to an understanding that you are at the center of the universe, right? That everything kind of revolves around us, and it might not be as far away from us as we've been told, can have some pretty major subconscious or psychological, I don't want to say ramifications, because ramifications would be the current model. But there's certainly a lot of aspects within your life that do change with this understanding. And I say understanding because it's not a belief. It is an understanding of the nature of the world around us. And if you've been told a lie or incorrect information about the very fundamental nature of where you are and who you are. That has some pretty large ramifications to how you act and operate in the world and society as a whole. Do you feel you're of any importance or significance in this universe?
I hope I do.
You hope you feel? It was kind of a question. Do you feel that you?
I mean, from my own perspective, obviously, I think I do.
Do you think that this belief would maybe change or would increase a little bit if you understood that what we call the world is everything, that this realm that we live on is everything, that there's no billions and trillions of light years away, there's no possibility of us just being a nowhere planet in the middle of an ever expanding universe, and we're just some speck, just like all the other billions and trillions of specks. Were you taught that in school?
No, not really. No.
So in Germany, do they teach the Big Bang and the evolutionary theories?
I mean, they kind of allude to it, but they also teach creation.
So your school curriculum does involve at least the other side of that equation, and they do teach a.
Well, actually, when you say creation, can you elaborate?
The Christian creation.
Neat. Was it a religious school or a normal school?
Normal school, like
fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, basically.
Well, they taught creation. How so? Explain.
Well, basically, it's just like normal class. Like basically, you begin having that class. So basically, starting in, I think maybe even first class, right? You're separated into Catholic and Protestant. I guess.
I'm sorry. I don't care about that stuff. No disrespect. I'm talking about.
We were just one sentence away.
Cosmetically, because we're talking about We're talking about the Big Bang and evolution, and things coming together by way of gravitational accretion. That's that creation story. So, in terms of the actual creation, right? Like, what did they talk about in regards to cosmology?
Okay, like I said, in religious class, we talked about creation as it is in the Bible. Right?
I know, and that was very vague and obvious, but that's why I'm asking you to elaborate, because you're the only person that can say that. Like, make it interesting, please.
Well,
I'm not. I'm just asking.
Do you remember the details, Spangle?
I mean, you all know the story, right? Like with the 7 days.
Some better than others. Did they say, God made everything in 6 days?
Yes.
Okay. So they taught you that, but then they also taught you that did they say believe? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion? What?
Oh, my mic is hot. Sorry, guys.
Oh, okay. What was your conclusion, Spangle? Like, when you were all done with that portion of school, were you like, okay, some people believe God made everything, some people believe that nothing exploded and made everything, and these are both beliefs? Or were you like, people used to believe this story about God, and now they know that nothing exploded and created everything? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion of school?
No, we were taught creation as fact.
Oh, okay. But what about evolution and Big Bang stuff? Are you saying they didn't go over that?
I mean, not at that time. I mean, we're talking about elementary, right, onwards. We talked about selective breeding and adaptation, right?
Okay.
And I guess evolution can be put into that, but it was far removed from, like a lizard turning into an ape or something.
Sure. So basically what you're conveying is that indoctrination doesn't start, or did not, at least as far as your experience went, it didn't start at a young age, that aspect of indoctrination.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not...
That's an atypical experience for Americans.
Okay, right. I'm not an atheist. If you think that.
Okay. No, I didn't really make any assumptions. I'm just asking questions for clarification. And
right.
I mean, it's peculiar. Like that's not the normal experience. It wasn't my experience going to school in the 90s, the early 90s. And
I mean, I'm still not convinced that all of the details are clear. Because in all honesty, before Flat Earth, we all knew that most people regarded themselves as Christian, even if they didn't go to church, even if they, for whatever reason, didn't really espouse the faith. But they're like, yeah, of course, Jesus died and whatever. They used to go to church and yada yada. That's most people's feeling towards it. At the same time, they'll have a conversation with you about exploding stars and black holes and whatnot, as if that's real. So that means that the indoctrination did happen in a way that was far more subtle than we really think.
Yes, I mean that's obviously true. I guess it happens mostly through media and the internet. That's my best guess.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
He's for Elijah. I don't know if you heard the part that he's from Germany, and then he's also young 20s. So, so these are all different contexts for differentness. That's fascinating. It seems to me. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was interrupting you.
It just seems to me that you're suggesting that an 8-year-old in Germany, at least that has or had a similar experience to you, wouldn't be under the impression that of any Big Bang narrative, apart from what they might be getting in cartoons and all the other areas. But as far as from school, you're suggesting that that's actually not part of that early stages of development context.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, in this day and age, you'll get it from Cat in the Hat. You'll get it from the Octonauts. You'll get it. You'll get all of those narratives from.
Oh, wait a minute.
Everywhere else.
That's hard to believe. Because again,
I'm taking his word for it.
My media tells me, and there's also Europe, and it seems to be the consensus right now. Of course, when I speak to other people, I have more of a mixed reaction. It's anecdotal, but generally speaking, from the powers that be, the YouTube channels that I watch, and any other sources of media, people think that the Earth being a globe is universal knowledge, and it can't be universal if there are some countries that are like, nah. You know what I mean? But there are many countries that supposedly have a hand in the space station, and then there are other countries that just have things orbiting, satellites orbiting and whatever, doing various different tasks. So everyone's on board, and they can't be on board if some people are like, yeah, I know some people are taught that it's a globe, but not me. I just don't believe. I don't. I don't know. It's odd.
Culture has a big way of, reinforcing the whole heliocentrism, globe model, all of that fun stuff, and it's not too surprising to me that in Germany you were taught the biblical aspect of it. Many Americans probably don't know the closer connection that the church and the state tend to have in Germany than they do, say, in like the United States. There's a very large presence of Christianity within Germany, and it's a very common thread within that country. And like I said, the separation between and state isn't quite what it is here in the United States. So it's not too surprising that you were taught that in school. And you could possibly correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that even being a part of a church or a congregation, your tithe is basically extracted directly from your pay. It's that closely related to the state.
But it's not about being taught both things. I'm more considering the takeaway. And he's saying his takeaway wasn't that he was indoctrinated with understanding that this is how things came about. Yeah, there's that thing over there, but he's saying, I think, that didn't particularly happen. And that his takeaway was at least open enough for him to think for himself. And I'm saying, okay, well, is that everyone's takeaway? Because on one hand, I have a mass media and nobody from Germany stepping up, most certainly, saying, hey, that's actually not true. They're saying globally everyone thinks this. Where's this coming from? Like, I don't see the people out there in droves coming out to say, don't put my name in your mouth.
Well, let me just say, what I meant mainly was we were taught creation. I don't know like which like Earth model they used in like first grade. It's just that I just know like because I know that we had religion in school, and I distinctly remember being taught like Christian creation, the whole story behind that, right? But I don't know specifically like which Earth model they used. Like that's, at least in my mind, that's such a minute detail that I don't even remember it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting. Fine.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, like the average, like I guess, like life of somebody from like my area was like you go to school. I mean, as an infant, you were baptized. You are taught basically more or less everything about the Bible in the in elementary school. Carrying on, right? Like
you're interrupting a sentence. Don't do that.
In I mean like the basics, obviously, and in middle school and so on, you go deeper into the material, right? Talking about the individual prophets, right? What it means and so on. And then when you're around like 13, 14, 15, you get your confirmation, right? Where you become a full-fledged member of the church.
Yeah. Good old sky gazer in on the conversation. I was hoping he was still alive.
No, I'm alive, bro. I was like just saying, yeah. I was like cheering on. So what was the comment? Like, what were you gonna say, bro? I think GP. I think you interrupted the whole thing. It was gonna say something epic.
No, I didn't. I didn't interrupt.
Yeah, no, it's just you go to your confirmation. I guess like classes or whatever. Like in order to prepare you to become like a member of the church, like a true member. And yeah, I mean, you go there like for like half a year or like a year on every Saturday or something. And at the end, right, like more or less part of the tradition is that all your relatives give you a lump sum of money, and many buy themselves like a motorcycle or something.
Hey, Spongle, was I incorrect in my statement that typically the church will take a tithe directly from your paycheck as being a member?
Yeah, but you can kind of like block them from doing it.
Imagine like living in a world where it's like some kind of hot take. Imagine being like the kind of red pill Neo situation where it's like, yo, like Morpheus takes you to the red pill level. And it's like the red pill is just about like, well, yeah, the church, like when you're like giving money, it's like going to the church, like 5% is like going to administrative fees.
I mean, you can also just like
no, but also like that's not that impressive and interesting.
Skygazer.
I'm sorry.
You're being a little disruptive. Slow the roll.
I'll slow the roll.
That is nothing new, unfortunately, man. It's unfortunate that the last time I heard you was months ago, and someone was telling you to stop being disruptive. So that's just unfortunate.
They have really strong beer in Norway. This is what I understand to be true.
Know about that.
So GP, I'm from Norway in Finland. I'm taking your vibes, when I'm the knight on the kind of like semi-dirty not shining armor, just kind of like a semi-muddy armor, where it's like, man, this guy needs some shit done. It's kind of like, oh, it's just for fun, bro. It's not so big deal, but it's funny. But I love this channel. I love you guys. So let's not make a big deal out of it.
You want to be a better man.
All right. Just don't interrupt people in the middle of their sentences. That's all.
Do you think the Vikings were the first flat earthers?
No, I think the first people were the first flat earthers.
All right.
Yeah, the question would probably better be phrased in like, who are the first globe earthers, right? Because pretty much since time immemorial, the baseline standard of what we observe and what we experience in reality is a flat and stationary Earth. So somebody would have to come in with some compelling, not necessarily evidence, but a very compelling deception that what we see, feel, and experience on a day-to-day basis is actually 180 degrees from what the alleged reality is.
Right. I mean, they're all the...
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
Oh, God.
So, Spongle, on a daily basis, would you say it's a true statement that you experience the Earth on a daily basis as flat and stationary, meaning you don't experience a spin and you don't experience any type of curvature? Just on a daily basis. Like if you got knocked in the head and you were in a coma and you woke up tomorrow and you didn't remember anything and there was nobody there.
If I got knocked in a coma,
bro.
No. If I get knocked in a coma,
homie. Yeah. Slow your roll, homie. So if you woke up from that coma and nobody had told you anything, you have zero backstory as to the nature of the reality or the shape of the realm in which you're living, how long do you think it would take without any outside influence to come to some sort of idea that you're living on a spinning ball?
I don't know. I wouldn't know what the fuck I'm even living on to begin with. Like, I don't think that I would like really think about it. Like I'm thinking to myself in the Bronze Age, for example, right? What was the predominant perspective then?
Sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but there's a lot of people listening.
But you are.
I'm very sorry. I'm sorry. But can you explain? Like, it's kind of hard to listen to, but can you explain who is talking when he's talking? I'm sorry. Sorry.
Who is talking is not you. That's pretty much what's taken place, and we're having a conversation here with Spongle. We have been for quite a while. And if you feel that you have anything of value to contribute based upon the current questions that are being asked, I would say find an opportune time to maybe interject that value. But if you don't experience that, maybe just go ahead and sit on mute. Sorry. But anyways, Spongle, go back to what you're saying regarding the Bronze Age.
It would interest me what they would believe the shape of the Earth is, because that could probably be my perspective then as well. If like I had to come up with something by myself.
Right, because just on a daily basis, what do you experience the Earth as?
That's like, I know what you want me to say, but the thing is, I'm not even sure what I'm even experiencing.
I think that as a I'm a side I'm a side viewer, and I think that you should just explain because you're criticizing the level of subjectivity that's happening in the current kind of thing. So I would like you to just please, because I think you're failing to realize how many viewers that are viewing you for you, and you need to present the pure you to the audience. So please disregard the authorities and become the pure you just for once in our lifetime, and let's see what that happens.
Okay, like, I'm sorry, I really have no idea, first of all, what you meant, and second of all, I don't know what I would think the Earth's shape is like. If I didn't.
If you're responding to Skygazer, I'm sorry, I was on the phone. If you're responding to anything Skygazer said, he gets intoxicated. I wasn't I was being lighthearted about the Norway having strong beer as kind of a hit kind of thing.
Yeah, I know, I got that.
But he's a friend of mine. When he's sober, he's actually a really great guy. It's just drinks a little too much.
When he drinks, he's even a better guy. Like he's even out of a higher caliber or whatever.
Yeah, he gets really esoteric and cheeky and rude, disruptive, and a little incoherent. That is what alcohol does. But we can move on.
Right.
So basically, I guess you're saying you wouldn't begin to know unless you could see it or measure it.
No, it's just
which is pretty much what we're saying.
I wouldn't know because I'm so far removed from that situation where, I haven't been told what to believe or what not to believe, and so on and so forth. Right?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is measurement about belief?
No, but it's like listening to somebody who tells you what they measured belief.
Exactly. You would have to believe someone who told you they measured something to be something, right? Like they claim that there's this measurement for this ball, and when we go, where is it? They take us to calculations based on it already being a sphere, or presuppositions that would take a circle and then assume it's a sphere, like with Eratosthenes, when you can do the same thing for your kitchen floor if you made the same assumptions. So there's actually no measurement. As a matter of fact, there's supposed to be a measurement, and I spoke about it earlier. The measurement is supposed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height of the feet. That will give you the distance to the horizon based on the measurement that the Earth is a sphere with a circumference of 24,000 and change miles and radius of 3,959 miles. So that calculation or formula is a direct result of the supposed measurement. So the problem is, when we use that calculation, we don't see where the horizon is measurably where the math dictates it should be. So it can't be derived from the measure of the surface of that size. The only way you can determine the shape of something is to count its size or measure it. Only people who have a belief in this situation say unless, because no, that's actually the only way you would do it. In fact, you already know this, as you said, without any other outside inputs or whatever. How would I know what shape it was? Exactly. But the thing is, the way you would determine it is the way they've claimed they've determined it. And when we ask for where that is, it's non-existent. So
okay,
calculations out the wazoo all day long, but the actual measurement, nope.
Sorry, I'm just finishing eating here.
Schnitzel, currywurst.
No, I actually ordered the 3 different Earth model meal, right? Like pizza balls representing the globe, onion rings representing like hollow Earth / donut, and the burger representing flat Earth. Yeah, but again, I think like
you know what's funny? Yeah, the burger can't really represent it, right? Remember what I said earlier about the bun and what I said about the portion of it that's flat? Is because that's an aspect of the thing in question, right? It's not actually the shape itself. That's so it's like, again, like none of us are even claiming to know anything other than topographically what it appears to be. As far as the whole thing, how could anyone know? That's the same. That's all we want to know. How could you know? How do you know?
I guess like a good way is but just think about like my vacation experiences is being at some place like the shadows setting in a completely different manner, as well as like the earth the sun doing so, right? Which is like obviously, and basically the times of when the sun sets and rises being different. And if I were immortal and nobody else were around, I could probably figure out like the difference in if there is a difference, right? Difference in degrees between the shadows of the sun to a certain inanimate, immovable object. Like two of those at different positions.
You know what's funny about the difference in degrees? The difference in degrees is going to be measured off of the fact that you're using a flat baseline. You know, like a protractor. Isn't that interesting?
Okay, but the basically the effect it has is so negligible. It's kind of like you kind of have to use the Taylor approximation for that, as in you can at a certain level you can ignore certain factors and just approximate the the result, right? I mean it like if you
Can you give me an example?
Okay, if you try to calculate the area of something, right? Like the area of your garden, right? You, for the most part, you ignore the, and it doesn't matter if this has to do with the globe or whatever, but for the most part, you ignore curvature. You just do square foot by square foot, right? Or like foot times square foot, right? And that's what you do. And the Taylor approximation, like I said, could also apply to like a round Earth, where at a certain scale you could ignore the curvature of the Earth. For example, when you're measuring the degrees of a shadow.
Not when it's 500 stadia apart. That's insane to say.
What? No, you measure.
I'm sorry. I was thinking in terms of Eratosthenes, because that's what people usually go to when they talk about measuring the Earth. But yeah, it's funny because listen to what you said about ignoring the fact that there's curvature, except for the fact that that's just begging the question. That's just saying, well, we're going to ignore the fact that there is and act like we're not. Well, how about you're just doing the latter thing, and there is no curvature to take into account.
Yeah, Taylor. Oops.
Because when I say give an example, you're saying, well, that you're not giving me an example. You're supposing we would be measuring the square the area, right? And you're supposing if it's curved, we ignore that. I'm asking you to give me that's not
okay.
That's
Let me give you another example. Okay, imagine, right? you let's see. You have like a mound of trash or whatever, like a trash dump, whatever, like a dump that you've basically kind of recycled into it becoming like a large, basically step-like patch of grass, right? And even though there is like a slight increase and decrease, like basically you go up a tad bit when you walk in one direction, down if you walk past a certain how would you call it, point, right? If you were to calculate an area on it, you could just, without any real harm to the calculation, ignore the curvature or like the steepness,
the slope,
whatever. Yeah, the slope of this, right? I mean, also,
yeah, I get that. Yeah, but that's also supposing that you're on a hill. Like I get that. Like if I'm on a hill and I want to know the length of it, yeah, I get that. What's your point?
Yeah, the point is that, like just because some factors at a certain scope aren't as relevant, and ignoring them because of that doesn't prove that they don't exist. Like all I'm trying to say.
And that response is in relation to what was said. Like what specifically?
Well, I started talking about like the Taylor approximation, how it's like basically you said, well, if you measure like the degrees of a shadow, whatever, blah blah, like they basically use a flat tool against a supposedly round object, this case like Earth. And I said that basically on a certain scale, right, you can ignore certain factors and still achieve a like a more or less.
Well, when you were talking about the hill, you weren't talking about it really didn't have anything to do with scale. It had to do with, well, you're measuring from point A to point B on a hill. But when it comes to measuring an angle, you can't do that off a curved surface. You can't do that. Well, you can, but how would that be related? But you can, but it wouldn't be related to the curved surface because the plane would just be extended out in a linear fashion, right? From whatever point that you're measuring. And the problem with that is we're measuring the difference between 2 points. So the baseline must be in the same horizontal frame of reference, which means it's flat.
Bruh. I mean, look, how can the Taylor approximation be valid for one thing and then not valid for the same thing?
I didn't say what was and what wasn't valid. I was only talking about angles, and in order to apply that to the ground, then the relation would have to be that we're talking about a horizontal plane. That's all I said.
If we have like an obelisk that's like what, 7 feet tall or something, I don't think that the curvature, like if you were to assume that the Earth is a globe, right? I don't think that the curvature would have an impact on your measurement of the degree of the shadow and so on. It's just so minuscule that you can just factor it out.
Yeah, but that's why I said the distance that Eratosthenes is supposed to be working with, that's not minuscule.
Okay, I mean, I was just talking about how I would do it. I don't know about Aristotle.
I feel you. I just thought you were. I mean, because when I brought it up, I was specifically thinking about that distance, not like the distance between me and the end of my garage.
Okay, I mean, what
Like,
distance?
because locally, everyone assumes it's flat. It's so big that basically, as far as we can experience, it's flat. So that's already flat as a given. Like, so people are already going to say, well, the curvature in that sense is irrelevant. Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about 500 Stadium.
What? In which case?
Between Alexander and Syene, man.
Okay. I mean, I haven't referenced that at all.
I did, and you began to answer to it. And I'm like, I don't know why you're saying what you're saying. It's not like I'm opposing what you're saying about, how minuscule something is and blah blah. I didn't contend with any of that. You brought that up in response to me bringing up the angle and how it wouldn't work.
I mean, I talked about how you could measure the angles of shadows and so on, and I guess you alluded to that, but I didn't really react to that, other with a bit of confusion, I guess.
Okay.
I really like that GIF, by the way. I saved it.
The kicking the ball out one.
Yeah. Yeah. Also the last.
So what about trying to validate that there is curvature, right? Because in that sense, excuse me, sorry. In that sense, the conversation is a little different, right? Because we're actually getting a value of something rather than saying, well, we don't have a value because it would be too minuscule. We're actually supposed to be finding something. So in the sense of curvature, we're supposed to be able to somehow figure out that there's convexity over certain distances based on how high above the surface of the Earth you are. And whenever we do that, and there's no curvature to be detected anywhere, we don't really get any responses other than, well, that's because the measurement you're taking, the straight standard that would normally be a laser happens to be bending with the rate of curvature that is also presupposed, i.e. begging the question. Oh, there's this obstruction that's supposed to be at 1 mile, but it's at 10 miles instead, which doesn't make sense because they're not talking about the geometric horizon. They're talking about light arriving to your eye from that blockage, from another location. So it's actually non sequitur. When we say where is the obstruction, it's not there, but they tell us the reason that what they think is obstruction is somewhere else is because, well, light bends around the ball at a certain rate. I don't get that.
I mean, so
like everybody knows that light travels in straight lines for the most part. When they're detailing seeing something, I've seen them specifically say the reason that you can't see my face behind this piece of paper is because light travels in straight lines. If not, you would expect to see my face from around this obstruction. So it's fairly simple, fairly straightforward. We understand that there's Snell's law and refraction and how the angle of incidence can change when it goes when light travels from one boundary through a boundary from one media to another. But bending along the surface of a like light rays bending along a curved surface to give you a picture perfect image of what you normally would not be able to see. You can't even practically demonstrate that that can happen in any other circumstance other than you trying to ad hoc explain why the numbers don't match. Not you specifically, but typically the people that we talk to that try to argue after we've laid out the fact that the horizon is not geometric.
Okay.
So it's just odd that people either don't want to talk about like actual direct measurement because they pretty much say, well, you can't really do that. That's not really possible. But prior to 2 years ago, that's exactly what they did to try to disprove flat earthers. CFI investigators were powered by National Geographic, and they went out to the beach with some flat earthers. They put the camera as close to the water level as possible at 1 foot. The guy says that means that the horizon, the visible horizon, would be about 1.2 miles away, which means he's going off of the same formula we're going off of. And the boat goes out into the distance, and he's in the video, he's detailing how the stripes of the boat are disappearing because of the horizon. But in the video, and during the entire time he's talking, you can see that the horizon is behind the boat. So I don't understand what's hard for people to just accept what is. Clearly that was a huge faux pas on their part, and they didn't even realize it. And then when we pointed out to people, they just go, what about other pictures from NASA?
Okay.
Did you get the part where he was saying the horizon they claim to block something is actually behind the thing that they're claiming to be doing the blocking?
Not really, no.
Okay. So let's pretend that I hold a sheet of paper behind my head, right? And you can't see all of my face for whatever reason, and you can clearly see the sheet of paper behind my head. And I say, the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. But you're like, the sheet of paper's behind your head. And you're like, yeah, but technically the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. You would look at that person like a crazy person in that example, right?
Okay. So what's the connection here?
The connection is that's what they're doing with the horizon. The thing in the middle, the object to be analyzed, a boat, an oil rig, whatever, can be seen, but also maybe there's like something going on with it. But the horizon is behind it, but the horizon is the object or the thing being claimed to be doing the obstruction, but it's behind it. So the claim that the horizon is doing the blocking or the obscuring or occulting or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I got a Discord phone call, so.
I mean,
if it sounds confusing, it's because that's exactly. See, there's globe Earth rhetoric, and then there's anti-flat earthers that try to come out and rework and rejigger what has actually been claimed simply because we're pointing out contradictions and fallacies. Oh, there's a fallacy here. Oh, the reason for that is this. But no accredited university is on record for saying the things that some of these anti-flat earthers would say, just to challenge the fact that we're questioning something that we've come across that's supposed to be a fact but just isn't.
Okay, again, like I wasn't really confused by it. I'm just trying to look at a few pictures to confirm what I think it means.
What do you mean?
Like, I know what it means more or less, right? Like your piece of paper behind my head, it's obstructing my face or something.
Uh-huh.
But
so that's an idea that was proposed, right? It's like, imagine this, right? So you get that. Now, instead of saying, well, this is true, let me say, imagine that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, due to the fact that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Therefore, when I'm looking out into the distance and I'm looking at something that I know is marked to be, say, for instance, 6 miles or 9 miles, and then I see the horizon that's supposed to be at 1.2 miles away based on the formula, but that horizon is actually beyond 10 miles, that is how this imagining is analogous to gospel bearers imagining. It's the exact same scenario.
Here, I put a GIF in the chat. So just the first oil rig, okay? They're going to tell you that there's a portion of that oil rig that you can't see the bottom of. And the claim is that the reason you can't see the bottom of it is because the horizon or the geometric, the curve, right, is blocking even the first oil rig. Okay. You follow so far?
Yeah.
But the horizon, the thing that's in question here, is behind the first oil rig. It's behind the second oil rig. And to claim that that horizon is the thing that's doing the blocking is downright silly.
I don't see a problem with any of this, though. Like, I'm a sailor. I sail on the down low, right? And this all seems completely normal.
How many horizons are there?
No, you have to you have to decouple what you actually, because that's what they try to do, is hijack our experience and tailor the globe to it when actually there's no connection. So your experience and what a geometric horizon is has no correlation whatsoever. So whatever you've seen, just know that you've never broken out an Earth curve calculator and said, "Yup, that checks out." That's the point. That's what we're trying to point out. You may have seen something and said, "Well, oh, that's being blocked. Cool.
Okay.
That's the Earth curve."
I'm gonna ask it a different way, Spangle. If there's a horizon at 1.22 miles in this GIF, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I don't know what 1 point whatever miles. Like, I don't get what.
Okay, from 12 inches off of water, from 12 inches off of the sea level here, you would expect, based on the math, the geometry of the 3959 mile radius, you would expect a 1.2 mile horizon. That's where that number is coming from. It's from geometry of a 3,959 mile radius. So again, based on the claim that the Earth is a ball, based on the claim that that ball has a 3,959 mile radius, the horizon is supposed to be at 1.2 miles, 1.22 miles. If there is a horizon at 1.22 miles, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I mean, the man is not flush to the ground.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Again, the math of where that 1.22 miles is coming from is based on an elevation of 12 inches.
Don't know what that means. 12 inches?
1 foot, 12 inches, a third of a meter or whatever.
Right, but I assume this person is standing at, taller than a foot.
No, the camera is physically 12 inches higher than the water level.
Okay, so what? I mean, I've seen this so many times when I was sailing. And I don't see like two horizons here at all.
That's correct. You don't see two horizons. To claim that there are two horizons would be silly. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So what?
There's only one horizon. The horizon you see.
If you live on a globe, you have to go on this imagination ride, right? And imagine that the obstruction of the rest of that land that you actually do see is at 1.2 miles. That would be factually correct in this imagining, based on the rhetoric from the globe, based on geometry. Except what we see is not that. So a glober's attempt to explain that is why we drew the parallel to the piece of paper. Because in essence, they're just basically saying that and going, yeah, it checks out. What's the problem? Like, you're kind of going, I've seen a horizon. What's the problem? But I don't think you get what we're saying about it being geometric. Like, the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In the examples we're talking about, both National Geographic and the Black Swan that we have with the oil rigs, the observation was taken at 1 foot. You plug that into the calculator, it's going to give you a distance of 1.2. So distance of what? Distance to your horizon. Except the distance to the horizon is not 1.2 miles. So it can't be blocking anything. You see the horizon beyond where it's mathematically described to be. If you lived on a ball with a sphere at the radius of 3,959 miles, there's really no way around that. The only thing we can say is, well, no, the horizon is beyond 10 miles. Yeah.
I mean, I'm still kind of looking at it.
What part of what I'm saying aren't you getting?
No, it's just, let me just look at it for a few minutes.
Yeah. That's fine.
Oh, okay. My bad. I thought, is it posted in the chat? Does anybody have that video? Because if not, we can just watch it now. It's like from the 3-minute mark to like the 4 minute. It's like a minute long. It's not that long, if you like.
I just.
Right, because you can either go to a beach yourself, or you can use some of the materials that we have. Hey, that's the beauty about it, is you can actually figure this out on your own. You don't need some higher source to validate whether the math is wrong or right. I mean, they've already proposed that this is what's going on, so all we're trying to do is find the evidence that it's either true or not true. That's all.
I mean, the only unusual thing is that it appears as if the it simply appears as if the platforms were like deeper into the water than they are. But I guess like all of this is more or less perspective. But I mean,
right?
Hold on.
Which I'm not gonna go that far.
Can you see what you're not supposed to be able to see?
What do you mean?
If you're not supposed to be able to see it, right? Okay, I'm sitting in my room. I have an open door. There's a stairway to the right of my door. From where I'm at, I can't see the staircase, right? But if I could all of a sudden see it, that would mean something.
Well, I've just been coming here for about a year, so I don't know. This is different.
Are you hot, Mike and Elijah?
Sorry.
So no, it's okay. Again, there's an allegation, right? There's an allegation based on the proposition that Earth is a ball. The allegation based on the math is that there's going to be a hump between you and another object at a great distance. That hump should stop you from seeing things. That's the point.
Mhm.
The good old-fashioned ships going over the horizon claim.
But you did mention perspective. I think he's aware of
Yeah,
that.
I mean, it's if I just remember like back to sailing school, right? It's like 2-3 things. I distinctly remember one thing where like we because obviously we had to always consider perspective, right, distance, and so on and so forth when we were sailing more or less towards the horizon and so on. And basically, like if you like we did this, we put like basically just a jar or something similar with like writing on it on one end of the table, like looked at it from like the other side of the table, but basically just from like flush table.
This is non sequitur.
And it looked very weird. Like it looked like the basically the bottom was kind of just disappearing almost, right? As opposed to when you're at a normal
that's
height.
a perspective issue. That's non sequitur to the point we're trying to make.
And also the next thing is that, for example,
oh my God, if I say something is non sequitur, he continues.
Let me carry on.
With a fallacy.
Do I have to
on the back of on the back of a point we're trying to detail to you so that you get it? You're trying to make a point on top of that is no relation to the point we're trying to get you to understand.
You haven't even heard what I'm about to say. How can you conclude this?
Okay, well, you got Cash App?
Okay. The next thing.
Because I'll bet you $5 if you're willing. All right, let's make it fun. I hate to waste my time.
Okay. The next thing is that we were also taught that, for example, when it came to light, we were easily deceived by something like the sun setting, as the refraction of the air and water makes it seem as if the sun was actually higher than it was, and being in reality being below the horizon more or less, even though it's
that's begging the question.
Above it. Right.
That's begging the question and non sequitur to the point.
Kind of making it hovering.
Okay, this is rude as hell. When someone even wants to stop you to ask a clarifying question or stop you to point out that you're off track, like it shouldn't be something that's rude, because now I can see how people can consider me being rude at this point. But in all honesty, we're having a conversation about something specific. Now you're talking about perspective on top of a begging the question fallacy. When you have something that's obstructing your view from something else, you have no perspective of the thing that is beyond the obstructive. That's the point. There is no obstruction here where there should be, is the only point.
Okay. Either way, perspective is something that's more complex than, you just look at it and it's there.
Yeah, but it doesn't apply to the globe model perspective. That's the problem.
There's a missing. It's like the bridge is out or something, right? So he's trying to make the point that you should not be able to see what you shouldn't be able to see. But we see, therefore, the claim that you shouldn't be able to see it is invalid.
Well, we don't see the base of the oil rig, and we shouldn't see it, and we don't. The position is
the
horizon is wow.
Yeah, the horizon is behind the rig. So if you're going to say that
the horizon is completely irrelevant if you factor in refraction.
The horizon is relevant unless what you're saying is a non sequitur. Then I could see why you're saying it has nothing to do with anything, because now you're making a point that's not relevant or related to the point that we're making, which is what I tried to tell you in the beginning. Now, when you're talking about geometry and when you're talking about something being physically somewhere, to obstruct you. In this instance, at 1 mile, there's nothing that's going to change that. For instance, if I come into town every day and I know that my house is a mile away and I can see my house a mile away when I come into town, that means there's going to be no instance in which I come into town and it's like, oh, wow, I see the hospital that I know is behind my house. And, oh, gee, look at my house. It appears to be behind the hospital that it's normally in front of. That will never happen. Perspective doesn't do that. Geometry doesn't do that. Nothing in this existence does that other than ad hoc thought projects.
What?
I.e., being able to, exactly what I said, being a hypothetical situation like, well, we have a horizon that's 1.2 miles, but it's actually beyond 10 miles, but it's actually 1.2 miles. It's the same thing. Exactly parallel.
And while we see it at 10 miles, he's also trying to say that it's obstructing 30 feet of a rig that's in front of it. And then he says that it appearing at 10 miles is irrelevant, while at the same time he says it's obstructing a rig that's in front of it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons you believed in.
Okay.
Spongle.
So?
How many horizons are there?
How many? What kind of question is that?
There's only one answer.
How am I supposed to answer this?
With the correct answer. It's a number.
Okay. I don't know. 3? Doesn't even matter what I say?
Yes, that would be an incorrect answer.
Okay.
I'll ask again. How many horizons are there?
You probably want me to say 1.
Can you show me a way that there could be more than one?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, let's slow down because we're not talking about the there are
Elijah, there's an issue here. He just said you probably want me to say one, which implies
I know.
that he
That's what
thinks
I'm
there
saying.
might be more than one, and I cannot wrap my mind around any possibility of there being more than one.
It might get pedantic because then he'll be like, well, look, here's this source that says there's a geometric horizon, a local horizon, a celestial. What is it? What is the other horizon? All these horizons, but
refracted?
When it comes to no, not refracted. That's nothing. That's not real.
There's only one.
We're talking about the horizon that is the visible boundary appears to be a boundary between the sky and the ground. That's the horizon we're talking about. The one that's visible, the one that we see when we look out into the distance. How many of those are there?
Okay.
Come again?
This is the response. This is the image he posted.
What about it?
Yeah.
What do you guys talk?
What was that, Prod?
So what are you guys talking about today? What's the subject?
We're just trying to I don't know what we're trying to do. What are we trying to do, Elijah?
How is an inferior mirage related to the geometric horizon?
I mean, it's just, the oil rigs appear higher.
Are you gonna do it again? Answer the question.
I'm saying what is truthful. Just because you don't have the nerve to listen to me.
So an inferior mirage is happening. An inferior mirage, because that's what this picture is showing. An inferior mirage is happening in the photo with the oil rigs. How is that related to where the horizon is? Because you know what inferior mirages are, right? They're what things appear to look like in respect or relation to the horizon. We're talking about why the horizon itself appears to be displaced. So what you're saying in this picture right here is non sequitur to the point that we're really trying to relate to you. Now, if you don't want to understand, then I'll just stop right now because you're a cool guy and it doesn't have to get into this. And it doesn't have to get to the point where I feel like now you're just playing a game.
I seriously see nothing wrong with it. Is this?
Well, you're not addressing it. That's the problem. You're not addressing the issue. When you say you see nothing wrong with it, you don't understand the argument to address it in the first place. In fact, every time you brought up an example, it was do you know what non sequitur means?
Of course I do.
Okay, so then what's the problem?
Can I maybe walk him through the modus tollens argument that may clear some of this up? Maybe, maybe not.
I did it in a metaphorical way. Yeah, go ahead and do it in the more pure way. That may be helpful. But then, yeah, go ahead.
So, Spongle, if I can direct you to the live stream voice text at 50 minutes after the hour, you'll see that I memed a picture there from the oil rigs, the Black Swan, and there's some text on top of it. Do you see that?
See.
50 minutes after the hour, 50.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, cool. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to walk you through this modus tollens argument, which modus tollens would state that if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. You with me on that?
Okay.
So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q.
Okay, how do you come to that conclusion?
So that's just based on simple math.
Geometry.
Correct.
Here.
So not Q. So in this picture here, where do you see the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rig, in between the oil rigs, or behind the second oil rig? Where does the sky appear to meet?
Right. I mean,
the sea?
It like behind and between.
There's only one place where the horizon would be, right? The horizon is defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground, or in this case, the sea. So if you're on a boat, you're a sailor, and you're looking at the horizon, and this is what's in front of you, this exact image, where would you say the horizon is? In front of, in middle, in between, or behind the oil rig?
I mean, I would say behind them.
Okay, cool. So this picture was taken, right? The video is just above this, from a 1-foot observer height, meaning that if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then we should be seeing in this image a horizon no more than 1.225 miles. Now we have these oil rigs in this picture because they're known distances. So that last oil rig is 9.41 miles from where this video was taken.
Okay.
Do you understand the ramifications of a horizon that is not only further than 1.225 miles at a 1-foot observer height, but much further? Meaning that based on this observation, right, the radius and circumference of the Earth would have to be orders of magnitude larger than what it's claimed to be.
Don't you think that it has much to do with the basically what you call it? Basically, that the bottom where the oil rigs would meet the water is obscured.
Where the oil rigs meet the water is not obscured. We see that in the image.
No,
the only thing that would obscure that would be the horizon.
No, what we see there is far above the water.
What do you mean? What we see is far above the water?
Can somebody post the image that's closer to dawn or dusk, where you can see the lights at the bottom of the platforms reflecting off of the surface of the water? As a matter of fact, in the image that you're looking at right now, you see the buoy that is in between those two oil rigs. I'm assuming that the buoy is a little further than the first oil rig, but regardless, it's in between, and you can see that buoy there sitting on the water. There's nothing obstructing it.
I mean, you call it buoy. I can't really tell what that is. Just seems like.
Look, I mean, you're just being skeptical for no reason. That is a buoy, and if you wanted to actually investigate me saying that it's a buoy, you actually can, because this is a location that you can look up on Google Maps, and you can figure out all of these things in that area are there. So why don't you just do that and listen to the words that are coming out of our mouths instead of saying, well, it's not. What is it if it's not a buoy? The fact is you can see it.
Yeah, but I don't know what it is.
So,
like you only said it. Like, isn't it your stance that you shouldn't just believe what you are told?
So the point being,
because I've already looked on Google Maps, bro. Some of us have actually called and actually pinpointed all of these locations.
It's irrelevant what it is.
It is. It is.
Right, because the horizon is behind the second oil rig. If the Earth was a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, the leading edge of the globe, right, the geometric horizon, should be obscuring things starting at 1.225 miles. Do we see any indication of that in this photograph where the horizon is more than 10 miles away at 1 foot observer height?
Yeah.
So you see in this image 2 oil rigs, one at 6 something miles, the other at 9, almost 9.5 miles. And you're saying that the horizon in this image is at 1.225 miles away?
Yeah. I mean, possibly. I don't know. I haven't done the maths, but the thing is, I see that a significant portion of these oil rigs is obscured.
It's not.
Why would you say that? We've been talking on and on about how the horizon is appearing way further than it should be. It's behind the oil rigs, and now it seems like you're trying to suggest that that very thing is obscuring them. Why would you do that?
I'm not saying
you're being disingenuous.
I mean, basically, you're assuming that. How do I say this? Well, I mean, Photoshop them into where they are, and
It's from a video.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, just put them where they're supposed to be, and you will see that they just don't.
What do you mean where they're supposed to be? They are where they're supposed to be. They are where they are.
They are where they are.
But they are where they are from a perspective, but they aren't where they are truly. Like, if you were to, like, without any air and the water being, I don't know, steel or solid, right?
Okay, they're at 6.3 miles and 9.6 miles, respectively, if my memory is right.
And
that's where they are. That's how we know that your horizon is not where it has to be in order for the Earth to be the globe that you seem to think it is.
What do you mean? I see that it's obscured. Like, you see clearly
obscured by what?
Ocean, but water.
Okay, water. Okay, yeah, they're submerged. That's fine. Okay.
No. It's, you can't, like, look straight through it. Like, the more or less the horizon is in the way.
The horizon is behind it. Okay,
do me a favor. Take a screenshot of that image and draw a line on it where you think the horizon is within that image.
The only thing that's blocking off the bottoms of those rigs is the water level, not the horizon, which is behind them.
Okay, let me walk you through what I'm trying to say. The horizon, which you mean, is basically where you cease to see or think to see.
Yeah, exactly. We're walking you through the fact that has to be at 1.2 miles on your globe.
What I'm talking about